Laws, by Plato, translated by Benjamin Jowett. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Part 1 of Book 1. Persons of the Dialogue. An Athenian stranger. Cryneas, a Cretan. Megilus, a Lacedaemonian. Athenian stranger. Tell me, stranger, is God or a man supposed to be the author of your laws? Cryneas. God, stranger. In the truest sense, they may be said to be the work of God. Among us Cretans, the author of them has been supposed to have been Zeus, but in Lacedaemon, as our Lacedaemonian friend will tell you, they say that Apollo is their lawgiver. Megilus. Just so. Athenian stranger. And do you believe, as Homer says, that Minos went every 9th year to converse with his Olympian sire, and made laws for your cities in accordance with his sacred words? Cryneas. Yes, that is our tradition. And there was Rhadamanthus, a brother of his, with whose name you are familiar. He also is reputed to have been the justest of men, and we Cretans are of opinion that he derived this reputation from his righteous administration of justice when he was alive. Athenian stranger. Yes, and a noble reputation too, and worthy of a son of Zeus. As you and Megilus have been trained in these institutions, I dare say that you will not be unwilling to give an account of your government and laws. We can pass the time pleasantly in talking about them, for I am told that the distance from Knossos to the cave and temple of Zeus is considerable, and probably there are shady resting places under the lofty trees, which will protect us from the scorching of the sun. Being no longer young, we may often stop and talk to one another. The distance will be easily beguiled in this way. Cryneas. Yes, stranger, if we proceed onward, we shall come to lofty groves of cypresses, which are of rare beauty, and there are green pastures in which we may repose and converse. Athenian stranger. Very good. Cryneas. Yes, very good, and will be found to be better still when we see them. Let us move on cheerily. Athenian stranger. I am willing, and first I want to know why the law has ordained that you shall have common meals, and gymnastic exercises, and wear arms. Cryneas. I think, stranger, that the aim of our institutions is easily intelligible to anyone. Look at the character of our country. Crete is not like Thessaly, a large plain, and for this reason they have horses there, and we have runners on foot here. The inequality of the ground in our country is more adapted to locomotion on foot. But then, if you have runners, you must have light arms. No one can run carrying a heavy weight, and the lightness of bows and arrows is convenient for running. All which has been ordered with a view to war, and the legislator appears to me to have looked to war in all his arrangements, and this, I suspect, was his motive in gathering the citizens all together at common meals. He saw that while they are in the field, they are actually compelled to take their meals together for the sake of mutual protection. He seems to me to have thought the world foolish in not understanding that war is always going on among all men in cities. And if there ought to be common meals under military authority, having regular guards for the sake of defence in time of war, he argued that they ought to be continued in peace. For what men in general term peace is, as he said, only a name. In reality, every city is in a natural state of war with every other, not indeed proclaimed by heralds, but everlasting. And if you observe, you will find that this was the intention of the Cretan legislator. All institutions, private as well as public, were arranged by him with a view to war, and he gave his laws to be observed with this intent, because he thought that all possessions or institutions ceased to be of any value unless they could be defended, for all the good things of the conquered pass into the hands of the conquerors. Athenian stranger. You appear to me, stranger, to have been thoroughly trained in the Cretan institutions, and to be well informed about them. Will you tell me a little more explicitly what is the principle of government which you would lay down? You seem to imagine that a state should be so ordered as to conquer all other states in war. Am I right in supposing this? Cryneas. Certainly, and my Lacedaemonian friend also, if I am not mistaken, will say the same. Megilus. Why, my good friend, how can any Lacedaemonian say anything else? Athenian stranger. And is the war of which you speak properly carried on only between states, and not between villages? Cryneas. There is no difference. Athenian stranger. The case is the same? Cryneas. Yes. Athenian stranger. And in the village will there be the same war of family against family, and individual against individual? Cryneas. The same. Athenian stranger. And are we to conceive each man warring against himself, or how is that to be? Cryneas. O Athenian stranger, inhabitant of Attica, I will not say, for you seem to me worthy to be named after the goddess Athene, because you go back to first principles, and throw a light upon the argument. You will now more readily recognize the truth of my assertion, when I said that all men are the enemies of all other men, both in public and private, and every individual of himself. Athenian stranger. My good sir, what do you mean? Cryneas. I mean what I say, and further that there is a victory and defeat, the first and best of victories, the lowest and worst of defeats, which each man gains or sustains at the hands not of another, but of himself. This shows that there is a war against ourselves going on in every individual of us. Athenian stranger. Let us now reverse the order of the argument, and begin again with the individual. Inasmuch as every individual is either his own superior or his own inferior, shall we say that there is the same principle in the house, the village, and the state? Cryneas. You mean the principle of one state being superior and another inferior? Athenian stranger. Yes. Cryneas. You are quite right in asking that question, for there certainly is such a principle, and, above all, in states, and the state in which the better citizens win a victory over the mob, and over the inferior classes, may be truly said to be better than itself, and may be justly praised, where the victory is gained, or censured in the opposite case. Athenian stranger. Whether the better is ever really conquered by the worse is a question which requires more discussion, and may be, therefore, left for the present. But I quite understand the meaning of your words when you say that citizens who are of the same race, and live in the same cities, may unjustly conspire, and, having the superiority in numbers, may overcome and enslave the few just, and when they prevail, the state may be truly called its own inferior, and also bad, and when they are defeated, superior, and also good. Cryneas. That, stranger, is very singular, and yet must be admitted to be the truth. Athenian stranger. Here is another case for consideration. In a family there may be several brothers who are the offspring of a single pair. Very possibly the majority of them may be unjust, and the just may be in a minority. Cryneas. That is quite possible. Athenian stranger. And you and I ought not to raise a mere question of words as to whether this family and household are rightly said to be superior when they conquer, and inferior when they are conquered. For we are not considering what may or may not be the proper or customary way of speaking, but we are considering the natural principles of right and wrong in laws. Cryneas. That, stranger, is most true. Megilus. Excellent, I say, too, in my opinion, as far as I can judge. Athenian stranger. Again, might there not be a judge over these brethren of whom we were speaking? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Now, which would be the better judge? One who destroyed the bad and let the good govern themselves, or one who, while allowing the good to govern, let the bad live, and made them voluntarily submit? Or, lastly, there might be a third excellent judge, who, finding the family distracted, not only did not destroy anyone, but reconciled them to one another for ever after, and gave them laws which they mutually observed, and was able to keep them friends. Cryneas. That sort of judge and legislator would be by far the best. Athenian stranger. And yet the aim of all the laws which he gave would be the reverse of war? Cryneas. That is true. Athenian stranger. And will he who constitutes the state order the life of man with a view to external war, or to that sort of intestine war which is called civil, which no one, if he could prevent, would like to have occurring in his own state, and when occurring, every one would wish to get rid of as soon as possible? Cryneas. He would have the last chiefly in view. Athenian stranger. And would he prefer that war should be terminated by the destruction of one of the parties, and by the conquest of the other, or that peace and friendship should be re-established among them, in which case they would be able to give undivided attention to their foreign enemies? Cryneas. Every one would desire the latter in the case of his own state. Athenian stranger. And would not that also be the desire of the legislator? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And would not every one always make laws for the sake of the best? Cryneas. To be sure. Athenian stranger. But war, whether external or civil, is not the best, and the need of either is to be deprecated, but peace with one another and goodwill are best. Nor is the victory of the state over itself to be regarded as a really good thing, but as a necessity. A man might as well say that the body was in the best state when sick, and purged by medicine, forgetting that there is also a state of the body which needs no purge. And in like manner, no one can be a true statesman, whether he aims at the happiness of the individual or state, who looks only, or first of all, to external warfare. Nor will he ever be a sound legislator who orders peace for the sake of war, and not war for the sake of peace. Cryneas. I suppose that there is truth, stranger, in that remark of yours, and yet I am greatly mistaken if war is not the entire aim and object of our institutions, and also of those of Lacedaemon. Athenian stranger. I dare say, but there is no reason why we should quarrel with one another about your legislators, instead of gently questioning them, seeing that they, as well as ourselves, are quite in earnest. Let me take you with me, and first we will summon Tertius, who was an Athenian by birth, and also a Spartan citizen, and who of all men was most eager about war. Well, he says, I sing not, I care not, about any man, even if he were the richest of men, and possessed every good. And then he gives a list of them, unless he be the bravest in war. I imagine that you, too, must have heard his poems. Our Lacedaemonian friend has probably heard too much of them. Megilus. Very true. Cryneas. And they have found their way from Lacedaemon to Crete. Athenian stranger. Come now, and let us all join in asking this question of Tertius. O most divine poet, we will say to him, the excellent praise which you have bestowed on those who excel in war sufficiently proves that you are wise and good, and I and Megilus and Cryneas of Gnosus appear to be entirely agreed with you about this. But we should like to be quite sure that we are speaking of the same men. Tell us then, do you agree with us in thinking that there are two kinds of war? Or what would you say? A far inferior man to Tertius would have no difficulty in replying quite truly that there are two kinds of war. One which all men call civil war, which, as we were just now saying, is of all wars the worst. The other, as we should all admit, in which we fall out with other nations who are of a different race, is a far milder form of warfare. Cryneas. Certainly, far milder. Athenian stranger. Well now, when you praise and blame war in this high-flown strain, whom are you praising or blaming, and to which kind of war are you referring? I suppose that you must mean foreign war, if I am to judge from expressions of yours in which you say that you abominate those quote, who refuse to look upon fields of blood, and will not draw near and strike at their enemies. Close quote. May we not say to him after hearing these words, you, Tertius, certainly appear to praise those who distinguish themselves in external and foreign war, and he must admit that. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. These are good, but we say that there are still better men whose virtue is displayed in the greatest of all battles. And we have a poet also whom we summon as witness, Theognis, citizen of Megara in Sicily, who says, Cernus, he says, he who is faithful in a civil broil is worth his weight in gold and silver. And such a one is far better, as we affirm, than the other in a more difficult kind of war, much in the same degree as justice and temperance and wisdom, when united with courage, are better than courage only. For a man cannot be faithful and good in civil strife without having all virtue. But in the war of which Tertius speaks, many a mercenary soldier will take his stand and be ready to die at his post, and yet they are generally and almost without exception insolent, unjust, violent men, and the most senseless of human beings. What is the conclusion? And why do I say this? Because I want to show that the divine legislator of Crete, and any other who is worth considering at all, will always make laws with a view to the greatest virtue, and that virtue, according to Theognis, is loyalty in the hour of danger, and this may be truly called perfect justice, whereas that virtue which Tertius highly praises is noble, and was sung of by the poet in the hour of need, and yet in place and dignity may be truly said to be only fourth-rate. Cryneas. Stranger, we are degrading our inspired lawgiver to a very low rank in the scale of legislators. Athenian stranger. Nay, I think that we degrade not him but ourselves, if we imagine that Lycurgus and Minos laid down laws, both in Lacedaemon and Crete, mainly with a view to war. Cryneas. What ought we to say then? Athenian stranger. what truth and what justice require of us, if I am not mistaken, when speaking in behalf of divine excellence, that the legislator made his laws not with a view to a part, and this the lowest part of virtue, but that he had in view all virtue, and devised classes of laws answering to the kinds of virtue, not in the way in which modern inventors of laws make the classes, for they only investigate and offer laws of which the want is being felt, and one man has a class of laws about inheritances in part or soul, another about assault, others about 10,000 other matters of a similar nature. But we say that the right way of inquiry is to proceed as we have now done, and I admired the spirit of your exposition, for you are quite right in beginning with virtue, and saying that this was the aim of the giver of the law. But I thought that you went wrong when you added that he referred all to a part, and a most inferior part of virtue, and all that I said afterwards had a bearing on this. Will you allow me then to explain how I should have liked to have heard you expound the matter? Cryneas, by all means. Athenian stranger. You ought to have said, stranger, the Cretan laws are with good reason famous among the Hellenes, for they fulfill the object of laws, which is to make those who use them happy, for all goods are derived from them. Now, goods are of two kinds. There are human goods, and there are divine goods, and the human hang upon the divine, and the state which attains the greater at the same time acquires the less, or, not having the greater, loses both. Of the lesser goods, the first is health, the second beauty, the third strength, including swiftness in running, and bodily agility generally, and the fourth is wealth. Not the blind god Plato, but one who is keen of sight and has wisdom for a companion, for wisdom is chief and leader of the divine class of goods. And next follows temperance, and from the union of these two with courage springs justice, and fourth in the scale of virtue is courage. The four naturally take precedence of the other goods, and this is the order in which the legislator must place them, and after these he will enjoin the rest of his ordinances on the citizens with a view to these, the human going back to the divine, and the divine having their eye fixed on their leader mind. Some of his ordinances will relate to contracts of marriage, which they make with one another, and to the procreation and education of children, both male and female. The duty of the lawgiver will be to take charge of his citizens in youth and age, and at every time of life, and to give them punishments and rewards, and in reference to all their intercourse with one another, he ought to consider their pains and pleasures and desires, and the vehemence of all their passions. He should keep a watch over them, and blame and praise them rightly by the mouth of the laws themselves. Also, with regard to anger and terror, and the other perturbations of the soul, which arise out of misfortune, and the deliverances from them which prosperity brings, and the experiences which come to men in diseases, or in war, or poverty, or the opposite of these, in all these states he should determine what is the good and evil of the condition of each. In the next place, the legislator has to watch over the property and expenditure of the citizens, and their mutual contracts and cessations of contracts, whether voluntary or involuntary. He should see how they order all this, and consider among whom justice as well as injustice is found or is wanting, and honour those who obey the law, and impose fixed penalties on those who disobey, until the round of civil life is ended, and the time has come for the consideration of the proper funeral rites and honours of the dead. and the lawgiver, reviewing all this, will appoint guardians to preside over these things, some who walk by intelligence, others by true opinion only, and then mind will bind together these ordinances, and show them to be in harmony with temperance and justice, and not with wealth or ambition. This is the spirit, stranger, in which I was and am desirous that you should have pursued the subject. And I wanted to know how all these matters are, and are arranged in the laws of Zeus, as they are termed, and in those of the Pythian Apollo which Minos and Lycurgus gave, and how the order of them is discovered to his eyes who has experience and skill in laws, although they are far from being self-evident to the rest of mankind, like ourselves. Cryneas. But how are we to proceed, stranger? Athenian. Stranger. I think that we must begin again as before, and first discuss the habit of courage, and then we will go through the other forms of virtue, if you please. Having done this, we shall have a model of the whole, and with similar discourses we will beguile the way, and when we have gone through all the virtues, we will show, by the grace of God, that what has preceded has relation to virtue. Megilus. Very good, and suppose that you first criticize this praiser of Zeus, and the laws of Crete. Athenian. Stranger. I will try to criticize you, and myself as well as him, for we are all concerned in the argument. In the first place, the common meals, and secondly, the gymnasia, were invented by your legislator with a view to war? Megilus. Yes. Athenian. Stranger. And what comes third, and what fourth in the order of your legislation? For that, I think, is the sort of enumeration which ought to be made of the parts of virtue, and no matter whether you call them parts, or what their name is, provided the meaning is clear. Megilus. Then I, or any other Lacedaemonian, would reply that hunting is third in order. Athenian. Stranger. Let us see if we can discover what comes fourth or fifth. Megilus. I think that I may be able to tell the fourth thing, which is the frequent practice of endurance of pain exhibited in certain hand-to-hand fights, also in stealing with the prospect of getting a beating. There is too the so-called crypteia, or secret service, in which wonderful endurance is shown. Those who are employed in this wander over the whole country by day and by night, and even in winter have not any shoes on their feet, and are without beds to lie upon, and have no one to attend them. Marvellous too is the endurance which our citizens show in their gymnastic exercises, contending against the violent summer heat, and there are many similar practices to speak of, which in detail would be endless. Athenian. Stranger. That is capital, O Lacedaemonian stranger. But how ought we to define courage? Is that to be regarded only as a combat against fears and pains, or also against desires and pleasures, and against flatteries, which exercise such a tremendous power that they make the hearts even of respectable citizens to melt like wax? Megilus. I should say the latter. Athenian. Stranger. You remember that in what preceded, our Gnossian friend here spoke of a man or a city being inferior to themselves. Cryneas. Yes, I said that. Athenian. Stranger. Now, which is in the truer sense inferior, the man who is overcome by pleasure or by pain? Cryneas. I should say the man who is overcome by pleasure, for all men deem him to be inferior in a more disgraceful sense than the other who is overcome by pain. Athenian. Stranger. But surely the lawgivers of Crete and Lacedaemon have not legislated for a courage which is lame of one leg, able only to meet attacks which come from the left, but impotent against the insidious flatteries which come from the right. Cryneas. Able to meet both, I should say. Athenian stranger. Then let me once more ask, what institutions have you in either of your states which give a taste of pleasures, and do not avoid them any more than they avoid pains, but which set a person in the midst of them, and compel or induce him by motives of honour to get the better of them? Where is an ordinance about pleasure similar to that about pain to be found in your laws? Tell me what there is of this nature among you. What is there which makes your citizen equally brave against pleasure and pain, conquering what they ought to conquer, and superior to the enemies who are most dangerous and nearest home? Megilus. I was able to tell you, stranger, many laws which were directed against pain, but I do not know that I can point out any obvious examples of similar institutions which are concerned with pleasure. There are some lesser parts of laws, however, which I might mention. Cryneas. No more can I show anything of that sort which is very conspicuous in the Cretan laws. Athenian stranger. My dear friends, that is not very surprising. I shall only ask for gentleness and forbearance on the part of all of us, if any one of us, from a desire to see the true and the good, should happen to censure the laws of the others. Cryneas. You are quite right, Athenian stranger, and we will do as you say. Athenian stranger. At our time of life, Cryneas, there should be no feeling of irritation. Cryneas. Certainly not. Athenian stranger. I will not at present determine whether he who censures the Cretan or Lacedaemonian polities is right or wrong, but I believe that I can tell better than either of you what the many say about them. For, assuming that you have reasonably good laws, one of the best of them will be a law forbidding any young men to inquire which of them are right or wrong. But with one mouth and one voice they must all agree that the laws are all good and of divine origin, and they are not to be listened to who say the contrary. But an old man who remarks any defect may communicate his observation to a ruler, or to an equal when no young man is present. Cryneas. That is excellent, stranger, and like a diviner, although not there at the time, you seem to me quite to have hit the meaning of the legislator, and to say what is most true. Athenian stranger. As there are no young men present, and the legislator has given old men free licence, there will be no impropriety in our discussing these matters now that we are alone. Cryneas. True. And therefore you may be as free as you like in your censure of our laws. For there is no harm in knowing what is wrong. That is the first step to improvement, if a man receives what is said in no jealous or hostile spirit. Athenian stranger. Very good. However, I am not going to censure your laws until I have fully examined them as far as I am able, but I am going to raise doubts about them. For you are the only people known to us, whether Greek or barbarian, whom the legislator commanded to abstain from the very taste of pleasures and amusements, whereas in the matter of pains or fears, which we have just been discussing, he thought that they who from infancy had always avoided the pains and fears and sorrows which must be, when they were compelled to face them, would run away from those who were hardened in them, and become their subjects. Now, the legislator ought to have considered that this was equally true of pleasure. He should have said to himself, that if our citizens are from their youth upward unacquainted with the greatest pleasure, and unused to endure amid the temptations of pleasure, and are not disciplined to refrain from all things evil, the sweet feeling of pleasure will overcome them just as fear would overcome the former class, and in another and even a worse manner they will be the servants of those who are able to endure amid pleasures, and have had the opportunity of enjoying them, they being often the worst of mankind. One half of their souls will be a slave, the other half free, and they will not be worthy to be called in the true sense men and freemen. Tell me whether you assent to my words. Cryneas, on first hearing what you say appears to be the truth, but to be hasty in coming to a conclusion about such important matters would be very childish and simple. Athenian stranger. Suppose, Clynias and Megilus, that we consider next in order the virtue which naturally follows, for after courage comes temperance. What institutions shall we find in these states relating to temperance which are better than those of other ordinary states, and correspond to their military institutions? Megilus. That is not an easy question to answer. Still, I should say that the common meals and gymnastic exercises have been excellently devised for both purposes. Athenian stranger. There seems to be a difficulty, stranger, in so ordering acts and words in politics, that there should be no dispute about them. As in the human body, we can hardly say that any one course of treatment is perfectly adapted to a particular constitution, for that which does good in one way does harm in another. Now, the gymnasia and common meals do a great deal of good, and yet they are a source of evil in civil troubles. This is shown in the case of the Milesian and Boeotian and Thurian youth, among whom similar institutions, which are of old standing with them, seem always to have had a tendency to degrade natural love in man below the level of the beasts. The charge may be fairly brought against your cities above all others, and is true in general of states which especially cultivate gymnastics. Whether such matters are to be regarded jestingly or seriously, I think that the pleasure is to be deemed natural which arises out of the intercourse of men and women, but that the intercourse of men with men, or of women with women, is contrary to nature, and that the bold attempt was originally due to unbridled lust. The Cretans are always accused of having invented the story of Ganymede and Zeus, which is designed to justify themselves in the enjoyment of such pleasures, by the practice of the god whom they believe to have been their lawgiver. Leaving the story, we may observe that any speculation about laws turns almost entirely on pleasure and pain, both in states and in private characters. These are two fountains which nature lets flow, and he who draws from them where and when, and as much as he ought, is happy, and this holds of men and animals, of individuals as well as states, and he who indulges in them ignorantly and in excess is the reverse of happy. End of Part 1 of Book 1. Part 2 of Book 1. Megilus. I admit, stranger, that your words are well spoken. At the same time, I hardly know what to say, and I still think that the Spartan lawgiver was quite right in forbidding pleasure. Of the Cretan laws I shall leave the defence to my Nocian friend, but the laws of Sparta, in as far as they relate to pleasure, appear to me to be the best in the world. For that which leads mankind in general into the wildest pleasure and licence, and every other folly, the law has clean driven out. And neither in the country nor in towns which are under the control of Sparta will you find revelries, and the many incitements of pleasure which accompany them, and stir them up to the utmost, and any one who meets a drunken and disorderly person will immediately have him punished, and will not let him off on any pretence, not even at the time of a Dionysiac festival, although I have remarked that this may happen at your performances, "on the cart," as they are called, and among our Tarentine colonists I have seen the whole city drunk at a Dionysiac festival, but nothing of that kind happens among us. Athenian stranger. O Lacedaemonian stranger, these festivities are praiseworthy where there is a spirit of endurance, but are very senseless when they are under no regulations. In order to retaliate, an Athenian has only to point out the licence which exists among your women. To all such accusations, whether they are brought against the Tarentines, or us, or you, there is one answer which exonerates the practice in question from impropriety. When a stranger expresses wonder at the singularity of what he sees, any inhabitant will naturally answer him, "Wonder not, O stranger! This is our custom, and you may very likely have some other custom about the same things." Now, we are speaking, my friends, not about men in general, but about the merits and defects of the lawgivers themselves. Let us, then, discourse a little more at length about them, and about the nature of intoxication at large, which is a very important matter, and requires all the wisdom of the legislator to determine. I am not talking of the mere practice of drinking or not drinking wine in general, but about downright intoxication. Are we to follow the custom of the Scythians, and Persians, and Carthaginians, and Celts, and Iberians, who are all warlike nations, or to follow your custom, who, as you say, wholly abstain? Whereas the Scythians and Thracians, both men and women, drink unmixed wine, which they also pour on their garments, and this they think a happy and glorious institution. The Persians, again, are much given to other practices of luxury, which you reject, but they have more moderation in them than the Thracians and Scythians. Megilus. O best of men, we have only to take arms into our hands, and we drive all these nations flying before us. Athenian stranger. My good friend, do not say that. There have been, as there always will be, flyings and pursuings, of which no account can be given, and therefore we cannot say that victory or defeat in battle afford more than a doubtful proof of the goodness or badness of institutions. For when the greater states conquer and enslave the lesser, as the Syracusans have done the Locrians, who appear to be the best governed people in that part of the world, or as the Athenians have done the Ceans, and there are 10,000 other instances of the same sort of thing. All that is not to the point. Let us endeavour rather to form a conclusion about the various institutions themselves, and say nothing at present of victories and defeats. Let us only say that such a thing is honourable, and some other thing not. And first permit me to tell you how good and bad are to be estimated in reference to these very matters. Megilus. How do you mean? Athenian stranger. All those who are ready at a moment's notice to praise or censure any practice which is matter of discussion seem to me to proceed in a wrong way. Let me give you an illustration of what I mean. You may suppose a person to be praising wheat as a good sort of food, whereupon another person instantly blames wheat, without ever inquiring into its effect or use, or in what way, or to whom, or with what, or in what state, wheat is to be applied. And that is just what we are doing in this discussion. At the very mention of the word intoxication, one side is ready with their praises, and the other with their censures, and this is absurd. For either side adduce their witnesses and approvers, And some of us think that we speak with authority because we have many witnesses, and others because they see those who abstain conquering in battle, and this again is disputed by us. Now, I cannot say that I approve of such a method of discussing laws. And about this very point of intoxication, I should like to speak in another way, which I hold to be the right one. For if number is to be the criterion, are there not myriads upon myriads of nations ready to do battle with you, who are only 2 cities? Megilus. I shall gladly welcome any method of inquiry which is right. Athenian stranger. Let me put the matter thus. Suppose a person to praise the keeping of goats, and the creatures themselves as capital things to have, and then someone who had seen goats feeding without a goat herd in cultivated spots, and doing mischief, was to censure a goat, or any other animal who has no keeper, or a bad keeper. Would there be any sense at all in such censure? Megilus. Certainly not. Athenian stranger. Does a captain require only to have nautical knowledge in order to be a good captain, whether he is or is not seasick? What do you say to that? Megilus. I say that he is not a good captain if he is liable to sickness. Athenian stranger. And what would you say of the commander of an army? Will he be able to command merely because he has military skill, if he be a coward, who, when danger comes, is sick and drunk with fear? Megilus. Impossible. Athenian stranger. And what if besides being a coward he have no skill? Megilus. He is a miserable fellow who is only fit to be a commander of old women. Athenian stranger. And what would you say of someone who blames or praises any sort of meeting which is intended by nature to have a ruler, and is well enough when under his presidency? The critic, however, has never seen the society meeting together at an orderly feast under the control of a president, but always without a ruler, or with a bad one. How can you imagine that the praise or blame of observers of this class is of any value in reference to such meetings? Megilus. Certainly not, if they have never seen or been present at such a meeting when rightly ordered. Athenian stranger. But think, may not banqueters and banquets be said to constitute a sort of meeting? Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And did any one ever see this convivial meeting rightly ordered? Of course, you two will answer at once that you have never seen them at all, because they are not customary or lawful in your country. But I have come across many of them in many different places, and, moreover, I have made inquiries about them wherever I went, as I may say, and never did I see or hear of anything of the sort which was carried on altogether rightly. In some few particulars they might be right, but in general they were utterly wrong. Cryneas. What do you mean, stranger, by this remark? Explain, for we, as you say, from our inexperience in such matters, might very likely not know, even if we came in their way, what was right or wrong in such societies. Athenian stranger. Likely enough. Then let me try to be your instructor. You would acknowledge, would you not, that in all gatherings of mankind, of whatever sort, there ought to be a leader? Cryneas. Certainly I should. Athenian stranger. And we were saying just now that when men are at war, the leader ought to be a brave man? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. The brave man is less likely than the coward to be disturbed by fears? Cryneas. That is also true. Athenian stranger. And if there were a possibility of having a general of an army who was absolutely fearless and imperturbable, should we not by all means appoint him? Cryneas. To be sure. Athenian stranger. Now, however, we are speaking not of a general who is to command an army, when foe meets foe in time of war, but of one who is to regulate meetings of another sort, when friend meets friend in time of peace. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. And that sort of meeting, if attended with drunkenness, is apt to be unquiet. Cryneas. Certainly, the reverse of quiet. Athenian stranger. Then, in the first place, these revellers will surely require a ruler. Cryneas. To be sure, nowhere are men more in need of one. Athenian stranger. And we ought, if possible, to provide a quiet man for the office. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And he should be a man who understands society. For his duty is to preserve the friendly feelings which exist among the company at the time, and to increase them for the future by his use of the occasion. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Must we not appoint a sober man and a wise man as master of the revels? For if the ruler of drinkers be himself young and drunken, and not overwise, only by some special good fortune will he be saved from doing some great evil. Cryneas. He will require singular good fortune. Athenian stranger. Now suppose such associations to be framed in the best way possible in states, and that someone blames the very fact of their existence. He may very likely be right, we admit that. But if he blames a practice which he only sees in the utmost state of disorder, in the first place he shows that he is not aware of the disorder, and also not aware that everything done in this way will clearly be wrong, because done without the superintendence of a sober ruler. Do you not see that a drunken pilot, or a drunken ruler of any sort, will ruin ship, chariot, army, anything, in short, of which he has the direction? Cryneas. The last remark is very true, stranger, and I see quite clearly the advantage of an army having a good leader. He will give victory in war to his followers, which is a very great advantage, and this is true of other things. But I do not see any similar advantage which either individuals or states gain from the good management of a feast, and I want you to tell me what great good will be effected, supposing that this drinking ordinance is duly established. Athenian stranger. If you mean to ask what great good accrues to the state from the right training of a single youth, or of a single chorus, when the question is put in that form, we must answer that the good is not very great in any particular instance. But if you ask what is the good of education in general, the answer is easy, that education makes good men, and that good men act nobly, and conquer their enemies in battle because they are good. Education certainly gives victory, although victory sometimes produces forgetfulness of education, for many have grown insolent from victory in war, and this insolence has engendered in them innumerable evils, and many a victory has been, and will be, suicidal to the victors, but education is never suicidal. Cryneas. You seem to imply, my friend, that convivial meetings, when rightly ordered, are an important element of education. Athenian stranger. Certainly I do. Cryneas. And can you show that what you have been saying is true? Athenian stranger. To be absolutely sure of the truth of matters concerning which there are many opinions is an attribute of the gods, not given to man, stranger. But I shall be very happy to tell you what I think, especially as we are now proposing to enter on a discussion concerning laws and constitutions. Cryneas. Your opinion, stranger, about the questions which are now being raised is precisely what we want to hear. Athenian stranger. Very good. I will try to find a way of explaining my meaning, and you shall try to have the gift of understanding me. This shall be the aim of our conversation. But, first, let me make an apology. The Athenian citizen is reputed among all the Hellenes to be a great talker, whereas the Spartan is renowned for brevity, and the Cretan is held to be a sagacious, reserved sort of person. Now, I am afraid of appearing to elicit a very long discourse out of very small materials, for drinking may indeed appear to be a slight matter, and yet is one which cannot be rightly ordered according to nature without correct principles of music. These are necessary with a view to any satisfactory treatment of the subject, and music, again, runs up into education generally, and the discussion of all this will be endless. What would you say, then, to leaving these matters at present, and passing on to some other question of law? Megilus. O Athenian stranger, let me tell you what perhaps you do not know, that our family is your proxenus. I imagine that from their earliest youth all boys, when they are told that they are the proxeni of a particular state, feel kindly towards the state of which they are the proxeni, as to a second country, and this has certainly been my own feeling. I can well remember from the days of my boyhood how, when any Lacedaemonians praised or blamed the Athenians, they used to say to me, "See, Megilus, how ill, or how well, as the case might be, has your state treated us." And when I heard this, having always had to fight your battles against detractors, I became warmly attached to you, and I feel at this moment that I like to hear the Athenian tongue spoken. The common saying is quite true, that a good Athenian is more than ordinarily good, for he is the only man who is freely and genuinely good by the inspiration of nature, and is not manufactured by the law. Therefore be assured that I shall like to hear you say whatever you have to say. Cryneas. I can say the same, stranger, and let me also remind you that there is a tie which unites you with Crete. You must have heard the story of the Prophet Epimenides, who was of my family, and came to Athens 10 years before the Persian War, in accordance with the response of the oracle, and offered certain sacrifices which the god commanded. The Athenians were at that time in dread of the Persian invasion, and he said that for 10 years they would not come, and that when they came they would go away again without accomplishing any of their objects, and would suffer more evil than they inflicted. At that time my forefathers formed ties of hospitality with you. Thus ancient is the friendship which I and my parents have had for you. Athenian stranger. You seem to be quite ready to listen, and I am also ready to perform as much as I can of an almost impossible task, which I will nevertheless attempt. At the outset of the discussion, let me define the nature and power of education, for this is the way by which our argument must travel onwards to the god Dionysus. Cryneas, let us proceed if you please. Athenian stranger. Well then, if I tell you what are my notions of education, will you tell me whether you agree with them? Cryneas, let us hear. Athenian stranger. According to my view, he who would be good at anything must practice that thing from his youth upwards, both in sport and earnest, in the particular way which the work requires. For example, he who is to be a good builder should play at building children's houses, and he who is to be a good husbandman at tilling the ground. Those who have the care of their education should provide them, when young, with mimic tools, and they should learn beforehand the knowledge which they will afterwards require for their art. For example, the future carpenter should learn to measure or apply the line in play, and the future warrior should learn riding or some other exercise for amusement, and the teacher should endeavour to direct the children's inclinations and pleasures by the help of amusements to their final aim in life. The sum of education is right training in the nursery. The soul of the child, in his play, should be trained to that sort of excellence in which, when he grows up to manhood, he will have to be perfected. Do you agree with me thus far? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Then let us not leave the meaning of education ambiguous or ill-defined. At present, when we speak in terms of praise or blame about the bringing up of each person, we call one man educated and another uneducated, although the uneducated man may be sometimes very well educated for the calling of a retail trader, or of a captain of a ship, and the like. For we are not speaking of education in this sense of the word, but of that other education in virtue from youth upwards, which makes a man eagerly pursue the ideal perfection of citizenship, and teaches him how rightly to rule and how to obey. This is the only training which, upon our view, would be characterized as education. That other sort of training, which aims at the acquisition of wealth, or bodily strength, or mere cleverness apart from intelligence and justice, is mean and illiberal, and is not worthy to be called education at all. But let us not quarrel with one another about the name, provided that the proposition which has just been granted hold good, to wit, that those who are rightly educated generally become good men. Neither must we cast a slight upon education, which is the first and fairest thing that the best of men can ever have, and which, though liable to take a wrong direction, is capable of reformation, and this work of reformation is the great business of every man while he lives. Cryneas. Very true, and we quite agree with you. Athenian stranger. And we agreed before that they are good men who are able to rule themselves, and bad men who are not. Cryneas. Most true. Athenian stranger. Let me now proceed, if I can, to clear up the subject a little further by an illustration which I will offer you. Cryneas. Proceed. Athenian stranger. Do we not consider each of ourselves as one? Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. And each one of us has in his bosom two counsellors, both foolish and also antagonistic, of which the one we call pleasure, and the other pain. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Also, there are opinions about the future which have the general name of expectations, and the specific name of fear, when the expectation is of pain, and of hope when of pleasure. And further, there is reflection about the good or evil of them, and this, when embodied in a decree by the state, is called law. Cryneas. I am hardly able to follow you. Proceed, however, as if I were. Megilus. I am in the like case. Athenian stranger. Let us look at the matter in this way. May we not regard every living being as a puppet of the gods, which may be their plaything only, or may be created with a purpose? For that is a matter which we cannot certainly know. But this we know, that these affections in us are like cords and strings, which pull us different and opposite ways, and to opposite actions, and herein lies the difference between virtue and vice. The argument tells me that every man ought to follow one of these cords, and not let go, but pull with that against all the rest, and this is the sacred and golden cord of reason, called by us the common law of the state. There are others also which are hard and of iron, but this is soft because golden, and there are various other kinds. Now, we ought always to cooperate with the lead of the best, which is law, for inasmuch as reason is beautiful and gentle, and not violent, her rule must needs have ministers in order to help the golden principle in vanquishing the other principles. And thus the moral tale about our being puppets will not be lost, and the meaning of the expression, "superior or inferior to a man's self," will become clearer. As also that in this matter of pulling the strings of the puppet, cities as well as individuals should live according to reason, the individual attaining reason in himself, and the city receiving reason from some god, or from the legislator who knows, making that her law in her intercourse with herself and with other states. In this way, virtue and vice will be more clearly distinguished by us, and when this has become clearer, education and other institutions will in like manner become clearer, and in particular that question of convivial entertainment, which may seem perhaps to have been a very trifling matter, and to have taken a great many more words than were necessary. Cryneas. Perhaps, however, the theme may turn out not to be unworthy of the length of discourse. Athenian stranger. Very good. Let us proceed with any inquiry which really bears on our present object. Cryneas. Proceed. Athenian stranger. Suppose that we give this puppet of ours drink, what will be the effect on him? Cryneas. With what view do you ask that question? Athenian stranger. I will tell you hereafter what my view is. When the puppet is brought to the drink, what sort of result is likely to follow? I will endeavour to explain my meaning more clearly. What I am asking is this: does the drinking of wine heighten and increase pleasures and pains, and passions and loves? Cryneas. Very greatly. Athenian stranger. And are perception and memory and opinion and prudence heightened and increased? Do not these qualities entirely desert a man if he becomes saturated with drink? Cryneas. Yes, they entirely desert him. Athenian stranger. Does he not return to the state of the soul in which he was when a young child? Cryneas. To be sure. Athenian stranger. Then at that time he will have the least control over himself? Cryneas. The least. Athenian stranger. And will he not be in a most wretched plight? Cryneas. Most wretched. Athenian stranger. Then not only an old man, but also a drunkard becomes a second time a child? Cryneas. Well said, stranger. Athenian stranger. Will any argument prove to us that we ought to encourage such a state, and not do all that we can to avoid it? Cryneas. I suppose that there are arguments in defence of drinking. At any rate, you said just now that you were ready to maintain such a doctrine. Athenian stranger. True, I did say that, and I hold to my word, as you both declared that you were ready to hear me. Cryneas. To be sure, we will hear you, if only for the sake of the strangeness of the paradox, which asserts that a man ought of his own accord to plunge into utter degradation. Athenian stranger. Are you speaking of the soul? Cryneas. Yes. Athenian stranger. And what would you say about the body, my friend? When we think of deformity, leanness, ugliness, decrepitude, may we not wonder at any one being willing to incur that sort of thing? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Yet, when a man goes of his own accord to a doctor's shop, and takes medicine, is he not quite aware that soon, and for many days afterwards, he will be in a state of body which he would die rather than accept as the permanent condition of his life? Are not those who train in gymnasia at first beginning reduced to a state of weakness? Cryneas. Yes, all that is well known. Athenian stranger. Also that they go of their own accord for the sake of the subsequent benefit? Cryneas. Very good. Athenian stranger. And we may conceive this to be true in the same way of other practices? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And the same view may be taken of the pastime of drinking wine, if we are right in supposing that the same effect follows? Cryneas. To be sure. Athenian stranger. If such convivialities should turn out to have any like advantage, equal in importance to the bodily one, they are in their very nature to be preferred to mere bodily exercise, inasmuch as they have no accompaniment of pain. Cryneas. True, but I hardly think that we shall be able to discover anything of that sort in them. Athenian stranger. That is just what I am about to show. And let me ask you a question. Do we not distinguish two kinds of fear, which are all but opposites? Cryneas. What are they? Athenian stranger. There is the fear of expected evil. Cryneas. Yes. Athenian stranger. And there is the fear of an evil reputation. We are afraid of being thought evil because we do or say some dishonourable thing, which fear we and all men term shame. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. These are the two fears, as I called them, one of which is the opposite of pain and other fears, and the opposite also of the greatest and most numerous sort of pleasures. Cryneas. That is very true. Athenian stranger. And does not the legislator, and every one who is good for anything, hold this fear in the greatest honour? This is what he terms reverence, and the confidence, which is the reverse of this, he terms insolence, and the latter he always deems to be a very great evil, both to individuals and to states. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Does not this sort of fear preserve us in many important ways? And is there any single thing which equally gives victory and safety in war? For there are two things which give victory: confidence before enemies, and fear of disgrace before friends. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Then each of us should be fearless and also fearful, and what we fear or ought not to fear has been determined. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And when we want to make any one fearless, we and the law bring him face to face with many fears. Cryneas. Clearly. Athenian stranger. And when we want to make him rightly fearful, must we not bring him face to face with shamelessness, and exercise him in taking up arms against his own pleasures and overcoming them? Will he have to fight against and conquer his own cowardice, and in this way become perfected in valour? Since if he be unpractised and inexperienced in such conflicts, he will not be half the man which he might have been in respect of virtue. And are we to suppose that not he who has fought with the shameless and unrighteous temptations of his pleasures and lusts, and conquered them in earnest, and in play, and in every sort of way, word or work, will be perfectly temperate, but that perfect temperance will be attained by him who has no experiences of this sort? Cryneas. That would be very improbable. Athenian stranger. Suppose that some god had given a fear potion to men, and that the more a man drank of this, the more he regarded himself as the child of misfortune on every occasion of drinking, and that he feared everything happening or to happen to him, that at last the most courageous of men utterly lost his presence of mind for a time, and only came to himself again when he had slept off the influence of the draught. Cryneas. But do you know of any such draught, stranger, which is really to be found among men? Athenian stranger. I do not, but if there were, Might not such a draught have been of use to the legislator as a test of courage? Might we not go and say to him, O legislator, whether you are legislating for the Cretans, or the Spartans, or any other, would you not like to have a touchstone of the courage and cowardice of your citizens? Cryneas. That any one would allow. Athenian stranger. And you would rather have a touchstone in which there is no risk and no great danger than the reverse? Cryneas. That again no one will deny. Athenian stranger. And in order to make use of the draught, you would lead them amid such imaginary terrors, and prove them when the affection of fear was working upon them, and compel them to be fearless, exhorting and admonishing them, and honouring them, but dishonouring any one who will not be persuaded by you to be in all respects such as you command him. And if he underwent the trial well and manfully, you would let him go unscathed, but if ill, you would inflict a punishment upon him. Or would you abstain from using the potion altogether, although you have no reason for abstaining? Cryneas. He would be certain, stranger, to use the potion. Athenian stranger. This would be a mode of testing and training which would be wonderfully easy in comparison with those now in use, and might be applied to one person, or to a few, or indeed to any number, and he would do well who provided himself with the potion, which alone is of more efficacy than 10,000 other things, whether he preferred to be by himself in the wilderness, and there contend with his fears, because he was ashamed to be seen by the eye of man until he was perfect, or trusting to the force of his own nature and habits, and believing that he has been already disciplined sufficiently, he did not hesitate to train himself in company with his boon companions, and display his power in conquering the irresistible influence of the draught. His virtue being such that he never in any instance fell into any great unseemliness, but was always himself, and left off before he arrived at the last cup, fearing that he, like all other men, might be overcome by the potion. Cryneas. Yes, stranger, he too might do well and wisely in that way. Athenian stranger. Let us return to the lawgiver and say to him, well, lawgiver, there is certainly no such fear potion which man has either received from the gods or himself discovered, for witchcraft has no place at our board. But is there any potion which might serve as a test of overboldness and excessive and indiscreet boasting? Cryneas. I suppose that he will say yes, meaning that wine is such a potion. Athenian stranger. Is not the effect of this quite the opposite of the effect of the other? When a man drinks, he at first becomes more cheerful than he was before, and the more he drinks, the more he is filled full of brave hopes, and the opinion of his power, and at last the string of his tongue is loosened, and fancying himself wise, he is brimming over with lawlessness, and has no more fear or respect, and is ready to do or say anything. Cryneas. I think that any one will admit the truth of that description. Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Now let us remember, as we were saying, that there are two things which should be cultivated in the soul. First, the greatest courage; secondly, the greatest fear. Cryneas. Those you described as parts of reverence, if I am not mistaken. Athenian stranger. Thank you for reminding me. But now, as the habit of courage and fearlessness is to be trained amid fears, let us consider whether the opposite quality to fear is not also to be trained among opposites. Cryneas. I dare say. Athenian stranger. There are times and seasons at which we are by nature more than commonly valiant and bold. Now we ought to train ourselves on these occasions to be as free from impudence and shamelessness as possible, and to be afraid to say, or suffer, or do anything that is base. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Are not the moments in which we are apt to be bold and shameless such as these? When we are under the influence of anger, love, pride, ignorance, avarice, cowardice, or when wealth, beauty, strength, and all the intoxicating workings of pleasure madden us? What is better adapted than the festive use of wine, in the first place to test, and in the second place to train the character of a man, if care be taken in the use of it? What is there cheaper or more innocent? For do but consider which is the greater risk. Would you rather test a man of harsh and uncivil nature, out of which 10,000 acts of injustice arise, by making bargains with him, or by having him as a companion at the festival of Dionysus? Or would you, if you wanted to apply a touchstone to a man who is prone to love, entrust your wife, or your sons or daughters to him, perilling your dearest interests in order to have a view of the condition of his soul? I might add numberless particulars in which the advantage would be manifest of getting to know a character in sport, and without paying dearly for experience. And I do not believe that either a Cretan or any other man will doubt that such a test is a fair test, and safer, cheaper, and speedier than any other. Cryneas. That is certainly true. Athenian stranger. And this knowledge of the natures and habits of men's souls will be of the greatest use in that art which has the management of them. And that art, if I am not mistaken, is politics. Cryneas. Certainly. End of Book 1. Book 2. Athenian stranger. And now we have to consider whether the insight into human nature is the only advantage derived from well-ordered potations, or whether there are not other advantages greater and more to be desired still. There are, as the argument seems to imply, but how, and in what way, these are to be attained will have to be considered attentively, or we may be entangled in an error. Cryneas. Proceed. Athenian stranger. Let me once more recall our doctrine of right education, which, if I am not mistaken, depends on the due regulation of convivial intercourse. Cryneas. That is a great assumption. Athenian stranger. I maintain that pleasure and pain are the first perceptions of children, and that these are the forms under which virtue and vice are originally present to them. As to wisdom and true and fixed opinions, happy is the man who acquires them when declining in years, and he who possesses them, and the blessings which are contained in them is a perfect man. Now, I mean by education that training which is given by suitable habits to the first instincts of virtue in children, when pleasure and friendship and pain and hatred are rightly implanted in souls not yet capable of understanding the nature of them, and who find them, after they have attained reason, to be in harmony with her. This harmony of the soul, when perfected, is virtue. But the particular training in respect of pleasure and pain, which leads you always to hate what you ought to hate, and love what you ought to love, from the beginning to the end, may be separated off, and, in my view, will be rightly called education. Cryneas. I think, stranger, that you are quite right in all that you have said, and are saying about education. Athenian stranger. I am glad to hear you say that, for indeed the true discipline of pleasure and pain, which, when rightly ordered, is a principle of education, has been often relaxed and corrupted in human life, and the gods, pitying the toils which our race is born to undergo, have appointed holy festivals in which men alternate rest with labour, and have given them the Muses, and Apollo, the leader of the Muses, and Dionysus, as the partners in their revels, that they may improve what education they have at the festivals of the gods, and by their aid. I should like to know whether a common saying is true to nature or not. For what men say is that the young of all creatures cannot be quiet in their bodies or in their voices. They are always wanting to move and cry out, at one time leaping and skipping, and overflowing with sportiveness and delight at something, and then again uttering all sorts of cries. But whereas other animals have no perception of order or disorder in their movements, that is, of rhythm or harmony, as they are called, to us the gods, who, as we say, have been appointed to be our partners in the dance, have given the pleasurable sense of harmony and rhythm, and by this they stir us into life, and we follow them, and join hands with one another in dances and songs, and these they call choruses, which is a term naturally expressive of cheerfulness. Shall we begin, then, with the acknowledgment that education is first given through Apollo and the Muses? What do you say to that? Cryneas. I assent. Athenian stranger. And the uneducated is he who has not been trained in the chorus, and the educated is he who has been well trained. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And the chorus is made up of two parts, dance and song? Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Then he who is well educated will be able to sing and dance well? Cryneas. I suppose that he will. Athenian stranger. Let us see, what is this that we are saying? Cryneas. What are we saying? Athenian stranger. He sings well and dances well. Now, must we add that he sings what is good and dances what is good? Shall we make that addition? Cryneas. Let us add that. Athenian stranger. Well, and if he supposes the good to be good, and the bad to be bad, and makes use of them accordingly, what then? Shall we regard him as better trained in dancing and music, who is able to move his body and to use his voice in what is understood to be the right manner, but has no delight in good or hatred of evil? Or is he the better who is incorrect in gesture and voice, but is right in his sense of pleasure and pain, and welcomes what is good, and is offended at what is evil? Cryneas. There is a great difference, stranger, in the education of the two. Athenian stranger. If we know what is good in song and dance, then we know also who is rightly educated, and who is uneducated. But if we do not know this, then we certainly shall not know wherein lies the safeguard of education, and whether there is any or not. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Let us follow the scent like hounds, and go in pursuit of beauty of figure, and melody, and song, and dance. If these escape us, there will be no use in talking about true education, whether Hellenic or barbarian. Cryneas. Yes. Athenian stranger. And what is beauty of figure, or beautiful melody? When a manly soul is in trouble, and when a cowardly soul is in like case, are they likely to use the same figures and gestures, or to give utterance to the same sounds? Cryneas. How can they, when the very colours of their faces differ? Athenian stranger. Good, my friend, I may observe, however, in passing, that in music there certainly are figures, and there are melodies, and music is concerned with harmony and rhythm, so that you may speak of a melody or figure having rhythm or harmony. The term is correct enough, but you cannot speak correctly, as the masters of choruses have a way of talking metaphorically of the colour of a melody or figure, although you can speak of the melodies or figures of the brave and the coward, praising the one and censuring the other, and, not to be tedious, the figures and melodies which are expressive of virtue of soul or body, or of images of virtue, are, without exception, good, and those which are expressive of vice are the reverse of good. Cryneas, you are right in calling upon us to make that division. Athenian stranger, but are all of us equally delighted with every sort of dance? Cryneas, far otherwise. Athenian stranger, and what then is the cause of error or division among us? Are beautiful things not the same to us all, or are they the same in themselves, but not in our opinion of them? For no one will admit that forms of vice in the dance are more beautiful than forms of virtue, or that he himself delights in the forms of vice, and others in a muse of another character. And yet most persons say that the excellence of music is to give pleasure to our souls. But this is intolerable and blasphemous. There is, however, a more plausible account of the delusion. Cryneas, what is that? Athenian stranger, there is a way of making our likes and dislikes the criterion of excellence. Choric movements are imitations of manners occurring in various actions, chances, characters. Each particular is imitated, and those to whom the words, or songs, or dances are suited, either by nature or habit, or both, cannot help feeling pleasure in them, and applauding them, and calling them beautiful. But those whose natures, or ways, or habits are unsuited to them cannot delight in them or applaud them, and they call them base. There are others, again, whose natures are right and their habits wrong, or whose habits are right and their natures wrong, and they praise one thing, but are pleased at another. For they say that certain things are pleasant but not good, and in the presence of those whom they think wise, they are ashamed of dancing and singing in that fashion, or of deliberately lending their countenance to such proceedings, and yet they have a secret pleasure in them. Cryneas, very true. Athenian stranger, and is any harm done to the lover of vicious dances or songs, or any good done to the approver of the opposite sort of pleasure? Cryneas, I think that there is. Athenian stranger, I think is not the word, but I would say rather that I am certain. Must they not have the same effect as when a man is in evil company, whom he likes and approves rather than dislikes, and only censures them playfully as if he had a suspicion of his own badness? In that case, he who takes pleasure in them will surely become like those in whom he takes pleasure, even though he be ashamed to praise them. And what greater good or evil can any destiny ever make us undergo? Cryneas, I know of none. Athenian stranger, then, in a city which has, or in future ages is to have good laws, and having regard to the instruction and amusement which the Muses give, can we suppose that the poets are to be allowed to teach in the dance anything which the poet himself likes, in the way of rhythm, or melody, or words, to the children and youth of well-conditioned parents? is he to train his choruses as he pleases, without reference to virtue or vice? Cryneas. That is surely quite unreasonable, and is not to be thought of. Athenian stranger. And yet he may do this in almost any state, with the exception of Egypt. Cryneas. And how is this sort of thing regulated in Egypt? Athenian stranger. You will wonder when I tell you. Long ago they appear to have recognized the very principle of which we are now speaking, that their young citizens must be habituated to forms and strains of virtue. These they fixed, and exhibited the patterns of them in their temples, and no painter or artist is allowed to innovate upon them, or to leave the traditional forms and invent new ones. To this day no alteration is allowed either in these arts or in music at all. And you will find that their works of art are painted or moulded in the same forms which they had 10,000 years ago. This is literally true and no exaggeration. Their ancient paintings and sculptures are not a whit better or worse than the work of today, but are made with just the same skill. Cryneas. How extraordinary! Athenian stranger. I should rather say, how wise and worthy of a great legislator! I know that other things in Egypt are not so good, but this which I am telling you about music is true and deserving of consideration, because showing that a lawgiver may with perfect confidence institute melodies having a natural truth and correctness. This, however, must be the work of God, or of a divine person. In Egypt they have a tradition that their ancient chants are the composition of the goddess Isis, and therefore, as I was saying, if a person could only find in any way the natural melodies, he might confidently embody them in a legal and fixed order. For the love of novelty, which arises out of pleasure in the new and weariness of the old, has not strength enough to vitiate the consecrated form of the song and dance, under the plea that they have become antiquated. At any rate, in Egypt, the very reverse appears to be the case. Cryneas. That seems to be satisfactorily proved by your statement. Athenian stranger. May not the true use of music and choral festivities be described as follows? We rejoice when we think that we prosper, and again, we think that we prosper when we rejoice. Cryneas. Exactly. Athenian stranger. And when this is the case, we are unable to be still. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Our young men break forth into dancing and singing, and we who are their elders deem that we are fulfilling our part in life when we look on at them. Having lost the agility of youth, we delight in their sports and merrymaking, because we love to think of our former selves, and gladly institute contests for those who are able to awaken in us the memory of what we once were. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. People say that we ought to regard him as the wisest of men, and the winner of the palm, who gives us the greatest amount of pleasure and mirth. For when mirth is to be the order of the day, he ought to be honoured most, and, as I was saying, bear the palm, who gives most mirth to the greatest number. Now I want to know whether this is a true way of speaking or of acting. Cryneas. Possibly. Athenian stranger. But, my dear friend, let us distinguish between different cases, and not be hasty in forming a judgment. One way of considering the question will be to imagine a festival at which there are entertainments of all sorts, including gymnastic, musical, or equestrian contests. The citizens are assembled, and proclamation is made that any one who likes may enter the lists, and that he is to bear the palm who gives the most pleasure to the spectators. There is to be no regulation about the manner how, but he who is most successful in giving pleasure is to be crowned victor, and is deemed to be the pleasantest of the candidates. What is likely to be the result of such a proclamation?
Cryneas. In what respect? Athenian stranger. There would be various exhibitions. The Homeric bard would exhibit a rhapsody, another a performance on the lute. One would have a tragedy, and another a comedy. Nor would there be anything astonishing in some one imagining that he could gain the prize by exhibiting a puppet show. Suppose these competitors to meet, and not these only, but innumerable others as well. Can you tell me who ought to be the victor? Cryneas. I do not see how I can answer that until I have myself heard the several competitors. The question is absurd. Athenian stranger. Well then, shall I answer the question which you declare to be absurd? Cryneas. By all means. Athenian stranger. If very small children are to determine the question, they will decide for the puppet show. Cryneas. Of course. Athenian stranger. The older children will be advocates of comedy. Educated women and young men and people in general will favour tragedy. Cryneas. Very likely. Athenian stranger. And I believe that we old men would have the greatest pleasure in hearing a rhapsodist recite well the Iliad and Odyssey, or one of the Hesiodic poems. Now, who would really be the conqueror? That is the question. Cryneas. Yes. Athenian stranger. Clearly, you and I will be compelled to reply that the old men are right. Their way of thinking is far better than any other which now prevails in the world. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Thus far I too should agree with the many, that the excellence of music is to be measured by pleasure, but the pleasure must not be that of chance persons. The fairest music is that which delights the best and best educated, and especially that which delights the one man who is preeminent in virtue and education. And therefore the judges will require virtue. They must possess wisdom and also courage, for the true judge ought not to learn from the theatre, nor ought he to be panic-stricken at the clamour of the many and his own incapacity, nor again, knowing the truth, ought he through cowardice and unmanliness carelessly to deliver a false judgment out of the very same lips which have just appealed to the gods before he judged. He is sitting, not as the disciple of the theatre, but in his proper place, as their instructor, and he ought to be the enemy of all pandering to the pleasure of the spectators. The ancient and common custom of Hellas, which still prevails in Italy and Sicily, did certainly leave the judgment to the body of spectators, who determined the victor by the show of hands. Yet this custom has been the destruction of the poets, for they now compose with a view to please the bad taste of their judges, and the result is that the spectators instruct themselves, which has been the ruin of the theatre. When they ought to be hearing of characters of a higher stamp than their own, and receiving a higher pleasure, they are affected in an entirely opposite manner. Now, what is the inference to be deduced from all this? Shall I tell you? Cryneas. What? Athenian stranger. The inference at which we arrive for the third or fourth time is, that education is the constraining and directing of youth towards that right reason which the law affirms, and which the experience of the best of our elders has agreed to be truly right. In order, then, that the soul of the child may not be habituated to feel joy and sorrow in a manner at variance with the law, and those who obey the law, but may rather follow the law, and rejoice and sorrow at the same things as the aged— in order, I say, to produce this effect, songs appear to have been invented, which are really charms, and are designed to implant that harmony of which we speak. And because the mind of the child is incapable of enduring serious training, they are called plays or songs, and are performed in play, just as when men are sick and ailing in their bodies, their attendants give them wholesome diet in pleasant meats and drinks, but unwholesome diet in disagreeable things, in order that they may learn to like the one as they ought, and to dislike the other. And in like manner the true legislator will persuade, and if he cannot persuade, will compel the poet to express as he ought, by fair and noble words, in his rhythms, the figures, and in his melodies, the music of temperate and brave, and in every way good men. Cryneas. And do you really imagine, stranger, that this is the way in which poets generally compose in states at the present day? As far as I can observe, there is nothing of the sort, except among us and the Lacedaemonians. As you now tell me, in other places, novelties are always being introduced in dancing and in music, generally not under the authority of any law, but at the instigation of lawless pleasure. And these pleasures are so far from being the same, as you describe the Egyptian to be, or having the same principles, that they are never the same. Athenian stranger. Most true, Clynias, and I dare say that I may have expressed myself obscurely, and so led you to imagine that I was speaking of the state of things which exists at present, whereas I was saying what I wished about music, and hence there occurred a misapprehension on your part. For when evils are irremediable and excessive, the task of censuring them is never pleasant, although at times necessary. But as we do not really differ, will you let me ask you whether you maintain that such institutions are more prevalent among you and the Cretans than among the other Hellenes? Clynias. Certainly they are. Athenian stranger. And if they were extended to the other Hellenes, would that be an improvement? Clynias. There would be a very great improvement, if the customs which prevailed among them were such as prevail among us and the Lacedaemonians, and such as you were just now saying ought to prevail. Athenian stranger. Let us see whether we understand one another. Are not the principles of education and music which prevail among you as follows? You compel your poets to say that the good man, if he be temperate and just, is fortunate and happy, and this whether he be great and strong, or small and weak, and whether he be rich or poor; and that, on the other hand, if he have a wealth passing that of Cynirus or Midas, and be unjust, he is miserable and lives in pain. As the poet says, and truly, I sing not, I care not, about him who accomplishes all the noble things of which he speaks. Not having justice, let him be just who draws near and smites his enemies. But if he be an unjust man, I would not have him look calmly upon bloody death, nor surpass in swiftness the Thracian Boreas, and let no other thing that is called good ever be his. For the goods, of which the many speak, are not really good. First in the catalogue is placed health, beauty next, wealth third, and then innumerable others, as for example, to have a quick sight or hearing, and, in general, clear perceptions, or again to be a tyrant and do as you like. and the final consummation of happiness is to have acquired all these things, and, as soon as you are possessed of them, to be immortal. But you and I say that, while to the just and holy all these things are the best of possessions, to the unjust they are the greatest of evils, including even health. For, in truth, sight and hearing and perception, and to live at all, having all the goods which I have mentioned, without justice and virtue, is the greatest of evils, if life be immortal, but not so great if the bad man lives a very short time. These are the truths of which you must persuade your poets, or, if they will not be persuaded, must compel them to sing with suitable accompaniments of harmony and rhythm, and in these they must train up your youth. Am I not right? For I plainly declare that evils, as they are termed, are goods to the unjust, and only evils to the just, and that goods are truly good to the good, but evil to the evil. Then let me ask again, are you and I agreed about this? Cryneas, I think that in some things we agree, in others not. Athenian stranger. When a man has health and wealth and a tyranny which lasts, and adds to all this surpassing strength and courage and immortality, and has none of the so-called evils which counterbalance these goods, but only the injustice and insolence of his own nature, I can scarcely make you believe that such a one is miserable rather than happy? Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. And what more shall I say? Suppose that he be valiant and strong, and fair and rich, and does throughout his whole life whatever he likes. Still, if he be injurious and insolent, must he not lead a base life? You will surely grant that he must. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And an evil life, too. Cryneas. I am not equally disposed to grant that. Athenian stranger. Will he not live painfully and to his own disadvantage? Cryneas. How can I possibly admit that? Athenian stranger. How? In reply, I can only pray that heaven would give us the spirit of agreement and not of disagreement. For to me, dear Cryneas, the truth of what I am saying is plainer than the fact that Crete is an island. And if I were a lawgiver, I would try to make the poets and all the citizens speak in this strain, and I would inflict very heavy penalties on any one in all the land who should dare to say that there are bad men who lead pleasant lives, or that the profitable and gainful is one thing, and the just another. And there are many other matters about which I should make my citizens speak in another strain from the Cretans and Lacedaemonians of this age, and I may say, indeed, from the world in general. For tell me, I entreat you, O best of men, by Zeus and Apollo, if I were to ask these very gods, who were your legislators, is not the most just life also the pleasantest? Or are there two lives, one of which is the juster, and the other the pleasanter? And they say that there are two. Then I would further ask them, that would be the right way of pursuing the inquiry, which are the happier, those who lead the justest, or those who lead the pleasantest life? If they were to reply, those who lead the pleasantest life, that would be a very strange answer, which I should not like to put into the mouth of God. The words will come with more propriety from the lips of fathers and legislators, and therefore I will repeat my former questions to one of them, and suppose him to say again that he who leads the pleasantest life is the happiest. And to that I rejoin, O my father, did you not wish me to live as happily as possible? And yet you also never cease telling me that I should live as justly as possible. Now, here the legislator or father will be in a strange position, and will in vain endeavour to be consistent with himself. But if he were to declare that the justest life is also the happiest, every one hearing him would inquire, if I am not mistaken, what is that good and noble principle in life which the law approves, and which is superior to pleasure and pain? For what good can the just man have which is separated from pleasure? Shall we say that glory and fame coming from gods and men is good and noble, but unpleasant and infamy the contrary of this? Certainly not, sweet legislator. Or shall we say that the not doing and not suffering of wrong is unpleasant, but good and honourable, and that the contrary is pleasant, but evil and base? Cryneas. Impossible. Athenian stranger. The view which identifies the pleasant and the just and the good and the noble has an excellent moral and religious tendency, and the opposite view is most at variance with the designs of the legislator, and, in his opinion, infamous, for no one, if he can help, will be persuaded to do that which gives him more pain than pleasure. But as distant prospects are apt to make the world spin round us, especially in childhood, the legislator will try to purge away the darkness and exhibit the truth. He will persuade the citizens, in some way or other, by customs and praises and words, that just and unjust are opposed to one another as shadow and light, and that, seen from the point of view of a man's own evil and injustice, the unjust appears pleasant, and the just unpleasant, but that, seen from the point of view of the just, the very opposite is the appearance which they wear. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. And which may be supposed to be the truer judgment, that of the inferior or of the better soul? Cryneas. Surely that of the better soul. Athenian stranger. Then the unjust life must not only be more base and depraved, but also more unpleasant than the just and holy life. Cryneas. That seems to be implied in the present argument. Athenian stranger. And even supposing this were otherwise, and not as the argument has proven, still the lawgiver, who is worth anything, if he ever ventures to tell a lie to the young for their good, could not invent a more useful lie than this, or one which will have a better effect in making them do what is right, not on compulsion, but voluntarily. Cryneas. Truth, stranger, is a noble thing, and a lasting, but a thing of which men are hard to be persuaded. Athenian stranger. And yet the story of the Sidonian Cadmus, which is so improbable, has been readily believed, and also innumerable other tales. Cryneas. What is that story? Athenian stranger. The story of armed men springing up after the sowing of teeth, that the legislator may take as a proof that he can persuade the minds of the young of anything, so that he has only to reflect and find out what belief will be of the greatest public advantage, and then use all his efforts to make the whole community utter one and the same word in their songs and tales and discourses all their life long. But if you do not agree with me, there is no reason why you should not argue on the other side. Cryneas. I do not see that any argument can fairly be raised by either of us against what you are now saying. Athenian stranger. The next suggestion which I have to offer is, that all our three choruses shall sing to the young and tender souls of children, reciting in their strains all the noble thoughts of which we have already spoken, or are about to speak, and the sum of them shall be, that the life which is by the gods deemed to be the happiest is the holiest. We shall affirm this to be a most certain truth, and the minds of our young disciples will be more likely to receive these words of ours than any others which we might address to them. Cryneas. I assent to what you say. Athenian stranger. First will enter in their natural order the sacred choir composed of children, which is to sing lustily the heaven-taught law to the whole city. Next will follow the choir of young men under the age of 30, who will call upon the god Paean to be the witness of their words, and will pray him to be gracious to the youth, and to turn their hearts. Thirdly, the choir of elder men, who are from 30 to 60 years of age, will also sing. There remain those who are too old to sing, and they will tell stories, illustrating the same virtues, as with the voice of an oracle. Cryneas. Who are those who compose the third choir, stranger? For I do not clearly understand whom you mean. Athenian stranger. And yet almost all that I have been saying has been said with a view to them. Cryneas. Will you try to be a little plainer? Athenian stranger. I was speaking at the commencement of our discourse, as you will remember, of the fiery nature of young creatures. I said that they were unable to keep quiet, either in limb or voice, and that they called out and jumped about in a disorderly manner, and that no other animal attained to any perception of order, but man only. Now, the order of motion is called rhythm, and the order of the voice, in which high and low are duly mingled, is called harmony, and both together are termed choric song. And I said that the gods had pity on us, and gave us Apollo and the Muses to be our playfellows and leaders in the dance. And Dionysus, as I dare say that you will remember, was the third. Cryneas. I quite remember. Athenian stranger. Thus far I have spoken of the chorus of Apollo and the Muses, and I have still to speak of the remaining chorus, which is that of Dionysus. Cryneas. How is that arranged? There is something strange at any rate, on first hearing, in a Dionysiac chorus of old men, if you really mean that those who are above 30, and maybe 50, or from 50 to 60 years of age, are to form a dance in his honour. Athenian stranger. That is quite true, and I think with you that some explanation is required of the reasonableness of this proposal. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Are we agreed thus far? Cryneas. About what? Athenian stranger. That every man and boy, slave and free, both sexes, and the whole city, should never cease charming themselves with the strains of which we have spoken, and that there should be every sort of change and variation of them in order to take away the effect of sameness, so that the singers may always receive pleasure from their hymns, and may never weary of them. Cryneas. Who will not agree to this? Athenian stranger. Where then will that best part of our city, which, by reason of age and intelligence, has the greatest influence, sing these fairest of strains, and thus do the greatest good? Shall we be so foolish as to let them off who would give us the most beautiful, and also the most useful of songs? Cryneas. But we cannot let them off, that is already implied. Athenian stranger. Then how can our purpose be suitably accomplished? Let us see. Cryneas. How? Athenian stranger. When a man is advancing in years, he no longer likes to sing. He has no pleasure in his own performances, and if compulsion is used, he will be more and more ashamed, the older and more discreet he grows. Is not this true? Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Well, and will he not be yet more ashamed if he has to stand up and sing in the theatre to a mixed audience? And if he is required to do this, like the other choirs who contend for prizes, and have been trained under a singing master, when he is 30 and hungry, he will certainly have a feeling of shame and discomfort which will make him very unwilling to exhibit. Cryneas. That cannot be doubted. Athenian stranger. How then shall we reassure him and get him to sing? Shall we begin by enacting that boys shall not taste wine at all until they are 18 years of age? We will tell them that fire must not be poured upon fire, whether in the body or in the soul, until they begin to go to labour. This is a precaution against the excitableness of youth. Afterwards they may taste wine in moderation up to the age of 30, but while a man is young he should abstain altogether from intoxication and excess of wine. When at length he has reached 40 years, and is feasted at public banquets, he may invite not only the other gods, but Dionysus above all, to the mystery and festivity of the elder men, making use of the wine which he has given them to be the cure of the sourness of old age, that in age we may renew our youth and forget our sorrows, and also in order that the nature of the soul, like iron melted in the fire, may become softer and more impressible. In the first place, will not any whose heart is warm within him be more ready and less ashamed to sing? I do not say before a large audience, but before a moderate number, nor among strangers, but among his familiars, and, as we have often said, charm himself in song. Cryneas. He will be far more ready. Athenian stranger. There will be no impropriety in using such a method of persuading them to join in song? Cryneas. None at all. Athenian stranger. And what strain will they sing, and what muse will they hymn? The strain should clearly be one suitable to them. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And what strain is suitable for heroes? Shall they sing a choric strain? Cryneas. Truly, stranger, we of Crete and Lacedaemon know no strain other than that which we have learnt and been accustomed to sing in our chorus. Athenian stranger. I dare say, for you have never acquired the knowledge of the most beautiful sort of song in your military way of life, which is modelled after the camp, and is not like that of dwellers in cities, and you have your young men herding and feeding together like young colts. No one takes his own individual colt and drags him away from his fellows against his will, raging and foaming, and gives him a groom for him alone, and trains and rubs him down privately, and gives him the qualities in education which will make him not only a good soldier, but also a governor of a state and of cities. Such a one, as we were saying at first, would be a greater warrior than him of whom Tertius sings, and he would honour courage everywhere, but always as the fourth, and not as the first part of virtue, either in individuals or states. Cryneas. Once more, stranger, I must complain that you depreciate our lawgivers. Athenian stranger. Not intentionally, if at all, my good friend, but whither the argument leads, thither let us follow. For if there be indeed some strain of song more beautiful than that of the choruses or the public theatres, I should like to impart it to those who, as we say, are ashamed of any ordinary strain, and want to have the best. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. In all things which have an accompanying charm, either this very charm is the chief part of their good, or secondly, there is some truth, or thirdly, profit in them. For example, I should say that there is a charm which accompanies eating and drinking, and the use of food in general, and this we call pleasure. But that which we term the rightness and utility of the things served up to us, or, more precisely, their healthful quality, is also their highest rectitude. Clynias. Very true. Athenian stranger. Thus too I should say that learning has a certain accompanying charm which is the pleasure, and that the right and the profitable, the good and the noble, are qualities given by the truth. Clynias. Exactly. Athenian stranger. And so, in the imitative arts, which make likenesses, if they succeed in this, and are accompanied by pleasure, may not their works be said to have a charm? Clynias. Yes. Athenian stranger. But equal proportions, whether of quality or quantity, and not pleasure, speaking generally, would give them truth or rightness? Clynias. Yes. Athenian stranger. Then that only can be rightly judged by the standard of pleasure, which makes or furnishes no utility, or truth, or similarity, nor, on the other hand, is productive of any hurtful quality, but exists solely for the sake of the accompanying charm, and the term pleasure is most appropriately used when these other qualities are absent? Clynias. You are speaking of harmless pleasure, are you not? Athenian stranger. Yes, and this I term amusement, when doing neither harm nor good in any degree worth speaking of. Clynias. Very true. Athenian stranger. Then, upon these principles, we must assert that imitation is not to be judged of by pleasure and false opinion, and this is true also of equality. For the equal is not equal, or the symmetrical symmetrical, because somebody thinks or likes something, but they are to be judged of by the standard of truth, and by no other whatever. Clynias. Quite true. Athenian stranger. Do we not regard all music as representative and imitative? Clynias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Then, when any one says that music is to be judged of by pleasure, this cannot be admitted. And if there be any music of which pleasure is the criterion, such music is not to be sought out or deemed to have any real excellence, but only that other kind of music which is an imitation of the good. Clynias. Very true. Athenian stranger. And those who seek for the best kind of song and music ought not to seek for that which is pleasant, but for that which is true. And the truth of imitation consists, as we were saying, in rendering the thing imitated according to quantity and quality. Clynias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And everyone will admit that musical compositions are all imitative and representative. Will not poets and spectators and actors all agree in this? Clynias. They will. Athenian stranger. Surely then he who would judge correctly must know what each composition is. For if he does not know what is the character and meaning of the piece, and what it represents, he will never discern whether the intention is true or false. Clynias. Certainly not. Athenian stranger. And will he who does not know what is true be able to distinguish what is good and bad? I am not very clear, and perhaps you will understand me better if I put the matter in another way. Clynias. How is that? Athenian stranger. There are 10,000 likenesses of objects of sight? Clynias. Yes. Athenian stranger. And can he who does not know what the exact object is which is imitated, ever know whether the resemblance is truthfully executed? I mean, for example, whether a statue has the proportions of a body, and the true situation of the parts, what those proportions are, and how the parts fit into one another in due order, also their colours and conformations, or whether this is all confused in the execution. Do you think that any one can know about this who does not know what the animal is which has been imitated? Clynias. Impossible. Athenian stranger. But even if we know that the thing pictured or sculptured is a man, who has received at the hand of the artist all his proper parts and figures and colours, must we not also know whether the work is beautiful, or in any respect deficient in beauty? Cryneas. If this were not required, stranger, we should all of us be judges of beauty. Athenian stranger. Very true. And may we not say that in everything imitated, whether in drawing, music, or any other art, he who is to be a competent judge must possess three things? He must know, in the first place, of what the imitation is; secondly, he must know that it is true; and thirdly, that it has been well executed in words and melodies and rhythms. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Then let us not faint in discussing the peculiar difficulty of music. Music is more celebrated than any other kind of imitation, and therefore requires the greatest care of them all. For if a man makes a mistake here, he may do himself the greatest injury by welcoming evil dispositions, and the mistake may be very difficult to discern, because the poets are artists very inferior in character to the Muses themselves, who would never fall into the monstrous error of assigning to the words of men the gestures and songs of women, nor combine the melodies and gestures of free men with the rhythms of slaves and men of the baser sort, or, beginning with the rhythms and gestures of free men, assign to them a melody or words which are of an opposite character; nor would they mix up the voices and sounds of animals and of men and instruments, and every other sort of noise, as if they were all one. But human poets are fond of introducing this sort of inconsistent mixture, and thus make themselves ridiculous in the eyes of those who, as Orpheus says, have attained maturity in their pleasures. The experienced see all this confusion, and yet the poets go on and make still further havoc by separating the rhythm and the figure of the dance from the melody, setting words to metre without music, and also separating the melody and rhythm from the words, using the lyre or the flute alone. For when there are no words, it is very difficult to recognize the meaning of the harmony and rhythm, or to see that any worthy object is imitated by them. And we must acknowledge that all this sort of thing, which aims only at swiftness and smoothness and a brutish noise, and uses the flute and the lyre not as the mere accompaniments of the dance and song, is exceedingly rude and coarse. The use of either, when unaccompanied by the others, leads to every sort of irregularity and trickery. This is all true enough, but we are considering not how our choristers, who are from 30 to 50 years of age, and may be over 50, are not to use the Muses, but how they are to use them. And the considerations which we have urged seem to show in what way these 50-years-old choristers who are to sing may be expected to be better trained. For they need to have a quick perception and knowledge of harmonies and rhythms, otherwise how will they ever know which melodies would be rightly sung to the Dorian mode, or to the rhythm which the poet has assigned to them? Cryneas. Clearly they cannot. Athenian stranger. The common people are ridiculous in imagining that they know what is in proper harmony and rhythm, and what is not, when they can only be made to sing and step in rhythm by sheer force. They never consider that they do not know what they are about. Now, every melody is right when suitably accompanied, and wrong when unsuitably. Cryneas. That is most certain. Athenian stranger. But can a man who does not know a thing, as we were saying, know that the thing is right? Cryneas. Impossible. Athenian stranger. Then now, as would appear, we are making the discovery that our newly appointed choristers, whom we hereby invite, and in a manner compel to sing, but of their own free will, must be educated to such an extent as to be able to follow the steps of rhythm and the notes of song, that they may know the harmonies and rhythms, and be able to select what are suitable for men of their age and character to sing, and may sing them, and from this receive innocent pleasure themselves, and also lead younger men to receive with dutiful delight good dispositions. Having such training, they will attain a more accurate knowledge than falls to the lot of the common people, or even of the poets themselves. For the poet need not know the third point, namely, whether the imitation is good or not, though he can hardly help knowing the laws of melody and rhythm. But the aged chorus must know all the three, that they may choose the best, and that which is nearest to the best, for otherwise they will never be able to charm the souls of young men in the way of virtue. And now the original design of the argument, which was intended to bring eloquent aid to the chorus of Dionysus, has been accomplished to the best of our ability. And let us see whether we were right. I should imagine that a drinking assembly is likely to become more and more tumultuous as the drinking goes on. This, as we were saying at first, will certainly be the case. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Every man has a more than natural elevation. His heart is glad within him, and he will say anything, and will be restrained by nobody at such a time. He fancies that he is able to rule over himself and all mankind. Cryneas. Quite true. Athenian stranger. Were we not saying that on such occasions the souls of the drinkers become like iron heated in the fire, and grow softer and younger, and are easily fashioned by him who knows how to educate and fashion them, just as when they were young, and that this fashioner of them is the same who prescribed for them in the days of their youth, namely, the good legislator, and that he ought to enact laws of the banquet which, when a man is confident, bold, and impudent, and unwilling to wait his turn of silence and speech, and drinking and music, will change his character into the opposite. Such laws as will infuse into him a just and noble fear, which will take up arms at the approach of insolence, being that divine fear which we have called reverence and shame. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. And the calm and sober generals of others who are not sober are the guardians of these laws and fellow workers with them, and without their help there is greater difficulty in fighting against drink than in fighting against enemies, when the commander of an army is not himself calm, and he who is unwilling to obey them and the commanders of Dionysiac feasts, who are more than 60 years of age, shall suffer a disgrace as great as he who disobeys military leaders, or even greater. Cryneas. Right. Athenian stranger. If then drinking and amusement were regulated in this way, would not the companions of our revels be improved? They would part better friends than they were, and not, as now, enemies. Their whole intercourse would be regulated by law, and the sober would be the leaders of those who are not sober. Cryneas. I think so, too, if drinking were regulated as you propose. Athenian stranger. Let us not, then, simply censure the gift of Dionysus as bad and unfit to be received into the state. For wine has many excellences, and one preeminent one, about which there is a difficulty in speaking to the many, from a fear of their misconceiving and misunderstanding what is said. Cryneas. What is that? Athenian stranger. There is a tradition or story which has somehow gone about the world, that Dionysus was robbed of his wits by his stepmother Hera, and that in revenge for this he inspires Bacchic furies and dancing madnesses in others, for which reason he gave men wine. Such traditions concerning the gods I leave to those who think that they may be safely uttered, But this I know, that no animal is born having that degree or kind of intelligence which he is destined to have in maturity, and in the intermediate period, in which he has not yet acquired his own proper sense, he rages and roars without rhyme or reason, and when he has once got on his legs, he jumps about without rhyme or reason. And this, as you will remember, has been already said by us to be the origin of music and gymnastic. Cleinias. To be sure, I remember. Athenian stranger. And did we not say that the sense of harmony and rhythm sprang from this beginning among men, and that among the gods, Apollo and the Muses and Dionysus were the gods whom we had to thank for them? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. The other story implied that wine was given man out of revenge, and in order to make him mad. But our present doctrine, on the contrary, is that wine was given him as a balm, and in order to implant modesty in the soul, and health and strength in the body. Cleinias. That, stranger, is exactly what was said. Athenian stranger. Then half the subject may now be considered to have been discussed. Shall we proceed to the consideration of the other half, or leave that? Cleinias. What is the other half, and how do you divide the subject? Athenian stranger. The whole choral art is also, in our view, the whole of education, and of this art, rhythms and harmonies having to do with the voice form a part. Cleinias. Yes. Athenian stranger. And the movement of the body and the movement of the voice have a common form, which is rhythm, but they differ in that the one is gesture and the other song. Cleinias. Most true. Athenian stranger. And the sound of the voice which reaches and educates the soul we have ventured to term music. Cleinias. True. Athenian stranger. And the movement of the body which, when regarded as an amusement, we termed dancing, when pursued with a view to the improvement of the body, according to rules of art, may be called gymnastic. Cleinias. Quite true. Athenian stranger. Music, which was one half of the choral art, may again be said to have been completely discussed. Shall we proceed to the other half, or not? What would you like? Cleinias. My good friend, when you are talking with a Cretan and Lacedaemonian, and we have discussed music and not gymnastic, what answer are either of us likely to make to you? Athenian stranger. That question is pretty much of an answer, and I understand and accept what you say both as an answer and also as a command to proceed with gymnastic. Cleinias. You quite understand me. Do as you say. Athenian stranger. I will, and there will be small difficulty in speaking intelligibly to you about a subject with which both of you are far more familiar than with music. Cleinias. That is very true. Athenian stranger. Is not the origin of gymnastics, too, to be sought in the tendency to rapid motion, which exists in all animals? Man, as we were saying, having attained the sense of rhythm, created and invented dancing, and melody arousing and awakening rhythm, both united formed the choral art. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. And one part of this subject has been already discussed by us, and there remains another part to be discussed. Cleinias. Exactly. Athenian stranger. I have first to add a crown to my discourse about drink, if you do not object. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian stranger. I would say that if a city seriously means to adopt this practice of drinking, under due regulation, and with a view to the enforcement of temperance, and in like manner, and on the same principle will allow of other pleasures, designing to gain the victory over them, in this way all of them may be used. But if the state makes only an amusement of it, and whoever likes may drink whenever he likes, and with whom he likes, and add to this any other indulgences, I shall never agree or allow that this city or this man should adopt such a usage of drinking. I would go farther than the Cretans and Lacedaemonians, and am disposed rather to the law of the Carthaginians, that no one, while he is on a campaign, should be allowed to taste wine at all. But I would say that he should drink water during all that time, and that in the city no slave, male or female, should ever drink wine, and that no rulers should drink during their year of office, nor pilots of vessels, nor judges while on duty should taste wine at all, nor any one who is going to hold a consultation about any matter of importance, nor in the daytime at all, unless in consequence of exercise or as medicine, nor again at night, when any one, either man or woman, is minded to get children. There are numberless other cases also in which those who have good sense and good laws ought not to drink wine, so that if what I say is true, no city will need many vineyards. Their husbandry and their way of life in general will follow an appointed order, and their cultivation of the vine will be the most limited and moderate of their employments. And this, stranger, shall be the crown of my discourse about wine, if you agree. Cryneas. Excellent. We agree. End of Book 2. Part 1 of Book 3. Athenian stranger. Enough of this. And what then is to be regarded as the origin of government? Will not a man be able to judge best from a point of view in which he may behold the progress of states and their transitions to good or evil? Cryneas. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. I mean that he might watch them from the point of view of time, and observe the changes which take place in them during infinite ages. Cryneas. How is that? Athenian stranger. Why, do you think that you can reckon the time which has elapsed since cities first existed, and men were citizens of them? Cryneas. Hardly. Athenian stranger. But you are sure that it must be vast and incalculable? Cryneas. Quite true. Athenian stranger. And have there not been thousands and thousands of cities which have come into being and perished during this period? And has not every place had endless forms of government, and been sometimes rising, and at other times falling, and again improving or waning? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Let us endeavour to ascertain the cause of these changes, for that will probably explain the first origin and succession of states. Cryneas. Very good. You shall endeavour to impart your thoughts to us, and we will make an effort to understand you. Athenian stranger. Do you believe that there is any truth in ancient traditions? Cryneas. What traditions? Athenian stranger. The traditions about the many destructions of mankind which have been occasioned by deluges and diseases and in many other ways, and of the preservation of a remnant. Cryneas. Every one is disposed to believe them. Athenian stranger. Let us imagine one of them. I will take the famous one which was caused by a deluge. Cryneas. What are we to think about that? Athenian stranger. I mean to say that those who then escaped would only be hill shepherds, small sparks of the human race preserved on the tops of mountains. Cryneas. Clearly.
Athenian stranger. Such survivors would necessarily be unacquainted with the arts of those who live in cities, and with the various devices which are suggested to them by interest or ambition, and all the wrongs which they contrive against one another. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Let us suppose, then, that the cities in the plain and on the sea-coast were utterly destroyed at that time. Cryneas. Let us suppose that. Athenian stranger. Would not all implements perish, and every other excellent invention of political or any other sort of wisdom utterly fail at that time? Cryneas. Why, yes, my friend. And if things had always continued as they are at present ordered, how could any discovery have ever been made even in the least particular? For it is evident that the arts were unknown during thousands and thousands of years, and no more than 1,000 or 2,000 years have elapsed since the discoveries of Daedalus, Orpheus, and Palamedes, since Marsyas and Olympus invented music, and Amphion the lyre, not to speak of numberless other inventions which are but of yesterday. Athenian stranger. Have you forgotten, Cryneas, the name of a friend who is really of yesterday? Cryneas. I suppose that you mean Epimenides? Athenian stranger. The same, my friend, for his ingenuity does indeed far overleap the heads of all your great men. What Hesiod had theorized about long before, he converted into a fact, as you declare. Cryneas. Yes, that is our tradition. Athenian stranger. After the great destruction, may we not suppose that the state of man was something of this sort? There was a fearful, illimitable desert, and a vast expanse of land. A herd or two of oxen would be the only survivors of the animal world, and there might be a few goats, hardly enough to support the life of those who tended them in the beginning of things. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. And of cities or governments or legislation, about which we are now talking, do you suppose that they could have any recollection at all? Cryneas. They could not. Athenian stranger. And out of this state of things has there not sprung all that we now are and have, cities and governments, and arts and laws, and a great deal of vice, and a great deal of virtue? Cryneas. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. Why, my good friend, how can we possibly suppose that those who knew nothing of all the good and evil of cities could have attained their full development, whether of virtue or of vice? Cryneas. I understand your meaning, and you are quite right. Athenian stranger. But as time advanced and the race multiplied, the world came to be what the world is. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Doubtless the change was not made all in a moment, but little by little during a very long period of time. Cryneas. That is to be supposed. Athenian stranger. At first they would have a natural fear ringing in their ears, which would prevent their descending from the heights into the plain. Cryneas. Of course. Athenian stranger. The fewness of the survivors would make them desirous of intercourse with one another, but then the means of travelling, either by land or sea, would have been almost entirely lost, as I may say, with the loss of the arts, and there would be great difficulty in getting at one another, for iron and brass and all metals would have become confused, and would have disappeared, nor would there be any possibility of extracting them, and they would have no means of felling timber. Even if you suppose that some implements might have been preserved in the mountains, they would quickly have worn out and disappeared, and there would be no more of them until the art of metallurgy had again revived. Cryneas. There could not have been. Athenian stranger. In how many generations would this be attained? Cryneas. Clearly, not for many generations. Athenian stranger. During this period, and for some time afterwards, all the arts which require iron and brass and the like would disappear? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Faction and war would also have died out in those days, and for many reasons. Cryneas. How would that be? Athenian stranger. In the first place, the desolation of these primitive men would create in them a feeling of affection and friendship towards one another, and in the second place, they would have no occasion to fight for their subsistence, for they would have pasture in abundance, except just at first, and in some particular cases. On this pasture land they would mostly support life in that primitive age, having plenty of milk and flesh, and procuring other food by the chase, not to be despised either in quantity or quality. They would also have abundance of clothing and bedding, and dwellings and utensils either capable of standing on the fire or not, for the plastic and weaving arts do not require any use of iron. God has given these two arts to man in order to provide him with necessaries, that, when reduced to their last extremity, the human race may still grow and increase. Hence, in those days there was no great poverty, nor was poverty a cause of difference among men, and rich they could not be, if they had no gold and silver, and such at that time was their condition. And the community which has neither poverty nor riches will always have the noblest principles. There is no insolence or injustice, nor again are there any contentions or envyings among them, and therefore they were good, and also because of what would be termed the simplicity of their natures, for what they heard of the nature of good and evil in their simplicity they believed to be true, and practised. No one had the wit to suspect another of a falsehood, as men do now, but what they heard about gods and men they believed to be true, and lived accordingly, and therefore they were in all respects such as we have described them. Cryneas. That quite accords with my views, and with those of my friend here. Athenian stranger. Would not many generations living on in this way, although ruder perhaps, and more ignorant of the arts generally, and in particular of those of land or naval warfare, and likewise of other arts, termed in cities legal practices and party conflicts, and including all conceivable ways of hurting one another in word and deed, although inferior to those who lived before the deluge, or to the men of our day in these respects, would they not, I say, be simpler and more manly, and also more temperate, and in general more just? The reason of this has been already explained. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. I should wish you to understand that what has preceded and what is about to follow has been, and will be said, with the intention of explaining what need the men of that time had of laws, and who was their lawgiver. Cryneas. And very well said. Athenian stranger. They could hardly have wanted lawgivers as yet. Nothing of that sort was likely to have existed in those days, for they had no letters at this early stage. They lived according to custom, and the laws of their fathers, as they are termed. Cryneas. Probably. Athenian stranger. But there was already existing a form of government which, if I am not mistaken, is generally termed a lordship, and this still remains in many places, both among Hellenes and barbarians, and is the government which is declared by Homer to have prevailed among the Cyclops. Quote, "They have neither councils nor judgments, but they dwell in hollow rocks on the tops of high mountains, and every one is the judge of his wife and children, and they do not trouble themselves about one another." Close quote. Cryneas. That must be a charming poet of yours. I have read some other verses of his, which are very clever, but I do not know much of him, for foreign poets are not much read among the Cretans. Megilus. But they are in Lacedaemon, and he appears to be the prince of them all. The manner of life, however, which he describes is not Spartan, but rather Ionian, and he seems quite to confirm what you are saying, carrying back the ancient state of mankind to barbarism in his legend. Athenian stranger. Yes, and we may accept his witness to the fact that there was a time when primitive societies existed. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. And did not such states spring out of single habitations and families who were scattered and thinned in the devastations? And among them the eldest ruled, because government originated with them in the authority of a father and mother, whom, like a flock of birds, they followed, forming one troop under the patriarchal rule and sovereignty of their parents, which of all sovereignties is the most just. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. After this they came together in greater numbers, and increased the size of their cities, and betook themselves to husbandry, first of all at the foot of the mountains, and made enclosures of loose walls, and works of defence, in order to keep off wild beasts, thus creating a single large and common habitation. Cryneas. Yes, that was probably the way. Athenian stranger. There is another thing which would probably happen. Cryneas. What is that? Athenian stranger. When these larger habitations grew up out of the lesser original ones, each of the lesser ones would survive in the larger. Every family would be under the rule of the eldest, and, owing to their separation from one another, would have peculiar customs about the gods and themselves, which they would have received from their several parents who had educated them, and these customs would incline them to order, when the parents had the element of order in them, and to courage, when they had the element of courage in them, and they would naturally stamp upon their children, and upon their children's children, their own institutions, and, as we are saying, they would find their way into the larger society, having already their own peculiar laws. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And every man surely likes his own laws best, and the laws of others not so well. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Then now we seem to have stumbled upon the beginnings of legislation. Cryneas. Exactly. Athenian stranger. The next step will be that these persons who meet together must choose some arbiters, who will inspect the laws of all of them, and will publicly present such of them as they approve to the chiefs who lead the tribes, and are in a manner their kings, and will give them the choice of them. These will themselves be called legislators, and will appoint magistrates, framing some sort of aristocracy, or perhaps monarchy, out of the dynasties or lordships, and in this altered state of the government they will live. Cryneas. That would certainly be the regular order. Athenian stranger. Then now let us speak of a third form of the state, in which all other forms and conditions of polities and cities concur. Cryneas. And what is that? Athenian stranger. That which Homer has pointed out as the third form which succeeds the second. He founded Dardania, he says, quote, for the holy Ilium had not as yet been built on the plain to be a city of articulately speaking men, but they were still dwelling at the foot of many-fountained Ida. For indeed in these verses, and in what he said of the Cyclops, he speaks the words of God and nature, for the inspiration of poets is divine, and often in their strains, by the aid of the Muses and the Graces, they attain truth. Cryneas. Yes. Athenian stranger. Then now let us proceed with the rest of our tale, which will probably be found to illustrate in some degree our proposed design. Shall we do so? Cryneas. By all means. Athenian stranger. Ilium was built when they had descended from the mountain in a large and fair plain, on a sort of low hill, watered by many rivers descending from Ida. Cryneas. That is what they say. Athenian stranger. That we must suppose to have taken place many ages after the deluge. Cryneas. Yes, many ages must have elapsed. Athenian stranger. A marvellous forgetfulness of the former destruction would appear to have come over them when they placed their town right under numerous streams flowing from the heights, and trusting for security to not very high hills either. Cryneas. There must have been a long interval, that is evident. Athenian stranger. And as men increased in number, many other cities would begin to be built on the plain? Cryneas. Doubtless. Athenian stranger. Those cities made war against Troy, by sea as well as by land, for at that time men were ceasing to be afraid of the sea. Cryneas. That is clear. Athenian stranger. The Achaeans remained 10 years, and overthrew Troy. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. And during the 10 years in which the Achaeans were besieging Ilium, the homes of the besiegers were falling into an evil plight. Their youth revolted, and when the soldiers returned to their own cities and families, they did not receive them properly and as they ought to have done, and numerous deaths, murders, exiles were the consequence. The exiles came again under a new name, no longer Achaeans, but Dorians, a name which they derived from Dorius, who was the assembler of them. The rest of the story is told by you Lacedaemonians as part of the history of Sparta. Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Thus, after digressing from the original subject of laws into music and drinking bouts, the argument has, as if by inspiration, returned to the same point, and presents to us another handle of discourse. For we have come to the settlement of Lacedaemon, which, as you truly say, is in laws and institutions the sister of Crete. And we are all the better for the digression, because we have gone through various states and settlements, and have beheld a first, second, and third state in their origins, succeeding one another in infinite time and continuous. And now there appears on the horizon a fourth state or nation, which was once in process of settlement, and still remains settled. If, out of all these, we are able to discern what is well or ill settled, and what laws are the salvation or destruction of cities, and what changes would make a state happy, O Megilus and Cryneas, at this point we may begin again, unless we have some reason to find fault with what has preceded. Megilus. If some god, stranger, would promise us that our new inquiry about legislation will be as good and full as the last, I would go a long way to hear such another, and would think that the longest day, and we are now approaching the summer solstice, was too short for the discussion.
Athenian stranger. Then I suppose that we must consider this subject. Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Let us place ourselves in thought at that moment when Lacedaemon, and Argos, and Messene, and the other countries were all in complete subjection, Megilus, to your ancestors. For at a later date, as the legend informs us, they divided their army into 3 portions, and settled 3 cities: Argos, and Messene, and Lacedaemon. Megilus. True. Athenian stranger. Temenus was the king of Argos, Cresphontes of Messene, Procles and Eurysthenes of Lacedaemon. Megilus. Of course. Athenian stranger. To these kings all the men of that day made oath that they would assist them if any one subverted their kingdom. Megilus. True. Athenian stranger. But can a kingdom be destroyed, or was any other form of government ever destroyed by any but the rulers themselves? Surely not. Have we forgotten what has just been laid down? Megilus. No. Athenian stranger. And may we not now further confirm what was then said? For we have come upon facts which have brought us back again to the principle, so that, in resuming the discussion, we shall not be inquiring about an empty theory, but about events which actually happened. The case was as follows. 3 royal heroes made oath to 3 cities which were under a kingly government, each to the other that both rulers and subjects should govern and be governed according to the laws which were common to all of them. On the one hand, as time and the race went forward, the rulers promised that they would not make their rule more arbitrary. On the other hand, the subjects said that, if the rulers observed these conditions, they would never subvert or permit others to subvert those kingdoms, but that the kings would assist kings and peoples when injured, and that peoples would assist peoples and kings in like manner. Is not this true? Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And these 3 states to whom laws were given, whether by their kings or by any others, had this very great security for their constitutions? Megilus. What security? Athenian stranger. That the other 2 states were always to come to the rescue against a rebellious third. Megilus. True. Athenian stranger. Many persons say that legislators ought to impose such laws as the mass of the people will be ready to receive. But this is just as if one were to command gymnastic masters or physicians to treat or cure their pupils or patients in an agreeable manner. Megilus. Exactly. Athenian stranger. Whereas the physician may often be too happy if he can restore health, and make the body whole without any very great infliction of pain. Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. There was also another advantage possessed by the men of that day, which greatly lightened the task of passing laws. Megilus. What was that? Athenian stranger. The legislators of that day, when they equalized property, escaped the great accusation which generally arises in legislation: if a person attempts to disturb the possession of land, to get rid of debts, because he sees that without this there can never be any real equality. Now, in general, when the legislator attempts to make a new settlement of such matters, everyone meets him with the cry that he is not to disturb vested interests, declaring with imprecations that he is introducing agrarian law and abolition of debts, until a man is at his wit's end, whereas no one could quarrel with the Dorians for distributing the land. There was nothing to hinder them, and,
as for debts, they had none which were considerable or of old standing. Megilus. Very true. Athenian stranger. But then, my good friends, why did the settlement and legislation of their country turn out so badly? Megilus. How do you mean? And for what do you blame them? Athenian stranger. There were 3 kingdoms, and of these 2 quickly corrupted their original constitution and laws, and the only one which remained was the Spartan. Megilus. The question which you ask is not easily answered. Athenian stranger. And yet must be answered when we are inquiring about laws, which is our old man's sober game of play, and beguiles the way, as I said at first setting out on our journey. Megilus. Certainly, and we must find out why this was. Athenian stranger. What laws are more worthy of our attention than those which have regulated such cities? Or what cities or settlements are greater or more famous? Megilus. I know of none. Athenian stranger. Can we doubt that they intended these institutions not only for the protection of Peloponnesus, but of all the Hellenes, in case they were attacked by the barbarian? For the inhabitants of the region about Ilium, when they provoked by their insolence the Trojan war, relied upon the power of the Assyrians and the empire of Ninus, which still subsisted and had a great prestige. The people of those days fearing the united Assyrian empire, just as we now fear the great king. And the second capture of Troy was a serious offence on their part, because Troy was a portion of the Assyrian empire. To meet this danger, the constitution of the single army, distributed into 3 cities, was devised by the royal brothers, sons of Heracles, and far better ordered than the expedition against Troy. For, in the first place, they had, as they thought in the Heraclidae, better leaders than the Pelopidi. In the next place, they considered that this army was superior in valour to that which went against Troy. For, although the latter conquered the Trojans, they were themselves conquered by the Heraclidae, Archaeans by Dorians. May we not suppose that this was the intention with which the men of those days framed the constitutions of their states? Megilus. Quite true. Athenian stranger. And would not men who had shared with one another many dangers, and were governed by a single race of royal brothers, and had taken the advice of oracles, and in particular of the Delphian oracle, be likely to think that such an order would be permanent and lasting? Megilus. Of course they would. Athenian stranger. Yet these institutions, of which such great expectations were entertained, seem to have all rapidly vanished away, with the exception, as I was saying, of that small part of them which existed in your land. And this third part has never to this day ceased warring against the 2 others, whereas, if the original idea had been carried out, and they had agreed to be one, their power would have been invincible in war. Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Now, what was the ruin of this great confederacy? That is a subject well worthy of consideration. Megilus. Certainly, no one will ever find more striking instances of laws or governments being the salvation or destruction of great and noble interests than are here presented to his view. Athenian stranger. Then now we seem to have happily arrived at a real and important question. Megilus. Very true. Athenian stranger. Did you never observe, sage friend, that men in general, and we ourselves at this moment, often fancy that they see some beautiful thing which might have effected wonders if they had only made a right use of it, in some way or other, and yet this mode of looking at things may turn out after all to be a mistake, and not according to nature, either in our own case or in any other. Megilus, to what are you referring when you say this? Athenian stranger. I was thinking of my own admiration of the aforesaid Heraclid expedition, which was so noble, and might have had such wonderful results for the Hellenes, if only rightly used, and I was just laughing at myself. Megilus. But were you not right and wise in speaking as you did, and we in assenting to you? Athenian stranger. Perhaps, and yet I cannot help observing that any one who sees anything great or powerful immediately has this feeling. If the owner only knew how to use his great and noble possession, how happy would he be, and what great results would he attain? Megilus. And is not this again very right? Athenian stranger. Reflect, in what point of view does this sort of praise appear just? First, in reference to the question in hand, if the then commanders had known how to arrange their army properly, how would they have attained success? Would not this have been the way? They would have bound them all firmly together, and preserved them for ever, giving them freedom and dominion at pleasure, combined with the power of doing in the whole world, Hellenic and barbarian, whatever they and their descendants desired. Would not that have been their aim? Megilus. Very true. Athenian stranger. Suppose any one were in the same way to express his admiration at the sight of great wealth, or family honour, or anything of this sort. He would praise them under the idea that through them he would attain either all or the greater and chief part of what he desires. Megilus. Yes, that seems to be true. Athenian stranger. Well now, and does not the argument show that there is one common desire of all mankind? Megilus. What is that? Athenian stranger. The desire which a man has that all things may come to pass in accordance with the will of his soul, at any rate things human, if not divine. Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And as we ever desire this in youth and in manhood and in old age, for this we cannot help always praying also. Megilus. No doubt. Athenian stranger. And we join in the prayers of our friends, and ask for them what they ask for themselves? Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Dear is the son to the father, the younger to the elder. Megilus. Of course. Athenian stranger. And yet the son often prays to obtain things which the father prays that he may not obtain. Megilus. When the son is young and foolish, you mean? Athenian stranger. Yes, and when the father, in the dotage of age, or the heat of youth, having no sense of right and justice, prays with fervour, under the influence of feelings like those of Theseus, when he cursed the unfortunate Hippolytus, do you imagine that the son, having a sense of right and justice, will join in his father's prayers? Megilus. I understand you to mean that a man should not desire or endeavour to have all things according to his wish, while his wish is at variance with his reason. Every one of us, whether individual or state, ought to pray and endeavour that he may have wisdom. Athenian stranger. Yes, and I remember, and you will remember, my saying at first, that a statesman and legislator ought to ordain laws with a view to wisdom, whereas you were saying that the good lawgiver ought to order all with a view to war. And to this I replied that there were 4 virtues, and that your regards were fixed on one of the 4 only, but that you ought to regard all virtue, and especially that which comes first, and is the guide of all the rest. That is to say,
wisdom and mind and opinion united with the affection and desire which waits upon them. And now the argument returns to the same point, and I say once more, in jest if you like, or in earnest if you like, that the prayer of a fool is full of danger, being likely to end in the opposite of what he desires. And if you would rather receive my words in earnest, I am willing that you should, and you will find, I suspect, that they accord with the view which has been already urged, that not cowardice was the cause of the ruin of the Dorian kings, and of their whole design, nor ignorance of military matters, either on the part of the rulers or of their subjects, but the cause was the corrupting influence of the other vices, and especially their ignorance of the most important human affairs. That this was at that time, and is still, and always will be the case, I will endeavour, if you will allow me, to make out and demonstrate to you, who are my friends, as the argument proceeds. Cryneas, pray go on, stranger. Compliments are troublesome, but we will show, not in word but in deed, that we prize your words, for we will give them our best attention, and that is the way in which a gentleman expresses his approval. Megilus. Excellent, Cryneas, and let us do as you say. Cryneas. By all means, if heaven wills, go on. Athenian stranger. Well then, proceeding in the same train of thought, I say that the greatest ignorance was the ruin of that power, and that now, as then, ignorance is ruin. And if this be true, the legislator must endeavour to implant wisdom in states, and banish ignorance to the utmost of his power. Cryneas. That is evident. Athenian stranger. Then now consider what is really the greatest ignorance. I should like to know whether you and Megilus would agree with me about this, for my opinion is— Cryneas. What? Athenian stranger. That the greatest ignorance is when a man hates that which he nevertheless thinks to be good and noble, and loves and embraces that which he knows to be unrighteous and evil. This disagreement between the sense of pleasure and the judgment of reason in the soul is, in my opinion, the worst ignorance, and the greatest too, because affecting the greatest part of the human soul. For the principle which feels pleasure and pain in the individual is like the multitude in a state, and when the soul is opposed to knowledge or opinion or reason, which are her natural lords, that I call folly, just as in the state, when the mass of the people refuses to obey their rulers and the laws; or again, in the individual, when fair reasonings have their habitation in the soul, and yet do no good, but rather the reverse of good. All these cases I term the worst ignorance, whether in individuals or states. I am not speaking, stranger, as you will understand, of the ignorance of handicraftsmen. Cryneas. Yes, my friend, we understand and agree. Athenian stranger. Let this, then, be our first declaration and assertion, that the citizen who does not know these things ought never to have any kind of authority entrusted to him. He must be stigmatized as ignorant, even though he be skilful in calculation and versed in all sorts of accomplishments and feats of mental dexterity; and the opposite are to be called wise, even although, in the words of the proverb, they know neither how to read nor how to swim, and to them, as to men of sense, authority is to be committed. For, O my friends, how can there be the least shadow of wisdom when there is no harmony? There is none, but the noblest and greatest of harmonies may be truly said to be the greatest wisdom, and of this he is a partaker who lives according to reason, whereas he who is devoid of reason is the destroyer of his house and the opposite of the saviour of the state. He is ignorant of political wisdom. Let this, then,
as I was saying, be laid down by us. Cryneas. Let this be laid down. End of Part 1 of Book 3. Part 2 of Book 3. Athenian stranger. I suppose that there must be rulers and subjects in states? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And what are the received principles of rule and obedience in cities, whether great or small, and similarly in families? What are they, and how many in number? Is not one claim of authority, which is always just, that of fathers and mothers, and, in general, of progenitors over their offspring? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Next follows the principle that the noble should rule over the ignoble, and thirdly, that the elder should rule and the younger obey. Cryneas. To be sure. Athenian stranger. And fourthly, that slaves should be ruled, and their masters rule? Cryneas. Of course. Athenian stranger. Fifthly, if I am not mistaken, comes the principle that the stronger should rule, and the weaker be ruled. Cryneas. That is an inevitable sort of rule. Athenian stranger. Yes, and a rule which prevails very widely among all creatures, and is according to nature, as the Theban poet Pindar once said. And the sixth principle, and the greatest of all, is that the wise should lead and command, and the ignorant follow and obey. And yet, O thou most wise Pindar, as I should reply to him, that surely is not contrary to nature, but according to nature, being the rule of law over willing subjects, and not a rule of compulsion. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. There is a seventh kind of rule, which is conferred by the arbitrament of the lot, and is dear to the gods, and a token of good fortune. He on whom the lot falls is the ruler, and he who fails in obtaining the lot goes away, and is the subject. And this we affirm to be quite just. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Then now, as we say playfully to any of those who lightly undertake the making of laws, you see before you, legislator, the principles relating to government, and you see too that they are by nature opposed. There we have discovered a fountainhead of seditions, to which you must attend. And first we will ask you to consider with us how and in what respect the kings of Argos and Messene violated these our maxims, and ruined themselves, and the great and famous Hellenic power of the olden time. Was this because they did not know the truly excellent saying of Hesiod, that the half is often greater than the whole? His meaning was that when the whole was injurious, and the half moderate, then the moderate was more and better than the immoderate. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. And are we to suppose that this ignorance is less fatal in monarchies than in democracies? Cryneas. The probability is that ignorance will be a more prevalent disorder among kings, because they lead a proud and luxurious life. Athenian stranger. Is it not palpable that the kings of that time were guilty of trying to be above the established laws, and that they did not consistently observe what they had agreed to observe by word and oath? This inconsistency of theirs may have had the appearance of wisdom, but was really, as we assert, the greatest ignorance, and utterly overthrew the whole empire through fatal error and perversity. Cryneas. That seems to be true. Athenian stranger. Good. And what ought the then legislator to have done in order to avert this calamity? Truly, there is no great wisdom in knowing, and no great difficulty in telling, after the evil has happened, but to have foreseen the remedy at the time would have taken a much wiser head than ours. Megilus. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. Anyone who looks at what has occurred with you, Megilus, may easily know, and may easily say what ought to have been done at that time. Megilus. Speak a little more clearly. Athenian stranger. Nothing can be clearer than the observation which I am about to make. Megilus. What is that? Athenian stranger. That if anyone gives too great a power to anything, too much food to the body, too large a sail to a vessel, too much authority to the mind, and is regardless of the mean, everything is overthrown, and, in the wantonness of excess, runs in the one case to disorder, and in the other to injustice, which is the child of excess. I mean to say, my dear friends, that there is no soul of man, young and irresponsible, who will be able to sustain the temptation of arbitrary power. No one who will not, under such circumstances, become filled with folly, that worst of diseases, and be hated by his nearest and dearest friends. When this happens, his kingdom is undermined, and all his power vanishes from him. And great legislators should know the nature of the mean, and take heed of the danger. Now, as far as we can guess at this time of day, what then occurred appears to have been as follows. Megilus. What? Athenian stranger. A god who watched over Sparta, seeing into the future, gave you 2 families of kings instead of 1, and thus brought you within the limits of moderation. In the next place, some human wisdom, mingled with divine power, observing that the constitution of your government was still feverish and excited, tempered your inborn strength and pride of birth with the moderation which comes of age, making the power of your 28 elders equal with that of the kings in the most important matters. But your third saviour, perceiving that your government was still swelling and foaming, imposed the power of the ephori as a curb, approximating them to officers elected by lot. And by this arrangement the kingly office, being compounded of the right elements, and duly moderated, was preserved, and was the means of preserving all the rest. Since if there had been only the original legislators, Temenus, Cresphontes, and their contemporaries, as far as they were concerned, not even the portion of Aristodemus would have been preserved, for they had no proper experience in legislation, or they would surely not have imagined that oaths would moderate a youthful spirit invested with a power which might be converted into a tyranny. But now that God has instructed us what sort of government would have been, or will be lasting, there is no wisdom, as I have already said, in judging after the event. There is no difficulty in learning from an example which has already occurred. If any one could only have foreseen all this at the time, and had been able to moderate the government of the 3 kingdoms, and unite them into one, he might have saved all the excellent institutions which were then conceived, and no Persian or any other armament would have dared to attack us, or would have regarded Hellas as a power to be despised. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. There was small credit to us, Cryneas, in defeating them, and the discredit was, not that the conquerors did not win many great battles, both by land and sea, but what, in my opinion, brought discredit was, first of all,
the circumstance that of the 3 cities, one only fought on behalf of Hellas, and the 2 others were so utterly good for nothing that the one was waging a mighty war against Lacedaemon, and thus prevented her from coming to the rescue, and the city of Argos, which had the precedence at the time of the distribution, when asked to aid in repelling the barbarian, would not answer to the call, or give aid. Many things might be told about Hellas in connection with that war, which are far from honourable. Nor, indeed, can we rightly say that Hellas repelled the invader, for the truth is that unless the Athenians and Lacedaemonians in concert had repulsed the advancing host, all the tribes of Hellas would have been fused in a chaos of barbarians mingling with Hellenes, and Hellenes with barbarians, just as nations who are now subject to the Persian power, owing to unnatural separations and combinations of them, are dispersed and scattered, and live miserably. These things, Megilus, we lay at the door of statesmen and legislators, as they are called, past and present, in order that we may analyze the causes of them, and find out what else might have been done. We were saying, for instance, just now, that there ought to be no great and unmixed powers, and this was under the idea that a state ought to be free and wise and harmonious, and that a legislator ought to legislate with a view to this end. Nor is there any reason to be surprised at our continually proposing aims for the legislator, which are not always the same aims. But we should consider, when we say that temperance is to be the aim, or wisdom is to be the aim, or friendship is to be the aim, that all these are really the same aims, and if there are more words of the same kind, let not that disturb us. Cryneas. Let us resume the argument in that spirit. And now, speaking of friendship and wisdom and freedom, I wish that you would tell me at what, in your opinion, the legislator should aim. Athenian stranger. Hear me then. There are 2 mother forms of states from which the rest may be truly said to be derived, and one of them may be called monarchy, and the other democracy. The Persians have the highest form of the one, and we of the other. Almost all the rest, as I was saying, are variously made up of these. Now, if you are to have liberty and the combination of friendship with wisdom, you must have both of these forms of government in a measure. That is what the argument would enforce, saying that no city can be well governed which is not made up of both. Cryneas. Impossible. Athenian stranger. The state, which has become exclusively and excessively attached to monarchy or to freedom, has neither of them in moderation. But your states, the Laconian and Cretan, have a certain moderation, and the Athenians and Persians, having had more at first, have now less. Shall I tell you the reason of this? Cryneas. By all means, if that will tend to the elucidation of our subject. Athenian stranger. Here then, there was a time when the Persians had more of the state which is a mean between slavery and freedom. In the reign of Cyrus they were free men, and also lords of many others. The rulers gave a share of freedom to the subjects, and being treated as equals, the soldiers were on better terms with their generals, and showed themselves more ready in the hour of danger. And if there was any wise counsellor among them, he imparted his wisdom to the public, for the king was not jealous, but allowed him full liberty of speech, and gave honour to those who were able to be his counsellors in anything, and allowed all men equally to participate in wisdom. And the nation waxed in all respects because there was freedom,
and friendship and communion of soul among them. Cryneas. That certainly appears to have been the case. Athenian stranger. How then was this advantage lost under Cambyses, and again recovered under Darius? Shall I try to divine? Cryneas. That question certainly has a bearing on the subject of our inquiry. Athenian stranger. I imagine that Cyrus, though a great and patriotic general, never had any real education, and never attended to the order of his household. Cryneas. What makes you say that? Athenian stranger. I think that from his youth upwards he was a soldier, and entrusted the bringing up of his children to the women, and they brought them up from their childhood as the favourites of fortune, who were blessed already, and needed no more blessings. They thought that they were happy enough, and that no one should be allowed to oppose them in any way, and they compelled every one to praise all that they said or did. This was the manner in which they brought them up. Cryneas. A beautiful education, that. Athenian stranger. Such an education as women were likely to give them, and especially princesses who had recently grown rich, and in the absence of the men, too, who were occupied in wars and dangers, and too busy to look after them. Cryneas. There is reason in what you say. Athenian stranger. Their father had possessions of cattle and sheep, and many herds of men and other animals, but he did not consider that those to whom he was about to make them over were not trained in his own calling, which was Persian, for the Persians are shepherds, sons of a rugged land which was a stern mother, and well fitted to produce a sturdy race, able to live in the open air, and watch, and to fight also, if fighting was required. He did not observe that his sons were trained differently, being educated in the corrupt Median fashion by women and eunuchs. This was their high fortune, which led to their becoming such as people do become when they are brought up unreproved. And so, after the death of Cyrus, his sons, in the fullness of luxury and licence, took the kingdom, and first one slew the other because he could not endure a rival, and afterwards he himself, mad with wine and brutality, lost his kingdom through the Medes and the eunuch, as they called him, who despised the folly of Cambyses. Cryneas. That is what is said, and is probably the truth. Athenian stranger. Yes, and the tradition says that the empire came back to the Persians through Darius and the 7 chiefs. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Let us note the rest of the story. Observe that Darius was not the son of a king, and had not received a luxurious education. When he came to the throne, being one of the 7, he divided the country into 7 portions, and of this there are some shadowy traces still remaining. He made laws upon the principle of introducing a sort of universal equality in the order of the state, and he embodied in a law the settlement of the tribute which Cyrus promised, thus creating a feeling of friendship and community among all the Persians, and attaching the people to him with money and gifts. Hence his armies cheerfully acquired for him countries as large as those which Cyrus had left behind him. After Darius came Xerxes, who again was brought up in the royal and luxurious fashion. Might we not justly say to him, O Darius, why did you not learn wisdom from the misfortunes of Cyrus, instead of bringing up Xerxes in the same way in which he brought up Cambyses? For Xerxes, being the creation of the same education, met with much the same fortune as Cambyses, and from that time to this there has never been a really great king among the Persians, although they are all called great. And I would argue that this is not to be attributed to fortune. The reason is rather the evil life which is generally led by the sons of very rich and royal persons. For never will boy or man, young or old, excel in virtue who has been thus educated. And this, I say, is what the legislator has to consider, and what at this moment has to be considered by us. Justly may you, O Lacedaemonians, be praised for this, that you do not give special honour or maintenance to poverty in particular, or to wealth in particular, or to a royal rather than to a private station, where the divine and inspired lawgiver has not originally commanded them to be given. For no man ought to have preeminent honour in a state because he surpasses others in wealth, any more than because he is swift, or fair, or strong, unless he have some virtue in him, nor even, if he have virtue, unless he have this particular virtue of temperance. Megilus. What do you mean, stranger? Athenian stranger. I suppose that courage is a part of virtue. Megilus. To be sure. Athenian stranger. Then now, hear and judge yourself. Would you like to have for a fellow lodger or neighbour a very courageous man who had no control over himself? Megilus. Heaven forbid. Athenian stranger. Or an artist who was clever in his profession, but a rogue? Megilus. Certainly not. Athenian stranger. And surely justice does not grow apart from temperance? Megilus. Impossible. Athenian stranger. Any more than our pattern-wise man, whom we exhibited as having his pleasures and pains in accordance with, and corresponding to, true reason, can be without temperance? Megilus. No. Athenian stranger. Let us now proceed to consider this matter in reference to the due and undue award of honours in states. Megilus. In what way? Athenian stranger. I should like to know whether temperance, without the other virtues, existing alone in the soul of man, is rightly to be had in honour or dishonour. Megilus. I cannot tell. Athenian stranger. And that is the best answer. For whichever alternative you had chosen, I think that you would have gone wrong. Megilus. I am fortunate. Athenian stranger. Very good. A quality which is a mere appendage of things honourable and dishonourable does not deserve an expression of opinion, but is best expressed in silence. Megilus. You are speaking of temperance when you say this? Athenian stranger. Yes, but of the other virtues, that which having the addition of temperance is also most beneficial, will be most deserving of honour, and next that which is beneficial in the next degree, and so each of them will be rightly honoured according to a regular order. Megilus. True. Athenian stranger. And ought not the legislator to determine these classes? Megilus. Certainly he should. Athenian stranger. Suppose that we leave to him the determination in detail of particular enactments, but as we ourselves have a turn for legislation, let us divide laws into classes, making a first, a second, and a third class, according to their importance. Megilus. Very good. Athenian stranger. We maintain then that a state which would be safe and happy, as far as the nature of man allows, must and ought to distribute honour and dishonour in the right way. And the right way is to place the goods of the soul first and highest in the scale, always assuming temperance as a condition of them, and in the second place the goods of the body, and in the third place those of money and property,
and if any legislator or state departs from this rule by giving money the place of honour, or in any way preferring that which is really last, may we not say that he or the state is doing an unholy and unpatriotic thing? Megilus. Yes, let that be plainly asserted. Athenian stranger. The consideration of the Persian governments led us thus to enlarge. We remarked that the Persians grew worse and worse, and we affirm the reason of this to have been that they too much diminished the freedom of the people, and introduced too much of despotism, and so destroyed friendship and community of feeling. And when there is an end of these, no longer do the governors govern on behalf of their subjects or of the people, but on behalf of themselves. And if they think that they can gain ever so little for themselves, they devastate cities and send fire and desolation among friendly races, and as they hate ruthlessly and horribly, so are they hated, and when they want the people to fight for them, they find no community of feeling or willingness to risk their lives in fighting for them. Their untold myriads are useless to them on the field of battle, and they think that their salvation depends on the employment of mercenaries and strangers whom they hire, just as if they were in want of men. Moreover, they are necessarily stupid, since they proclaim by their actions that the opinions which prevail in cities about the honourable and noble are a trifle, when compared with gold and silver. Megilus. Quite true. Athenian stranger. And now enough of the Persians and their present maladministration of their government, which is owing to the prevalence of slavery and despotism among them. Megilus. Good. Athenian stranger. Next, we must pass in review the government of Attica in like manner, and from this show that entire freedom and the absence of all superior authority is not by any means so good as a limited government, which was our ancient Athenian constitution at the time when the Persians made their attack on Hellas, or, speaking more correctly, on the whole continent of Europe. There were 4 classes arranged according to a property census, and reverence was our queen and mistress, and made us willing to live in obedience to the laws. Also, the vastness of the armament, both by sea and on land, caused a helpless terror, which made us more and more the servants of our rulers and of the laws, and for all these reasons an exceeding harmony prevailed among us. About 10 years before the naval engagement at Salamis, Datis came, leading a Persian host by command of Darius, which was expressly sent against the Athenians and Eretrians, having orders to carry them away captive, and these orders he was to execute under pain of death. Now, Datis and his myriads soon became complete masters of Eretria, and a fearful report reached Athens that no Eretrian had escaped him, for the soldiers of Datis had joined hands and netted the whole of Eretria, and this report, whether well or ill-founded, was terrible to all the Hellenes, and above all to the Athenians, and they sent embassies in all directions, but no one was willing to come to their relief, with the exception of the Lacedaemonians, and they, either because they were detained by the Messenian war, which was then going on, or for some other reason, for the truth of the matter is not accurately known, came a day too late for the battle of Marathon. After this, the news arrived of mighty preparations being made, and innumerable threats came from the king. Then, as time went on, a rumour reached us that Darius had died, and that his son, who was young and hot-headed, had come to the throne, and was persisting in his design.
The Athenians were under the impression that the whole expedition was directed against them, in consequence of the battle of Marathon, and, hearing of the bridge over the Hellespont, and the canal of Athos, and the host of ships, considering that there was no salvation for them either by land or by sea, for there was no one to help them, and remembering that in the first expedition, when the Persians destroyed Eretria, no one came to their help, or would risk the danger of an alliance with them, they thought that this would happen again, at least on land. Nor when they looked to the sea could they descry any hope of salvation, for they were attacked by 1,000 vessels and more. One chance of safety remained, slight indeed and desperate, but their only one. They saw that on the former occasion they had gained a seemingly impossible victory, and, borne up by this hope, they found that their only refuge was in themselves and in the gods. All these things created in them the spirit of friendship. There was the immediate fear of the occasion, and that other present fear which sprang out of the habit of obeying their traditional laws, and which I have several times in the preceding discourse called reverence, to which the good man is, as he ought to be, a willing servant, and of which the meaner sort of man is apt to be independent and fearless. If they had not been possessed by this fear, they would never have met the enemy, or defended their temples and sepulchres, and their country, and all that was near and dear to them, as they did on that occasion, but little by little they would have been all scattered and dispersed. Megilus. Your words, Athenian, are quite true, and worthy of yourself, and of your country. Athenian stranger. Yes, Megilus, they are true, and I may properly speak to you, who have inherited the virtues of your ancestors of the actions of that day. And I would wish you and Cryneas to consider whether they have not also a bearing on legislation, for I am not discoursing only for the pleasure of talking, but for the argument's sake. Please to remark that, after a sort, the same result happened to us which happened to the Persians, and as they led their people into utter servitude, so we, on the other hand, led ours into all freedom. And now, how shall we proceed? For I would like you to observe that our previous arguments have a good deal to say for themselves. Megilus. True, but I wish that you would give us a fuller explanation. Athenian stranger. I will. Under the ancient laws, my friends, the people was not as now the master, but rather the willing servant of the laws. Megilus. What laws do you mean? Athenian stranger. In the first place, let us speak of the laws about music, that is to say, such music as then existed, in order that we may trace the growth of the excess of freedom from the beginning, for music was early divided among us into certain kinds and manners. One sort consisted of prayers to the gods, which were called hymns, and there was another and opposite sort, called lamentations, and another termed paeans, and another called dithyrambs, of which latter the subject, if I am not mistaken, was the birth of Dionysus. And they used the actual word laws, or nomi, when they wanted to denote a particular strain, adding only as an epithet the laws or strains of the harp. All these and others were duly distinguished, nor were they allowed to intermingle one sort of music with another. And the authority which determined and gave judgment and punished the disobedient was not expressed in a hiss, nor in the most unmusical, sweet voices of the multitude, as in our days, nor in applause and clappings of the hands, but the directors of public instruction insisted that the spectators should listen in silence to the end,
and boys and their tutors, and the multitude in general, were kept quiet by the touch of the wand. Such was the good order which the multitude were willing to observe. They would not have dared to give judgment by noisy cries. And then, as time went on, the poets themselves introduced the reign of ignorance and misrule. They were men of genius, but they had no knowledge of what is just and lawful in music. Raging like bacchanals, and possessed with inordinate delights, mingling lamentations with hymns, and paeans with dithyrambs, imitating the sounds of the flute on the lyre, and making one general confusion, ignorantly affirming that music has no truth, and, whether good or bad, can only be judged of rightly by the pleasure of the hearer. And by composing such licentious poems, and adding to them words as licentious, they have inspired the multitude with lawlessness and boldness, and made them fancy that they can judge for themselves about melody and song. And in this way the theatres, from being mute, have become vocal, as though they had understanding of good and bad in music and poetry, and instead of an aristocracy, an evil sort of theatrocracy has grown up. For if the democracy which judged had only consisted of freemen, there would have been no fatal harm done. But in music there first arose the universal conceit of omniscience and general lawlessness. Freedom came following afterwards, and men, fancying that they knew what they did not know, had no longer any fear, and the absence of fear begets shamelessness. For what is shamelessness but the insolent refusal to regard the opinion of the better by reason of an over-daring sort of liberty? Megilus. That is most true. Athenian stranger. Consequent upon this freedom comes the other freedom of disobedience to rulers, and then the attempt to escape the control and exhortation of father, mother, elders, and, when near the end, the control of the laws also. And at the very end there is the contempt of oaths and pledges, and no regard at all for the gods. Herein they exhibit and imitate the old Titanic nature, and thus they return again to the old, and lead an evil life, and there is no cessation of ills. Why do I say this? Because I think that the argument, like a horse, ought to be pulled up from time to time, and not to be allowed to run away, but held with bit and bridle, and then we shall not, as the proverb says, fall off our ass, which is the argument. Let us then once more ask the question, to what end has all this been said? Megilus. Very good. Athenian stranger. This then has been said for the sake. Megilus. Of what? Athenian stranger. We said that the lawgiver ought to have three things in view. First, that the city for which he legislates should be free, and secondly, be at unity with herself, and thirdly, should have understanding. These were our principles, were they not? Megilus. Certainly. Athenian stranger. With a view to this, we selected two kinds of government, the one the most despotic, and the other the most free. And now we are considering which of them is the right form. We took a mean in both cases, of despotism in the one, and of liberty in the other, and we saw that in a mean they attained their perfection, but that when they were carried to the extreme of either slavery or despotism, neither party were the gainers. Megilus. That is very true. Athenian stranger. And that was our reason for considering the settlement of the Dorian army, and of the country at the foot of the Dardanian mountains, and the removal of the city to the plain by the sea. and the first men who were the survivors of the deluge. And all that was said about music and drinking, and what preceded, has been said with the view of seeing how a state might be best administered, and how an individual might best order his own life. And now, Megilus and Cryneas, how are we to prove to ourselves that our words are of any value? Cryneas. Stranger, I think that I see how a proof of their value may be obtained. This discussion of ours appears to me to have been singularly fortunate, and just what I at this moment want. Most auspiciously have you and my friend Megilus come in my way. For I will tell you what has happened to me, and I regard the coincidence as a sort of omen. The greater part of Crete is going to send out a colony, and they have entrusted the management of the affair to the Notians, and the Notians to me and 9 others. And they desire us to give them any laws which we please, whether taken from the Cretan model or from any other, and they do not mind about their being foreign if they are better. Grant me then this favour, which will also be a kindness to yourselves. Let us make a selection from what has been said, and then let us imagine a state of which we will suppose ourselves to be the original colonizers. Thus we shall proceed with our inquiry, and at the same time I may have the use of the framework which you are constructing for the city which is in contemplation. Athenian stranger. That is good news, Cryneas, and if Megilus has no objection, you may be sure that I will do all in my power to please you. Cryneas. I agree. Megilus. And I too. Cryneas. Excellent. And now let us begin to frame the state. End of Book 3. Book 4. Athenian stranger. And now, what will this city be? I do not mean to ask what is or will be the name of the place. That may be determined by the accident of locality and the original settlement. A river, or fountain, or some local deity may give the sanction of a name to the newly founded city. I do not want to know that, but what the situation is, whether maritime or inland. Cryneas. I should imagine, stranger, that the city of which we are speaking is about 80 stadia distant from the sea. Athenian stranger. And are there harbours on the seaboard? Cryneas. Excellent harbours, stranger. There could not be better. Athenian stranger. You do not mean to say that? And is the surrounding country productive, or in need of importations? Cryneas. Hardly in need of anything. Athenian stranger. And is there any neighbouring state? Cryneas. None whatever, and that is the reason for selecting the place. In days of old there was a migration of the inhabitants, and the region has been deserted from time immemorial. Athenian stranger. And has the place a fair proportion of hill, and plain, and wood? Cryneas. Like the rest of Crete in that. Athenian stranger. You mean to say that there is more rock than plain? Cryneas. Exactly. Athenian stranger. Then there is some hope that your citizens may be virtuous. Had you been on the sea, and well provided with harbours, and an importing rather than a producing country, some mighty saviour would have been needed, and lawgivers more than mortal, if you were to have a chance of preserving your state from degeneracy and discordance of manners. But there is comfort in the 80 stadia, although the sea is too near, especially if, as you say, the harbours are so good. Still, we must be satisfied. The sea is pleasant enough as a daily companion, but has also a bitter and brackish quality,
filling the streets with merchants and shopkeepers, and begetting in the souls of men uncertain and unfaithful ways, making the state unfriendly and unfaithful both to her own citizens and also to other nations. There is a consolation, therefore, in the country producing all things at home, and yet, owing to the ruggedness of the soil, not providing anything in great abundance. Had there been abundance, there might have been a great export trade, and a great return of gold and silver, which, as we may safely affirm, has the most fatal result on a state whose aim is the attainment of just and noble sentiments. This was said by us, if you remember, in the previous discussion. Cryneas: I remember, and am of opinion that we both were and are in the right. Athenian stranger: Well, but let me ask, how is the country supplied with timber for shipbuilding? Cryneas: There is no pine of any consequence, or fir, and not much cypress, and you will find very little stone pine or plain wood, which shipwrights always require for the interior of ships. Athenian stranger: These are also natural advantages. Cryneas: Why is that? Athenian stranger: Because no city ought to be easily able to imitate its enemies in what is mischievous. Cryneas: How does that bear upon any of the matters of which we have been speaking? Athenian stranger: Remember, my good friend, what I said at first about the Cretan laws, that they looked to one thing only, and this, as you both agreed, was war. And I replied that such laws, in so far as they tended to promote virtue, were good, but in that they regarded a part only, and not the whole of virtue, I disapproved of them. And now I hope that you in your turn will follow and watch me, if I legislate with a view to anything but virtue, or only with a view to a part of virtue. For I consider that the true lawgiver, like an archer, aims only at that on which some eternal beauty is always attending, and dismisses everything else, whether wealth or any other benefit, when separated from virtue. I was saying that the imitation of enemies was a bad thing, and I was thinking of a case in which a maritime people are harassed by enemies, as the Athenians were by Minos. I do not speak from any desire to recall past grievances, but he, as we know, was a great naval potentate, who compelled the inhabitants of Attica to pay him a cruel tribute, and in those days they had no ships of war as they now have. Nor was the country filled with ship timber, and therefore they could not readily build them. Hence, neither could they learn how to imitate their enemy at sea, or become sailors themselves, and in this way directly repel their enemies. Better for them to have lost many times over the 7 youths, than that heavy-armed and stationary troops should have been turned into sailors, and accustomed to leap quickly on shore, and again to hurry back to their ships, or should have fancied that there was no disgrace in not awaiting the attack of an enemy, and dying boldly, and that there were good reasons, and plenty of them, for a man throwing away his arms, and betaking himself to flight, which is affirmed upon occasion not to be dishonourable. This is the language of naval warfare, and is anything but worthy of extraordinary praise. For we should not teach bad habits, least of all to the best part of the citizens. You may learn the evil of such a practice from Homer, by whom Odysseus is introduced, rebuking Agamemnon because he desires to draw down the ships to the sea at a time when the Achaeans are hard pressed by the Trojans. He gets angry with him and says, quote, "Who, at a time when the battle is in full cry, biddest to drag the well-oared ships into the sea, that the prayers of the Trojans may be accomplished yet more, and high ruin fall upon us. For the Achaeans will not maintain the battle when the ships are drawn into the sea, but they will look behind, and will cease from strife. In that the counsel which you give will prove injurious. Close quote. You see that he quite knew triremes on the sea, in the neighbourhood of fighting men, to be an evil. Lions might be trained in that way to fly from a herd of deer. Moreover, naval powers, which owe their safety to ships, do not honour that sort of warlike excellence which is most deserving of honour. For he who owes his safety to the pilot and the captain and the oarsman, and all sorts of rather good-for-nothing persons, cannot rightly give honour to whom honour is due. But how can a state be in a right condition which cannot duly award honour? Cryneas. It is hardly possible, I admit, and yet, stranger, we Cretans are in the habit of saying that the battle of Salamis was the salvation of Hellas. Athenian stranger. Why, yes, and that is an opinion which prevails widely among Hellenes and barbarians. But Megilus and I say rather that the battle of Marathon was the beginning, and the battle of Plataea the completion of the great deliverance, and that these battles made the Hellenes better, whereas the sea fights of Salamis and Artemisium, for I may as well put them both together, made them no better, if I may say this without offence, about the battles which helped to save us. And in estimating the goodness of a state, we regard both the situation of a country and the order of the laws, considering that the mere preservation and continuance of life is not the most honourable thing for men, as the vulgar think, but the continuance of the best life while we live, and that again, if I am not mistaken, is a remark which has been made already. Cryneas. To be sure. Athenian stranger. Then we have only to ask whether we are taking the same path which is the best for the settlement and legislation of states. Cryneas. There can be no doubt of that. Athenian stranger. And now let me proceed to another question. Who are to be the colonists? May any one come out of all Crete? And is the idea that the population in the several states is too numerous for the means of subsistence? For I suppose that you are not going to send out a general invitation to any Hellene who likes to come. And yet I observe that in your country there are people who have come from Argos and Aegina and other parts of Hellas. Tell me then, whence do you draw your recruits in the present instance? Cryneas. They will come from all Crete, and of other Hellenes, Peloponnesians will be most acceptable. For, as you truly observe, there are Cretans of Argive descent, and the race of Cretans which has the highest character at the present day is the Gortinian, and this has come from Gordes in the Peloponnesus. Athenian stranger. Cities find colonization in some respects easier when the colonists are of one race, which, like a swarm of bees, goes from a single country, friends from friends, owing to some pressure of population, or other similar necessity, or because a portion of a state is driven by factions to emigrate. And there have been whole cities which have taken flight when utterly conquered by a superior power in war. This, however, which is in one way an advantage to the colonist or legislator, in another point of view creates a difficulty. There is an element of friendship in the community of race, and language, and laws, and in common sacrifices, and all that. But inasmuch as such colonies kick against any laws which are other than they had at home, although they have been undone by the badness of them, yet, because of the force of habit, they would fain preserve the very customs which were their ruin, and the leader of the colony, who is their legislator, finds them troublesome and rebellious. On the other hand, the conflux of several populations might be more disposed to listen to new laws. But then, to make them combine and pull together, as they say of horses, is a most difficult task, and the work of years. And yet there is nothing which perfects the virtue of men like legislation and colonization. Cryneas. No doubt, but I wish that you would explain to me clearly what is your view in saying this. Athenian stranger. My good friend, I am afraid that the course of my speculations is leading me to say something depreciatory of legislators. But if the word be to the purpose, there can be no harm. And yet, why am I dissatisfied? For I believe that all human beings are much alike. Cryneas. In what respect? Athenian stranger. I was going to say that man never legislates, but that destinies and accidents, happening in all sorts of ways, legislate in all sorts of ways. Either the violence of war has overthrown governments and changed laws, or the hard necessity of poverty, and the power of disease has often caused innovations in the state, when there have been pestilences and bad seasons continuing during many years. Any one who sees all this naturally rushes to the conclusion of which I was speaking, that no mortal legislates in anything, but that in human affairs chance is almost everything. And this may be said of the arts of the sailor, and the pilot, and the physician, and the general, and may seem to be well said, and yet there is another thing which may be said with equal truth of all of them. Cryneas. What is that? Athenian stranger. That God governs all things, and that chance and opportunity cooperate with him in the government of human affairs. There is, however, a third and less extreme view, that art ought to go along with them, for I should say that when there is a storm, there must surely be a great advantage in having a pilot. You would grant that? Cryneas. Yes. Athenian stranger. And might not this be also said of legislation as well as of other things, even supposing all other circumstances favourable? The true legislator is still required from time to time to provide for the happiness of the state. Cryneas. That I admit. Athenian stranger. In each case the artist would be right in praying for certain favourable conditions, under which he would only require to exercise his art? Cryneas. That is very true. Athenian stranger. And all other artists, if they had to offer up their prayers, would ask a similar boon? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And the legislator would do the same thing which they did? Cryneas. I believe that he would. Athenian stranger. Come, legislator, we will say to him, and what are the conditions which you require of us previously to organizing your state? What ought to be his answer to this? Shall I give the answer of the legislator? Cryneas. Very good. Athenian stranger. He will say, give me a state which is governed by a tyrant, and let the tyrant be young, and have a good memory. Let him be quick at learning, and of a courageous and noble nature. Let him have that which, as I said before, is the inseparable companion of all the other parts of virtue, if there is to be any good in them. Cryneas. I suppose, Megilus, that this companion virtue of which the stranger speaks must be temperance? Athenian stranger. Yes, Cryneas, temperance in the vulgar sense, not that which in the exaggerated language of some philosophers is demonstrated to be prudence, but that which is the natural gift of children and animals, and makes some of them live continently, and others incontinently, but when isolated was, as we said, hardly worth reckoning in the catalogue of goods. I think that you must understand my meaning. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Then our tyrant must have this, as well as the other qualities, if the state is to acquire the form of government which is most conducive to happiness in the best manner and in the shortest time. For there neither is, nor ever will be, a better or speedier way of establishing a polity than this. Cryneas. By what possible argument, stranger, can any one ever persuade another that he is right in saying that? Athenian stranger. There is surely no difficulty in seeing, Cryneas, that this is according to the order of nature. Cryneas. You would assume, as you say, a tyrant who is young, temperate, quick at learning, having a good memory, courageous, of a noble nature? Athenian stranger. Yes, and you must add fortunate, and his good fortune must be that he is the contemporary of a great legislator, and that some happy chance brings them together. When this has been accomplished, God has done all that he can ever do for a state which he desires to be eminently prosperous. He has done this in an inferior degree for a state in which there are two such rulers, and in the third degree when there are three. The difficulty increases with the increase of the number, and diminishes with the diminution of the number. Cryneas. You mean to say, I suppose, that the best government is produced from a tyranny, and originates in a good lawgiver and an orderly tyrant, and most easily and rapidly passes out of such a tyranny into a perfect form of government, and in the second degree out of an oligarchy, and in the third degree out of a democracy. Is not that your meaning? Athenian stranger. Not so. I mean rather to say that the change is best made out of a tyranny, and secondly out of a monarchy, and thirdly out of some sort of democracy. Fourthly, in the capacity for improvement comes oligarchy, which has the greatest difficulty in admitting of such a change, because the government is in the hands of a number of potentates. I am supposing that the legislator is by nature of the true sort, and that his strength is united with that of the chief men of the state, and when he is strongest, and at the same time there are the fewest persons concerned, as in a tyranny, there the change is likely to be easiest and most rapid. Cryneas. How is that? I do not understand. Athenian stranger. And yet I have repeated what I am saying a good many times. But I suppose that you have never seen a city which is under a tyranny. Cryneas. No, I cannot say that I have any great desire to see one. Athenian stranger. And yet, where there is a tyranny, you might certainly see that of which I am now speaking. Cryneas. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. I mean that you might see how, without trouble, and in no very long period of time, the tyrant, if he wishes, can change the manners of a state. He has only to go in the direction of virtue or of vice, whichever he prefers, he himself setting an example in his own person, praising and countenancing some actions, and reproving and setting a note of dishonour upon others. Cryneas. But how can we imagine that the citizens in general will at once follow the example set to them? Or how can he have this power both of persuading and of compelling them? Athenian stranger. Let no one, my friends, persuade us that there is any quicker and easier way in which laws act upon states than when the rulers lead. Such changes never have, nor ever will, come to pass in any other way. The real impossibility or difficulty is of another sort, and is rarely surmounted in the course of ages. But when this is once effected in a state, 10,000, or rather all blessings follow. Cryneas. Of what are you speaking? Athenian stranger. The difficulty is to find the divine love of temperate and just institutions existing in any powerful forms of government, whether in a monarchy or oligarchy of wealth or of birth. You might as well hope to reproduce the character of Nestor, who is said to have excelled all men in the power of speech, and yet more in his temperance. This, however, according to the tradition, was in the times of Troy. In our own days there is nothing of the sort; but if such a one either has, or ever shall come into being, or is now among us, blessed is he, and blessed are they who hear the wise words that flow from his lips. And this may be said of power in general. When the supreme power in man coincides with the greatest wisdom and temperance, then the best laws are by nature framed, and the best constitution; but in no other way will they ever come into being. And I would have what I am saying regarded as a sort of divination and declaration that, in one point of view, there may be a difficulty for a city to have good laws, but that there is another point of view in which nothing can be easier or sooner effected, granting our supposition. Cleinias. How do you mean? Athenian stranger. Let us try to put into words the laws which are suitable to your state, like children framing our lips to utter them. Cleinias. Let us proceed without delay. Athenian stranger. Then let us invoke God at the settlement of our state. May he hear and be propitious to us, and come and set in order the state and the laws. Cleinias. May he come. Athenian stranger. But what form of polity are we going to give the city? Cleinias. Tell me what you mean a little more clearly. Do you mean what form of polity, as, for example, democracy, or oligarchy, or aristocracy, or monarchy? For I suppose that you would not include tyranny. Athenian stranger. Which of you will answer first to which of these classes your own government is to be referred? Megilus. Ought I to answer first, as I am the elder? Cleinias. Perhaps you should. Megilus. And yet, stranger, I perceive that I cannot say, without more thought, what I should call the government of Lacedaemon. For it seems to me to be like a tyranny. The power of our ephors is marvellously tyrannical, and sometimes it appears to me to be of all cities the most democratical. And who can reasonably deny that it is an aristocracy? We have also a monarchy which is held for life, and is said by all mankind, and not by ourselves only, to be the most ancient of all monarchies. And therefore, when asked on a sudden, I cannot precisely say which form of government the Spartan is. Cleinias. I am in the same difficulty, Megilus, for I do not feel confident that the polity of Gnosis is any of these. Athenian stranger. The reason is, my excellent friends, that you really have polities, but the cities of which we were speaking are mere aggregations of citizens, who are the subjects and servants of parts of their own state. They are named after their several ruling powers, and are not polities at all. But if states are to be named after their rulers, the true state ought to be called by the name of the god who rules over wise men. Cleinias. And who is this god? Athenian stranger. May I still make use of fable to some extent, in the hope that I may be better able to answer your question? Shall I? Cleinias. By all means. Athenian stranger. In the primeval world, and a long while before the cities came into being, whose settlements we have described, there is said to have been in the time of Cryneas a blessed state and way of life, of which the best ordered of existing states is a copy. Cleinias. It will be very necessary to hear about that. Athenian stranger. I quite agree with you, and that is why I introduced the subject. Cleinias. You are very right, and if the tale is to the point, you will do well in giving us the whole story. Athenian stranger. I will do as you suggest. There is a tradition of the happy life of mankind in days when all things were spontaneous and abundant, and of this the reason is said to have been as follows. Cryneas, as I was observing, knew that no human nature invested with supreme power is able to order human affairs, and not overflow with insolence and wrong. Which reflection led him to appoint not men, but demigods, who are of a higher and more divine race, to be the kings and rulers of our cities. He did as we do with flocks of sheep and other tame animals. For we do not appoint oxen to be the lords of oxen, or goats of goats, but we ourselves are a superior race, and rule over them. In like manner, God, in his love of mankind, placed over us the demons, who are a superior race, and they, with great ease and pleasure to themselves, and no less to us, taking care of us and giving us peace and reverence and order and justice, never failing, made the tribes of men happy and peaceful. And this tradition, which is true, declares that cities of which some mortal man, and not God, is the ruler, have no escape from evils and toils. Still, we must do all that we can to imitate the life which is said to have existed in the days of Cryneas, and as far as the principle of immortality dwells in us, to that we must hearken, both in private and public life, and regulate our cities and houses according to law, meaning by the very term law the distribution of mind. But if either an oligarchy or a democracy has a soul eager after pleasures and desires, wanting to be filled with them, yet retaining none of them, but perpetually afflicted with an endless and insatiable disorder, and such a one, having first trampled the laws under foot, becomes the master either of a state or an individual, then, as I was saying, there is no possibility of salvation. And now, Cryneas, we have to consider whether you will or will not accept my view. Cryneas. Certainly we will. Athenian stranger. Do you know that there are often said to be as many forms of laws as there are of governments? And how many there are of these we have already stated. And this you must regard as a matter of very great importance. For what is to be the standard of just and unjust is once more the point at issue. And men say that the law ought not to regard either peace or war or virtue in general, but only the interests and power and preservation of the existing form of government. This is thought by them to be the best way of expressing the natural definition of justice. Cryneas. How? Athenian stranger. They say that justice is the interest of the stronger. Cryneas. Speak plainer. Athenian stranger. I will. They surely assume that the governing power makes whatever laws have authority in any state? Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Well, they would say, and do you suppose that tyranny or democracy, or any other conquering power, does not make the continuance of the power which is possessed by them the first or principal object of their laws? Cryneas. How can they have any other? Athenian stranger. And whoever transgresses these laws is punished as an evildoer by the legislator who calls the laws just? Cryneas. Naturally. Athenian stranger. This, then, is always the mode and fashion in which justice exists? Cryneas. Certainly that is implied in this way of viewing the subject. Athenian stranger. Why, yes, that is one of the ways in which governments are wronged. Cryneas. To what wrongs are you referring? Athenian stranger. To those which we were examining when we spoke of who ought to govern whom.
did we not arrive at the conclusion that parents ought to govern their children, and the elder the younger, and the noble the ignoble? And there were many other principles, if you remember, and they were not always consistent. One principle was that of Pindar. He spoke of law in the order of nature doing and justifying violence. Cryneas. Yes, I remember. Athenian stranger. Consider then to whom our state is to be entrusted, for there is a thing which has occurred times without number in states. Cryneas. What? Athenian stranger. That when there has been a contest for power, and the conquerors have monopolized the government, and have refused all share of power to the defeated party and their descendants, they have lived watching one another in perpetual fear that some one will come into power who has a recollection of former wrongs, and will rise up against them. Now, according to our view, such governments are not polities at all, nor are laws right which are passed for the good of particular classes, and not for the good of the whole state. States which have such laws are not polities, but parties, and their notion of justice is simply unmeaning. I say this because I am going to assert that we must not entrust the government in your state to any one because he is rich, or because he possesses any advantage of that sort, such as strength, or stature, or again of birth. But he who is most obedient to the laws of the state wins the palm in that trial, and to him who gains this victory in the first degree shall be given the highest office and chief ministry of the gods, and the second to him who bears the second palm, and in a similar ratio shall all the other offices be assigned to their holders. And when I call the rulers servants or ministers of the law, I give them this name, not for the sake of novelty, but because I certainly believe that upon this quality in them depends the well or ill-being of the state. For that state in which the law is subject and has no authority, I perceive to be on the highway to ruin. But I see that the state in which the law is above the rulers, and the rulers are the inferiors of the law, has salvation, and every blessing which the gods can confer. Cryneas. Truly, stranger, you see with the keen vision of age. Athenian stranger. Why, yes. Every man, when he is young, has that sort of vision dullest, and when he is oldest, most keen. Cryneas. That is very true. Athenian stranger. And now, what is to be the next step? May we not suppose the colonists to have arrived, and proceed to make our speech to them? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Friends, we say to them, God, as the oldest tradition declares, holding in his hand the beginning, middle, and end of all that is, moves according to his nature in a straight line towards the accomplishment of his end. Justice always follows him, and is the punisher of those who fall short of the divine law. To that law he who would be happy holds fast, and follows it in all humility and order. But he who is lifted up with pride, or money, or honour, or beauty, who has a soul hot with folly, and youth, and insolence, and thinks that he has no need of a guide or ruler, but is able himself to be the guide of others, he, I say, is left deserted of God, and being thus deserted, he takes to him others who are like himself, and dances about in wild confusion, and many think that he is a great man, but in a short time he pays a penalty which justice cannot but approve, and is utterly destroyed, and his family and city with him. Wherefore, seeing that human things are thus ordered, what should a wise man do, or think, or not do, or think? Cryneas. Every man ought to make up his mind that he will be one of the followers of the god. There can be no doubt of that. Athenian stranger. Then what sort of action is agreeable to the god, and becoming in his followers? There is an old saying that like agrees with measure, measure. But things which have no measure agree neither with themselves, nor with the things which have measure. Now God is the measure of all things, in a sense far higher than any man could be, as the common saying affirms. And he who would be dear to God must, as far as is possible, be like him, and such as he is. Wherefore the temperate man is the friend of God, for he is like him, and the intemperate man is unlike him, and different from him, and unjust. And the same holds of other things. And this is the conclusion, which is also the noblest and truest of all sayings, that for the good man to offer sacrifice to the gods, and hold converse with them by means of prayers and offerings and every kind of service, is the noblest and best of all things, and also the most conducive to a happy life, and very fit and meet. But with the bad man the opposite of this holds, for the bad man has an impious soul, whereas the good is pure, and from one who is polluted neither a good man nor God is right in receiving gifts. And therefore the unholy waste their much service upon the gods, which, when offered by any holy man, is always accepted of them. Such is the mark at which we ought to aim. But what weapons shall we use, and how shall we direct them? In the first place, we affirm that next, after the Olympians' gods, and the gods of the state, honour should be given to the gods below. They should receive everything in even numbers, and of the second choice, and of evil omen, while the odd numbers, and the first choice, and the things of lucky omen are given to the gods above, by him who would rightly hit the mark of piety. Next to these gods, a wise man will do service to the demons or spirits, and then to the heroes, and after them will follow the sacred places of private and ancestral gods, having their ritual according to law. Next comes the honour of living parents, to whom, as is meet, we have to pay the first and greatest and oldest of all debts, considering that all which a man has belongs to those who gave him birth and brought him up, and that he must do all that he can to minister to them, first in his property, secondly in his person, and thirdly in his soul, paying the debts due to them for the care and travail which they bestowed upon him of old, in the days of his infancy, and which he is now to pay back to them when they are old and in the extremity of their need. And all his life long he ought never to utter, or to have uttered, an unbecoming word to them, for of all light and winged words he will have to give an account. Nemesis, the messenger of justice, is appointed to watch over them. And we ought to yield to our parents when they are angry, and let them satisfy their feelings in word or deed, considering that, when a father thinks that he has been wronged by his son, he may be expected to be very angry. At their death, the most moderate funeral is best, neither exceeding the customary expense, nor yet falling short of the honour which has been usually shown by the former generation to their parents. And let a man not forget to pay the yearly tribute of respect to the dead, honouring them chiefly by omitting nothing that conduces to a perpetual remembrance of them, and giving a reasonable portion of their fortune to the dead. Doing this, and living after this manner, we shall receive our reward from the gods, and those who are above us, and we shall spend our life for the most part in good hope. And how a man ought to order what relates to his descendants, and his kindred, and friends, and citizens, and the rights of hospitality taught by heaven, and the intercourse which arises out of them, all with a view to the embellishment and orderly regulation of his own life, these things, I say, the laws, as we proceed with them, will accomplish, partly persuading, and partly, when natures do not yield to persuasion, chastising them by might and right, and will thus render our state, if the gods cooperate with us, prosperous and happy. But of what has to be said, and must be said by the legislator, who is of my way of thinking, and yet, if said in the form of law, is out of place, of this I think that a person may offer a sample for himself, and those for whom he is legislating, and then when, as far as he is able, he has gone through all the preliminaries, he may proceed to the work of legislation. Now, what will be the form of such prefaces? There may be a difficulty in including or describing them all under a single form, but I think that we may get some notion of them, if we can guarantee one thing. Cryneas. What is that? Athenian stranger. I should wish the citizen to be as receptive of virtue as possible, and that this will be the aim of the legislator in all his laws is evident. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. What has been said appears to me to be of importance in this way. A person will listen with more gentleness and goodwill to the precepts addressed to him by the legislator, when the soul of him who receives them is not altogether uncivilized. Even a little done in the way of conciliation gains his ear, and is always worth having. For there is no great inclination or readiness on the part of mankind to be made as good, or as quickly good, as possible. Rather, the many prove the wisdom of Hesiod, who says that the road to wickedness is smooth and very short, and there is no need of perspiring. Quote, but before virtue the immortal gods have placed the sweat of labour, and long and steep is the way thither, and rugged at first. But when you have reached the top, then however difficult, it becomes easy. Close quote. Cryneas. Yes, and he certainly speaks well. Athenian stranger. Very true. And now let me tell you the effect which the preceding discourse has had upon me. Cryneas. Proceed. Athenian stranger. Suppose that we have a little conversation with the legislator, and say to him, O legislator, speak if you know what we ought to say and do. You can surely tell. Cryneas. Certainly he can. Athenian stranger. Did we not hear you just now saying that the legislator ought not to allow the poets to do what they liked? For that they did not know in which of their words they went against the laws, to the hurt of the state. Cryneas. That is true. Athenian stranger. May we not fairly make answer to him on behalf of the poets? Cryneas. What answer shall we make to him? Athenian stranger. That the poet, according to the tradition which has ever prevailed among us, and is accepted of all men, when he sits down on the tripod of the muse, is not in his right mind. Like a fountain, he allows the stream of thought to flow freely, and his art being imitative, he is often compelled to represent men under opposite circumstances, and thus to say two different things. Neither can he tell whether there is any truth in either of them, or in one more than in the other. But this is not the case in a law. The legislator must give, not two rules about the same thing, but one only. Take an example from what you have just been saying. Of three kinds of funerals, there is one which is too extravagant, another is too niggardly, the third in a mean, and you choose and approve and order the last without qualification. But if I had an extremely rich wife, and she bade me bury her, and I were to describe her burial in poetry, I should praise the extravagant one, and a poor, miserly man, who had not much to spend, would approve of the niggardly one; and the man of moderate means, who was himself moderate, would praise a moderate funeral. Now, you in the capacity of legislator must not barely say, a moderate funeral, but you must define what moderation is, and how much. Unless you are definite, you must not suppose that you are speaking a language that can become law. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. And is our legislator to have no preface to his laws, but to say at once, do this, avoid that, and then, holding the penalty in terrorem, to go on to another law, offering never a word of advice or exhortation to those for whom he is legislating, after the manner of some doctors? Let us remember that there are two sorts of practitioners, a gentler and a ruder, who cure in different ways, and we may entreat the legislator, as children might the doctor, to cure our disorders with the gentlest remedies. What I mean to say is, that besides doctors, there are doctors' assistants, who are also styled doctors. Cleinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. And whether they are slaves or freemen makes no difference. They acquire their knowledge of medicine by obeying and observing their masters, by experience, and not according to nature, as the manner of freemen is, who teach their children on the same principles on which they have learned themselves. You would admit that there are these two classes of doctors? Cleinias. Certainly I should. Athenian stranger. And did you ever observe that there are two classes of patients in states, slaves and freemen, and the slave doctors run about and cure the slaves, and wait for them in the dispensaries? Practitioners of this sort never talk to their patients individually, or let them talk about their own individual complaints. The doctor prescribes what he thinks good out of the abundance of his experience, as if he had no manner of doubt, and when he has given his orders, like a tyrant, he rushes off with equal assurance to some other servant who is ill, and he does a great service to the master of the house, who in this manner is relieved of the care of his slaves. But the other doctor, who is a free man, attends and practices upon free men, and he carries his inquiries far back, and goes into the nature of the disorder. He enters into discourse with the patient and with his friends, and is at once getting information from the sick man, and also instructing him as far as he is able, and he will not prescribe for him until he has first convinced him. At last, when he has brought the patient more and more under his persuasive influences, and set him on the road to health, he attempts to effect a cure. Now, which is the better way of proceeding in a physician and in a trainer? Is he the better who accomplishes his ends in a double way, or he who works in one way, and that the ruder and inferior? Cleinias. I should say, stranger, that the double way is far better. Athenian stranger. Should you like to see an example of the double and single method in legislation? Cleinias. Certainly I should. Athenian stranger. What will be our first law? Will not the legislator, observing the order of nature, begin by making regulations for births? Cleinias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And in all states the birth of children goes back to the connection of marriage? Cleinias. Very true. Athenian stranger. Then, according to the true order, the laws relating to marriage should be those which are first determined in every state? Cleinias. Quite true. Athenian stranger. Then let me first give the law of marriage in a simple form, which may be as follows. A man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, or if he does not, he shall pay such and such a fine, or shall suffer the loss of such and such privileges. This would be the simple law about marriage. the double law would run as follows: a man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35, considering that after a sort the human race naturally partakes of immortality, of which all men have the greatest desire implanted in them. For the desire of every man that he may become famous, and not lie in the grave without a name, is only the love of continuance. Now, mankind are coeval with all time, and are ever following, and will ever follow, the course of time. In this way they are immortal, leaving children behind them, with whom they are one in the unity of generation. And for a man voluntarily to deprive himself of this gift of immortality, as he deliberately does who will not have a wife or children, is impiety. He who listens to the words of the law shall be free, and shall pay no fine. But he who is disobedient, and does not marry, when he has arrived at the age of 35, shall pay a yearly fine of a certain amount, in order that his celibacy may not be a source of ease and profit to him. And he shall not share in the honours which the young men in the state give to the aged. Comparing now the two forms of the law, you will be able to arrive at a judgment about any other laws, whether they should be double in length, even when shortest, because they have to persuade as well as threaten, or whether they shall only threaten and be of half the length. Megilus. The Lacedaemonian stranger would generally prefer the shorter form, although, for my own part, if any one were to ask me which I myself prefer in the state, I should certainly determine in favour of the longer, and I would have every law made after the same pattern, if I had to choose. But I think that Cryneas is the person to be consulted, for his is the state which is going to use these laws. Cryneas. Thank you, Megilus. Athenian stranger. Whether in the abstract words are to be many or few is a very unmeaning question. The best form, and not the shortest, is to be approved, nor is length at all to be regarded. In the form of law which has been recited, the one kind is not only twice as good in practical usefulness as the other, but the case is like that of the two kinds of doctors, of whom I was just now speaking. And yet legislators never appear to have considered that, whereas they have two instruments which they might use in legislation, persuasion and force, insofar as a rude and uneducated multitude are capable of being affected by them, they use one only, for they do not temper their power by persuasion, but employ force, pure and simple. There is a third point, sweet friends, which ought to be, and never is, regarded in our existing laws. Cryneas. What is that? Athenian stranger. A point which arises out of our previous conversation, and comes into my mind, I know not how. All this time, from early dawn until noon, we have been talking about laws in this charming retreat. Now we are going to promulgate our laws, and what has preceded was only the prelude of them. Why do I mention this? For this reason: because all discourses and vocal exercises have preludes and overtures, which are a sort of artistic beginnings, intended to help the strain which is to be performed. Lyric measures and every other sort of music have preludes framed with wonderful care. But of the truer and higher strain of law and politics, no one has ever yet uttered any prelude, or composed, or published any, as though there was no such thing in nature, whereas our present discussion seems to me to imply that there is. These double laws of which we were speaking are not exactly double, but they are in two parts, the law and the prelude of the law. The arbitrary command, which was compared to the commands of the physicians, whom we described as of the meaner sort, was the law pure and simple, and that which preceded and was described by our friend as hortatory only, was in fact an exhortation, and is analogous to the preamble of a discourse. For I imagine that all this language of conciliation which the legislator has been uttering in the preface of the law was intended to create goodwill in the person whom he addressed, in order that, by reason of this goodwill, he might more intelligently receive his command, that is to say, the law. And therefore, in my way of speaking, this is more rightly described as the preamble than as the matter of the law. And I must further proceed to observe that the legislator should not make laws which have no preambles. He should remember how great will be the difference between them accordingly as they have, or have not, preambles, as in the instances already given. Cryneas. The lawgiver, if he asks my opinion, will certainly do as you advise. Athenian stranger. I think that you are quite right, Clynias, in affirming that all laws have preambles, and that throughout the whole of this work of legislation, every single law should have a suitable preamble at the beginning. For that which is to follow is most important, and whether this is clearly recorded or not is a very serious matter. Yet we should be wrong in requiring that all laws, small and great alike, should have preambles of the same kind, any more than all songs or speeches. Although they may be natural to all, they are not always necessary, and whether they are to be employed or not has to be left to the judgment of the speaker or the musician, or, in the present instance, of the lawgiver. Clynias. That, I think, is most true. And now, stranger, without delay, let us return to the argument, and, as people say in play, make a second and better beginning, if you please, with the principles which we have been laying down, which we never thought of regarding as a preamble before, but of which we may now make a preamble, and not merely consider them to be chance topics of discourse. Let us acknowledge, then, that we have a preamble. About the honour of the gods and the respect of parents, enough has been already said, and we may proceed to the topics which follow next in order, until the preamble is deemed by you to be complete, and after that you shall go through the laws themselves. Athenian stranger. I understand you to mean that we have made a sufficient preamble about the gods and demons, and about parents, living or dead, and now you would have us bring the rest of the subject into the light of day? Clynias. Exactly. Athenian stranger. After this, as is meet, and for the general interest, I the speaker, and you the listeners, will try to estimate all that relates to the souls and bodies and properties of the citizens, as regards both their occupations and amusements, and thus arrive, as far as in us lies, at the nature of education. That will follow next in order. Clynias. Very good. End of Book 4. Book 5. Athenian stranger. Listen, all ye who have just now heard the laws about gods, and about our dear forefathers. Of all the things which a man has, next to the god, his soul is the most divine and most truly his own. Now, in every man there are two parts, the better and superior part, which rules, and the worse and inferior part, which serves, and the ruler is always to be preferred to the servant. Wherefore, I am right in bidding every one, next to the gods, who are our masters, and those who in order follow them, to honour his own soul, which every one seems to honour, but no one honours as he ought. For honour is a divine good, and no evil thing is honourable, and he who thinks that he can honour the soul by word or gift, or any sort of compliance, not making her in any way better, seems to honour her, but honours her not at all.
For example, every man in his very boyhood fancies that he is able to know everything, and thinks that he honours his soul by praising her, and he is very ready to let her do whatever she may like. But I mean to say that in acting thus he only injures his soul, and does not honour her, whereas in our opinion he ought to honour her as second only to the gods. Again, when a man thinks that others are to be blamed, and not himself, for the errors which he has committed, and the many and great evils which befell him in consequence, and is always fancying himself to be exempt and innocent, he is under the idea that he is honouring his soul, whereas the very reverse is the fact, for he is really injuring her. And when disregarding the word and approval of the legislator, he indulges in pleasure, then again he is far from honouring her. He only dishonours her and fills her full of evil and remorse. Or when he does not endure to the end the labours and fears and sorrows and pains which the legislator approves, but gives way before them, then by yielding he does not honour the soul, but by all such conduct he makes her to be dishonourable. Nor when he thinks that life at any price is a good, does he honour her, but yet once more he dishonours her. For the soul having a notion that the world below is all evil, he yields to her, and does not resist, and teach or convince her that, for aught she knows, the world of the gods below, instead of being evil, may be the greatest of all goods. Again, when any one prefers beauty to virtue, what is this but the real and utter dishonour of the soul? For such a preference implies that the body is more honourable than the soul, and this is false, for there is nothing of earthly birth which is more honourable than the heavenly, and he who thinks otherwise of the soul has no idea how greatly he undervalues this wonderful possession. Nor again, when a person is willing or not unwilling to acquire dishonest gains, does he then honour his soul with gifts. Far otherwise, he sells her glory and honour for a small piece of gold. But all the gold which is under or upon the earth is not to be given in exchange for virtue. In a word, I may say that he who does not estimate the base and evil, the good and noble, according to the standard of the legislator, and abstain in every possible way from the one, and practice the other with all his might, does not know that he is most foully and disgracefully abusing his soul, which is the divinest part of man. For no one, as I may say, ever considers that which is declared to be the greatest penalty of evil-doing, namely, to grow into the likeness of bad men, and, growing like them, to fly from the conversation of the good, and be cut off from them, and cleave to and follow after the company of the bad. And he who is joined to them must do and suffer what such men by nature do and say to one another, which suffering is not justice, but retribution. For justice and the just are noble, whereas retribution is the suffering which waits upon injustice. And whether a man escape or endure this, he is miserable; in the former case, because he is not cured; in the latter, because he perishes in order that the rest of the world may be saved. Speaking generally, our glory is to follow the better and improve the inferior, which is susceptible of improvement, in the best manner possible. And of all the possessions which a man has, the soul is by nature most inclined to avoid the evil, and search out and find the chief good, and having found, to dwell with the good during the remainder of life. Wherefore the soul also is second in honour, and third, as every one will perceive, comes the honour of the body in natural order. Having determined this, we have next to consider which of the honours given to the body are genuine, and which are not genuine. This appears to me to be the business of the legislator, and
he intimates that they are to be ranked in the following order. Honor is not to be given to the fair, or the strong, or the swift, or the tall, or the healthy body, although this would be the opinion of many, any more than to their opposites; but the mean states of all these habits are by far the safest and most moderate, for the one extreme makes the soul braggart and insolent, and the other illiberal and mean, and the possession of money and property and distinction beats to the same tune. The excess of any of these is apt to be a source of hatreds and divisions among states and individuals, and the defect of them is commonly a cause of slavery. And therefore I would not have any one fond of heaping up riches for the sake of his children, in order that he may leave them as rich as possible. For the possession of great wealth is of no use either to them or to the state. The condition of youth, which is free from flattery, and at the same time not in need of the necessaries of life, is the best and most harmonious of all, being in accord and agreement with our nature, and making life to be most entirely free from sorrow. Let parents, then, bequeath to their children not riches, but the spirit of reverence. We indeed fancy that they will inherit reverence from us, if we rebuke them when they show a want of reverence; but this quality is not really imparted to them by the present style of admonition, which only tells them that the young ought always to be reverential. A sensible legislator will rather exhort the elders to reverence the younger, and, above all, to take heed that no young man sees or hears him doing or saying anything base; for where old men have no shame, there young men will most certainly be devoid of reverence. The best way of training the young is to train yourself at the same time, not to admonish them, but to be seen always doing that of which you would admonish them. He who honours his kindred, and reveres those who share in the same gods, and are of the same blood and family, may fairly expect that the gods, who preside over generation, will be propitious to him, and will quicken his seed. And he who deems the services which his friends and acquaintances do to him greater and more important than they themselves deem them, and his own favours to them less than theirs to him, will have their goodwill in the intercourse of life. And surely in his relations to the state and his fellow citizens, he is by far the best, who, rather than the Olympic, or any other victory of peace or war, desires to win the palm of obedience to the laws of his country, and who, of all mankind, is the person reputed to have obeyed them best during his whole life. In his relations to strangers, a man should consider that a contract is a most holy thing, and that all concerns and wrongs of strangers are more directly dependent on the protection of God than the wrongs done to citizens. For the stranger, having no kindred and friends, is more to be pitied by gods and men. Wherefore, also, he who is able to assist him is more zealous in his cause, and he who is most able is the divinity and god of the stranger, who follows in the train of Zeus, the god of strangers. And for this reason, he who has a spark of caution in him will do his best to pass through life without sinning against the stranger. And of offences committed, whether against strangers or fellow countrymen, that against suppliants is the greatest. For the god who witnessed to the agreement made with the suppliant becomes in a special manner the guardian of the sufferer, and he will certainly not suffer unavenged. Thus we have nearly described the manner in which a man is to act about his parents, and himself, and his own affairs, and in relation to the state, and his friends and kindred, both in what concerns his own countrymen, and in what concerns the stranger. I will now describe what manner of man he must be who would best pass through life in respect of those other things which are not matters of law, but of praise and blame only. in which praise and blame educate a man, and make him more tractable and amenable to the laws which are about to be imposed. Truth is the beginning of every good to the gods, and of every good to man, and he who would be blessed and happy should be from the first a partaker of the truth, that he may live a true man as long as possible, for then he can be trusted. But he is not to be trusted who loves voluntary falsehood, and he who loves involuntary falsehood is a fool. Neither condition is to be desired, for the untrustworthy and ignorant has no friend, and as time advances he becomes known, and lays up in store for himself isolation in crabbed age, when life is on the wane, so that whether his children or friends are alive or not, he is equally solitary. Worthy of honour, too, is he who does no injustice, and of more than twofold honour if he not only does no injustice himself, but hinders others from doing any. The first may count as one man, the second is worth many men, because he informs the rulers of the injustice of others. And yet more highly to be esteemed is he who cooperates with the rulers in correcting the citizens as far as he can. He shall be proclaimed the great and perfect citizen, and bear away the palm of virtue. The same praise may be given about temperance and wisdom, and all other goods, which may be imparted to others, as well as acquired by a man for himself. He who imparts them shall be honoured as the man of men, and he who is willing, yet is not able, may be allowed the second place. But he who is jealous and will not, if he can help, allow others to partake in a friendly way of any good, is deserving of blame. The good, however, which he has, is not to be undervalued because possessed by him, but to be acquired by us to the utmost of our power. Let every man, then, freely strive for the prize of virtue, and let there be no envy. For the unenvious nature increases the greatness of states. He himself contends in the race, and defames no man, but the envious, who thinks that he ought to get the better by defaming others, is less energetic himself in the pursuit of true virtue, and reduces his rivals to despair by his unjust slanders of them. And thus he deprives the whole city of the proper training for the contest of virtue, and diminishes her glory as far as in him lies. Now every man should be spirited, but he should also be gentle. From the cruel, or hardly curable, or altogether incurable acts of injustice done by others, a man can only escape by fighting and defending himself, and conquering, and by never ceasing to punish them. And no man who is not of a noble spirit is able to accomplish this. As to the actions of those who do evil, but evil which is curable, in the first place, let us remember that the unjust man is not unjust of his own free will. For no man of his own free will would choose to possess the greatest of evils, and, least of all, in the most honourable part of himself. And the soul, as we said of a truth, is deemed by all men the most honourable. In the soul, then, which is the most honourable part of him, no one, if he could help, would admit or allow to continue the greatest of evils. The unjust and the unfortunate are always to be pitied in any case, and one can afford to forgive as well as pity him who is curable, and refrain and calm one's anger, not giving way to passion, and continuing wrathful with feminine bitterness. But upon him who is incapable of reformation, and wholly evil, the vials of our wrath should be poured out. Wherefore I say that good men ought, when occasion arises, to be both gentle and passionate. The greatest evil to men, generally, is one which is innate in their souls, and which a man is always excusing in himself, and never correcting. I mean, what is expressed in the saying, that every man by nature is, and ought to be, his own friend. Whereas the excessive love of self is in reality the source to each man of all offences. For the lover is blinded about the beloved, so that he judges wrongly of the just, the good, and the honourable, and thinks that he ought always to prefer his own interest to the truth. But he who would be a great man ought to regard what is just, and not himself or his interests, whether in his own actions or those of others. Through a similar error, men are induced to fancy that their own ignorance is wisdom, and thus we who may be truly said to know nothing think that we know all things, and because we will not let others act for us in what we do not know, we are compelled to act amiss ourselves. Wherefore let every man avoid excess of self-love, and condescend to follow a better man than himself, not allowing any false shame to stand in the way. There are also lesser matters than these which are often repeated, and with good reason. A man should recollect them, and remind himself of them. For when a stream is flowing out, there should be water flowing in too, and recollection is the flowing in of failing knowledge. Therefore, I say that a man should refrain from excess either of laughter or tears, and should exhort his neighbour to do the same. He should veil his immoderate sorrow or joy, and seek to behave with propriety, whether his genius be set at good fortune, or whether at the crisis of his fate, when he seems to be mounting high and steep places, the gods oppose him in some of his enterprises. Still he may hope that when calamities supervene upon the blessings which the god gives him, he will lighten them, and change existing evils for the better. And as to the goods which are the opposite of these evils, he will not doubt that they will be ever present with him, and that he will be fortunate. Such should be men's hopes, and such should be the exhortations with which they admonish one another, never losing an opportunity, but on every occasion distinctly reminding themselves and others of all these things, both in jest and earnest. Enough has now been said of divine matters, both as touching the practices which men ought to follow, and the several characters which they ought to cultivate. But of human things we have not as yet spoken, and we must, for to men we are discoursing, and not to gods. Pleasures and pains and desires are a part of human nature, and on them every mortal being must of necessity hang and depend with the most eager interest. And therefore we must praise the noblest life, not only as the fairest in appearance, but if a man will only taste, and not, as in the days of youth, run away to another, he will find that this nobler life surpasses also in the very thing which we all of us desire. I mean in having the greatest pleasure and the least pain during the whole of life. And this will be plain, and will be quickly and clearly seen, if a man has a true taste of them. But what is a true taste? That is what the argument has to show. The point being, what is according to nature, and what is not according to nature. One life must be compared with another, the more pleasurable with the more painful, after this manner. We desire to have pleasure, but we neither desire nor choose pain, and the neutral state we are ready to take in exchange not for pleasure, but for pain, and we also choose less pain and greater pleasure, but less pleasure and greater pain we do not choose, and an equal balance of either we cannot venture to assert that we should desire. And all these differ, or do not differ, severally in number and magnitude, and intensity and equality, and in the opposites of these, when regarded as objects of choice, in relation to the will. And such being the necessary order of things, we choose that life in which there are many great and intense elements of pleasure and pain, and in which the pleasures are in excess, and do not choose that in which the opposites exceed. Nor again do we choose that in which the elements of either are small and few and feeble, and the pains exceed. And when, as I said before, there is a balance of pleasure and pain in life, this is to be regarded by us as the balanced life, while other lives are preferred by us because they exceed in what we like, or are rejected by us because they exceed in what we dislike. All the lives of men may be regarded by us as bound up in these, and we must also consider what sort of lives we by nature choose. And if we wish for any others, I say that we choose them only through some ignorance and inexperience of the lives which actually exist. Now, what lives are they, and how many in which, having searched out and beheld the objects of will and desire, and their opposites, and making of them a law, choosing, I say, the dear and the pleasant, and the best and noblest, a man may live in the happiest way possible? Let us say that the temperate life is one kind of life, and the rational another, and the courageous another, and the healthful another, and to these four let us oppose four other lives: the foolish, the cowardly, the intemperate, the diseased. He who knows the temperate life will describe it as in all things gentle, having gentle pains, and gentle pleasures, and placid desires, and loves not insane; whereas the intemperate life is impetuous in all things, and has violent pains and pleasures, and vehement and stinging desires, and loves utterly insane. And in the temperate life the pleasures exceed the pains, and in the intemperate life the pains exceed the pleasures in greatness and number and intensity. And hence the result is that one of the two lives is naturally and necessarily more pleasant, and the other more painful. And he who would live pleasantly cannot possibly choose to live intemperately. And if this is true, the inference clearly is that no man is voluntarily intemperate, but that the whole multitude of men lack temperance in their lives, either from ignorance, or from want of self-control, or both. And the same holds of the diseased and healthy life. They both have pleasures and pains, but in health the pleasure exceeds the pain, and in sickness the pain exceeds the pleasure. Now, our intention in choosing the lives is not that the painful should exceed, but the life in which pain is exceeded by pleasure we determine to be the more pleasant life. And we should say that the temperate life has the elements of both, fewer and minuter and less concentrated than the intemperate, and the wise life than the foolish life, and the life of courage than the life of cowardice; the one class exceeding in pleasure, and the others in pain; the courageous surpassing the coward, and the wise exceeding the fool. And the general result is that the one class of lives exceed the other class in pleasure. The temperate and courageous and wise and healthy exceed the cowardly and foolish and intemperate and diseased; and, generally speaking, that which has any virtue, whether of body or soul, is pleasanter than the vicious life, and far superior in beauty and rectitude and excellence and goodness and reputation, and causes him who lives accordingly to be infinitely happier than the opposite. Let thus much be said of the prelude or preamble of the laws, and after the preamble must follow the strain or law, or rather the true way will be to give an outline of the laws. As then in the case of a web, or any other tissue, the warp and the woof cannot be made of the same materials, but the warp is necessarily superior as being stronger, and having a certain character of firmness, whereas the woof is softer, and has a proper degree of elasticity. In a similar manner, those who are to hold great offices in states should be distinguished truly in each case from those who have been but slenderly proven by education. I say, then, that there are two parts in the constitution of a state: one, the appointment of officers; the other, the rules which are prescribed for them. But before all this comes the following consideration. The shepherd or herdsman or breeder of horses, or the like, when he has received his animals, will not begin to train them until he has first purified them in a manner which befits a community of animals. He will divide the healthy and unhealthy, and the good breed and the bad breed, and will send away the unhealthy and badly bred to other herds, and tend the rest, reflecting that his labours will be vain and without effect, either on the souls or bodies of those whom nature and ill nurture have corrupted, and that they will involve in destruction the pure and healthy nature and being of every other animal, if he neglect to purge them away. Now, the case of other animals is not so important. They are only worth mentioning for the sake of illustration. But what relates to man is of the highest importance, and the legislator should make inquiries and indicate what is proper for each in the way of purification, and of all other processes. Take, for example, the purification of a city. There are many kinds of purifications, some easier and others more difficult, and some of them, and the best and most difficult of them, the legislator, if he be also a despot, may be able to effect. But he who without a despotism sets up a new government and laws, even if he attempt the mildest of purgations, may think himself happy if he can complete his work. When best, the purification is painful, like similar cures in medicine, involving righteous punishment and inflicting death or exile in the last resort. For in this way we commonly dispose of great sinners who are incurable, and are the greatest injury of the whole state. But the milder form of purification is as follows. When men who have nothing, and are in want of food, show a disposition to follow their leaders in an attack on the property of the rich, these, who are the natural plague of the state, are sent away by the legislator in a friendly spirit, as far as he is able, and this dismissal of them is euphemistically termed a colony, and every legislator should contrive to do this at once. Our present case, however, is peculiar, for there is no need to devise any colony or purifying separation under the circumstances in which we are placed. But as, when many streams flow together from springs and mountain torrents into a single lake, we ought to attend and take care that the confluence of water should be perfectly clear, and in order to effect this, should pump and draw off and divert the impure waters. So in every political arrangement there may be trouble and danger. But seeing that we are discoursing and not acting, let our selection be supposed to be completed, and the desired purity attained. For evil men who want to join and be citizens of our state, we will test by persuasion and time, and hinder them from coming, and the good we will to the utmost of our ability receive as friends with open arms. Another piece of good fortune must not be forgotten, which, as we were saying, the Heraclid colony had, and which is also ours, that we have escaped division of land and the abolition of debts, for these are always a source of dangerous contention, and a city which is driven to legislation upon such matters, can neither allow the old ways to continue, nor yet venture to alter them. We must have recourse to prayers, as men say, and hope that a slight change may be cautiously effected in a length of time. And such a change can be accomplished by those who have abundance of land, and having also many debtors, are willing in a kindly spirit to share with those who are in want, remitting some and dividing some, holding fast in a path of moderation, and deeming poverty to be the increase of a man's desires, and not the diminution of his property. For this is the chiefest foundation of a state, and upon this lasting basis may be erected afterwards whatever political order is suitable under the circumstances. But if the change be based upon an unsound principle, the political superstructure which is added will hardly succeed. That is a danger which, as I am saying, is escaped by us, and yet we had better say how we, if we had not escaped, might have escaped. And we may venture now to assert that no other way of escape, whether narrow or broad, can be devised, but a just contentment. This is to be the rock on which our city is built, for there ought to be no disputes among citizens about property. If there are quarrels of long standing among them, no legislator of any degree of sense will proceed a step in the arrangement of the state until they are settled. But that they, to whom God has given, as he has to us, to be the founders of a new state, free from enmity, that they should create themselves enmities by reason of their mode of dividing lands and houses, would be superhuman folly and wickedness. How then can we rightly distribute our citizens? In the first place, their number has to be determined, and also the number and size of the portions which are to be assigned to them, and the land and the houses will then have to be apportioned by us as fairly as we can. The number of citizens can only be estimated satisfactorily in relation to the territory and the neighbouring states. The territory must be sufficient to maintain a certain number of inhabitants in a moderate way of life. More than this is not required, and the number of citizens should be sufficient to defend themselves against the injustice of their neighbours, and not altogether incapable of aiding their neighbours when they are wronged. Upon this basis we will hereafter define the limits of theirs and their neighbours' territory, in act as well as word. But now let us proceed to legislate with a view to perfecting the form and outline of our state. The number of our citizens shall be 5,040. This will be a convenient number, and these shall be possessors of the land and protectors of the distribution. The houses and the land will be divided in the same way, so that every man may correspond to a lot. Let the whole number be first divided into 2 parts, and then into 3, and the number is further capable of being divided into 4 or 5 parts, or any number of parts up to 10. Every legislator ought to know so much arithmetic as to be able to tell what number is most likely to be useful to all cities, and we are going to take that number which contains the greatest and most regular and unbroken series of divisions. The whole of number has every possible division, and the number 5,040 can be divided by exactly 59 divisors, and 10 of these proceed without interval from 1 to 10. This will furnish numbers for war and peace, and for all contracts and dealings, including taxes and distributions. These properties of number should be ascertained at leisure by those who are bound by law to know them, for they are true, and should be proclaimed at the foundation of the city, with a view to use. Whether the legislator is establishing a new state, or restoring an old and decayed one, in respect of gods and temples, the temples which are to be built in each city, and the gods or demigods after whom they are to be called. If he be a man of sense, he will make no change in anything which the oracle of Delphi, or Dodona, or Ammon, or any ancient tradition has sanctioned, in whatever manner, whether by apparitions, or reputed inspiration of heaven, in obedience to which mankind have established sacrifices in connection with mystic rites, either originating on the spot, or derived from Tyrrhenia, or Cyprus, or some other place, and on the strength of these traditions have consecrated oracles and images, and altars and temples, and made sacred groves for each of them. The least part of all these ought not to be disturbed by the legislator, but he should assign to the several districts some god, or demigod, or hero, and, in the distribution of the soil, should give to these first their separate domain, and all things fitting, that the inhabitants of the district may meet at fixed times, and that they may readily supply their several wants, and entertain one another with sacrifices, and become friends and acquainted. For there is no greater good in a state than that the citizens should be known to one another. When darkness, and not light, reigns in the daily intercourse of life, no man will receive the honour of which he is deserving, or the power or the justice to which he is fairly entitled. Wherefore, in every state, above all other things, every man ought to take heed of this, that he have no deceit in him, but that he is always true and simple, and that no other deceitful person takes any advantage of him. And now comes the movement of the pieces from the sacred line, as in the game of draughts. The form of constitution, being unusual, may excite wonder when mentioned for the first time, but upon reflection and trial will appear to us, if not the best, to be the second best. And yet a person may not approve this form, because he thinks that the sort of legislation is ill adapted to a legislator who has not despotic power. The truth is, that there are three forms of government: the best, the second, and third best, which we may just mention, and then leave the selection to the ruler of the settlement. Following this method in the present instance, let us speak of that state which is first, and second, and third in excellence, and then leave to Cryneas, or to any one who has any choice, the selection of that form of polity which he approves in his own country. The first and highest form of the state, and of the government, and of the law, is that in which there prevails most widely the ancient saying that friends have all things in common. Whether there is now, or ever will be, this communion of women and children, and of property, in which the private and individual is altogether banished from life, and things which are by nature private, such as eyes, and ears, and hands, have become common, and in some way see, and hear, and act in common, and all men express praise and blame, and feel joy and sorrow on the same occasions, and the laws unite the city to the utmost. Whether all this is possible or not, I say that no man, acting upon any other principle, will ever constitute a state more exalted in virtue, or truer, or better than this. Such a state, whether inhabited by gods, or sons of gods, will make them blessed who dwell therein, and therefore to this we are to look for the pattern of the state, and to cling to this, and, as far as possible, to seek for one which is like this. The state which we have now in hand, when created, will be nearest immortality in the next degree, and after that, by the grace of God, we will complete the third one. And we will begin by speaking of the nature and origin of the second. Let them at once distribute their land and houses, and not till the land in common, since this sort of constitution goes beyond their proposed origin, and nurture, and education. But in making the distribution, let the several possessors feel that their particular lots also belong to the whole city, and as the land is the parent, let them tend this more carefully than children do their mother. For she is a goddess and their queen, and they are her mortal subjects. Such also are the feelings which they ought to entertain to the gods and demigods of the country. And in order that the distribution may always remain, they ought to consider further that the present number of families should be always retained, and neither increased nor diminished. This may be secured for the whole city in the following manner. Let the possessor of a lot leave the one of his children who is best beloved, and one only, to be the heir of his dwelling, and his successor in the duty of ministering to the gods, the family, and the state, as well the living as those who are departed. But of his other children, if he have more than one, he shall give the females in marriage according to the law to be hereafter enacted, and the males he shall distribute as sons to such of the citizens as have no children, and are willing if possible. Or if there is no one willing, and particular individuals have too many children, male or female, or too few, as in the case of barrenness, in all these cases let the highest and most honourable magistracy created by us judge and determine what is to be done with the redundant or deficient, and devise a means that the number of 5040 houses shall always remain the same. There are many ways of accomplishing this, for they in whom generation is affluent may be made to refrain, and, on the other hand, special care may be taken to increase the number of births by rewards and stigmas, and by the instruction and admonition of the younger by their elders. In this way the object may be attained. And if after all there be very great difficulty about the preservation of the 5040 houses, and there be an excess of citizens owing to the too great love of those who live together, and we are at our wits' end, there is still the old device, often mentioned by us, of sending out a colony, which will part friends with us, and be composed of suitable persons. If, on the other hand, there come a wave bearing a deluge of disease, or a plague of war, and the inhabitants become much fewer than the appointed number by reason of mortality, you ought not to introduce citizens of spurious birth and education, if this can be avoided. But even God is said not to be able to fight against necessity. Wherefore, let us suppose this high argument of ours to address us in the following terms. Best of men, cease not to honour, in their natural order, similarity, and equality, and sameness, and agreement, as manifested in number, and in every quality of goodness and greatness. And, above all, observe the aforesaid number, 5040, throughout life. In the second place, do not disparage the small and modest proportions of the inheritances which you received in the distribution, by buying and selling them to one another. For then neither will the God who gave you the lot be your friend, nor will the legislator. And indeed the law declares to the disobedient the terms upon which he may or may not take the lot. In the first place, the earth, as he is informed, is sacred to the gods, and in the next place, priests and priestesses will offer up prayers over the sacrifices, once, twice, and thrice, that he who buys or sells the houses or lands which he has received may suffer the punishment which he deserves, and these their prayers they shall write down in the temples, on tablets of cypress wood, for the instruction of posterity. Moreover, they will set a watch over all these things, that they may be observed. The magistracy which has the sharpest eyes shall keep watch that any infringements of their commands may be discovered and punished as offences both against the law and the god. How great is the benefit of such an ordinance to all those cities which obey and are administered accordingly, no bad man can ever know, as the old proverb says, but only a man of experience and good habits. For in such an order of things there will not be much opportunity for making money. No man either ought, or indeed will be, allowed to exercise any ignoble occupation, of which the vulgarity deters a free man, and disinclines him to acquire riches by any such means. Further, the law enjoins that no private man shall be allowed to possess gold and silver, but only coin for daily use, which is almost necessary in dealing with artisans, and for payment of all those hirelings whose labour he may require, whether slaves or immigrants. Wherefore our citizens, as we say, should have a coin passing current among themselves, but not allowed among the rest of mankind. With a view, however, to expeditions and journeys to other lands, for embassies, or for any other occasion which may arise of sending out a herald, the state must also possess a common Hellenic currency. If a private person is ever obliged to go abroad, let him have the consent of the archons and go; and if when he returns he has any foreign money remaining, let him give the surplus back to the treasury, and receive a corresponding sum in the local currency. And if he is discovered to appropriate it, let it be confiscated, and let him who knows and does not inform be subject to curse and dishonour equally with him who brought the money, and also to a fine not less in amount than the foreign money which has been brought back. In marrying and giving in marriage, no one shall give or receive any dowry at all, and no one shall deposit money with another whom he does not trust as a friend, nor shall he lend money upon interest, and he who borrows shall not be required to pay either capital or interest. That these principles are best, any one may see who compares them with the first principle and intention of a state. The intention, as we affirm, of a reasonable statesman is not what the many declare to be the object of a good legislator, namely, that the state for which he is advising should be as great and as rich as possible, and should possess gold and silver, and have the greatest empire by sea and land. This they imagine to be the true object of legislation, at the same time adding inconsistently that the true legislator desires to have the city the best and happiest possible. But they do not see that some of these things are possible, and some of them are impossible, and he who orders the state will desire what is possible, and will not indulge in vain wishes, or attempts to accomplish that which is impossible. The citizen must indeed be happy and good, and the legislator will seek to accomplish this, but very rich and very good at the same time he cannot be, not at least in the sense in which the many speak of riches. For they describe by the term rich the few who have the most valuable possessions, although the owner of them be a rogue. And if this is true, I can never assent to the doctrine that the rich man will be happy. He must be good as well as rich, and good in a high degree, and rich in a high degree at the same time he cannot be. Some one will ask, why is this? And we shall answer, because acquisitions which come from unjust as well as just sources are more than double those which come from just sources only, and the sums which are expended neither honourably nor disgracefully are only half as great as those which are expended honourably and on honourable purposes. Thus, if one acquires double and spends half, the other, who is the opposite case, cannot possibly be wealthier than he. One of them is a good man, and the other, I am speaking of the saver and not of the spender, is not always bad. He may indeed be utterly bad, but, as I was saying, a good man he never is. For he who receives money unjustly as well as justly, and spends neither justly nor unjustly, will be a rich man if he be also thrifty. On the other hand, the utterly bad is in general profligate, and therefore poor, while he who spends on noble objects and acquires wealth by just means only, can hardly be remarkable for riches, any more than he can be very poor. The argument then is right in declaring that the very rich are not good, and if they are not good, they are not happy. But the intention of our laws was that the citizens should be as happy as possible, and as friendly as possible to one another. And men who are always at law with one another, and amongst whom there are many wrongs done, can never be friends to one another, but only those among whom crimes and lawsuits are few and slight. Therefore we say that gold and silver ought not to be allowed in the city, nor much of the vulgar sort of trade which is carried on by lending money, or rearing the meaner kinds of livestock, but only the produce of agriculture, and only so much of this as will not compel us in pursuing it to neglect that for the sake of which riches exist. I mean soul and body, which without gymnastics and without education will never be worth anything, and therefore, as we have said, not once but many times, the care of riches should have the last place in our thoughts. For there are in all three things about which every man has an interest, and the interest about money, when rightly regarded, is the third and lowest of them. Midway comes the interest of the body, and first of all that of the soul. And the state which we are describing will have been rightly constituted if it ordains honours according to this scale. But if, in any of the laws which have been ordained, health be preferred to temperance, or wealth to health and temperate habits, that law must clearly be wrong. Wherefore also the legislator ought often to impress upon himself the question, what do I want? And do I attain my aim, or do I miss the mark? In this way, and in this way only, he may acquit himself, and free others from the work of legislation. Let the allottee, then, hold his lot upon the conditions which we have mentioned. It would have been very well that every man should come to the colony having all things equal. But seeing that this is impossible, and one man will have greater possessions than another, for many reasons, and in particular for the sake of equality in the various crees of the state, qualifications of property must be unequal, in order that offices and contributions and distributions may be proportioned to the value of each person's wealth, and not solely to the virtue of his ancestors or himself, nor yet to the strength and beauty of his person, but also to the measure of his wealth or poverty. And so, by a law of inequality, which will be in proportion to his wealth, he will receive honours and offices as equally as possible, and there will be no quarrels and disputes. To which end there should be 4 different standards appointed. There should be a first and a second and a third and a fourth class of citizens, or whatever may be the name of the class assigned to them. In these the citizens will be placed, whether they continue in the same rank, or pass into their proper rank in any individual case, on becoming richer from being poorer, or poorer from being richer. The form of law which I should propose as the sequel of this would be as follows. In a state which is desirous of being saved from the greatest of all plagues, not faction, but rather distraction, there should exist among the citizens neither extreme poverty, nor again excessive wealth, for both are productive of both these evils. Now the legislator should determine what is to be the limit of poverty or wealth. Let the limit of poverty be the value of the lot. This ought to be preserved, and no ruler, nor any one else who aspires after a reputation for virtue, will allow the lot to be impaired in any case. This the legislator gives as a measure, and he will permit a man to acquire double, or triple, or as much as 4 times the amount of this. But if a person have yet greater riches, whether he has found them, or they have been given to him, or he has made them in business, or has acquired by any stroke of fortune that which is in excess of the measure, if he give them back to the state, and to the gods who are the patrons of the state, he shall suffer no penalty or loss of reputation. But if he disobeys this law, any one who likes may inform against him, and receive half the value, and the delinquent shall pay as much again out of his own property, and the other half shall be the property of the gods. And let every possession of every man, with the exception of the lot, be publicly registered with the archons whom the law appoints, in order that all suits relating to money may be easy and quite simple. The next thing to be noted is, that the city should be placed as nearly as possible in the centre of the country. We should choose a place which possesses what is suitable for a city, and this may easily be imagined and described. Then we will divide the city into 12 portions, first founding a temple to Hestia, and Zeus, and Athene, to be termed the Acropolis, which we surround with a circular enclosure, and, beginning at this point, divide the city and the entire country into 12 portions. The 12 portions should be equalized in this way: the smaller portions shall be of good land, and the larger of inferior land, and the lots shall be 5040 in number. Further, each of them shall be divided into 2, and the 2 sections form one allotment, having a share of the land which is near the city, and of the land which is at a distance. Let the portion which is close to the city be added to that which is farthest, and form one lot, and the portion which is next nearest be added to the portion which is next farthest, and so on of the rest. Moreover, in the 2 sections of the lots the same principle of equalization of the soil ought to be maintained. The badness and goodness shall be compensated by more and less, and the legislator shall divide the citizens into 12 parts, and arrange the rest of their property as far as possible so as to form 12 equal parts, and there shall be a description of all. After this they shall assign 12 lots to 12 gods, and call them by their names, and dedicate to each god their several portions, and call the tribes after them. And they shall distribute the 12 divisions of the city in the same way in which they divided the country. And every man shall have 2 habitations, one near the centre of the country, and the other at the extremity. Enough, then, of the manner of settlement. Now we ought to consider always that there can never be such a happy concurrence of circumstances as we have described. Neither can all things coincide as they are wanted. Men who will not take offence at such a mode of living together, and will endure all their life long to have their property fixed at a moderate limit, and to beget children in accordance with our ordinances, and will allow themselves to be deprived of gold and other things, which the legislator will clearly proceed to forbid them, and will endure further the 2 dwellings, the one centralized in the city, and the other round about. All this is like the legislator telling his dreams, or making a city and citizens out of wax. There is truth in these objections, and therefore every one should take to heart what I am going to say. Once more, then, the legislator shall appear and address us. O my friends, he will say to us, do not suppose me ignorant that there is a certain degree of truth in these words, but I am of opinion that in matters which are not present but future, he who exhibits a pattern of that at which he aims should in nothing fall short of the fairest and truest. And if he finds that any part of this is impossible, he should avoid and not execute that part, but he should contrive to carry out that which is nearest and most akin to it. He should let the legislator perfect his design, and when he has accomplished it, he should join with him in considering what part of his legislation is expedient, and what will arouse opposition. For surely the artist who is to be deemed worthy of any regard at all ought always to make his work self-consistent. Having determined that there is to be a distribution into 12 parts, let us now see in what way this is to be accomplished. There is no difficulty in perceiving that the 12 parts admit of the greatest number of divisions of that which is included under them, consisting of other parts which agree with them, and are produced out of them up to 5040. And hence the law ought to order phratries and demes and villages, and also military ranks and movements, as well as coins and measures, dry and liquid, and weights, so as to be commensurable and agreeable to one another. Nor should we fear the appearance of minuteness, if the law commands that all the vessels which a man possesses should have a common measure. When we consider that the divisions and variations of numbers have a use in respect of all the variations of which they are susceptible, both in themselves and as measures of height and depth, and in all sounds and motions, as well those which proceed in a straight direction, upwards or downwards, as in those which go round and round, the legislator is to consider all these things, and to bid the citizens, as far as possible, not to lose sight of numerical order. For no single instrument of useful education has such mighty power, both as regards domestic economy and politics, and in the arts, as the study of arithmetic. Above all, arithmetic stirs up him who is by nature sleepy and dull, and makes him quick to learn, retentive, shrewd, and, aided by art divine, he makes progress quite beyond his natural powers. All these, if only the legislator, by laws and institutions, can banish meanness and covetousness from the souls of the disciples, and enable them to profit by them, will be excellent and suitable instruments of education. But if he cannot do this, he will, unintentionally, create in them, instead of wisdom, the habit of craft, which evil tendency may be observed in the Egyptians and Phoenicians, and many other races, through the general illiberality of their pursuits and possessions, whether some unworthy legislator of theirs have caused this result, or some impediment of chance or nature. For we must not fail to observe, O Megilus and Cryneas, that there is a difference in places, and that some beget better men, and others worse, and we must legislate accordingly. Some places are subject to strange and fatal influences by reason of diverse winds and violent heats, some by reason of waters, or again from the character of that subsistence which the earth supplies them, which not only affects the bodies of men for good or evil, but produces similar results in their souls. And in all such qualities those spots excel in which there is a divine inspiration, and in which the gods have their appointed lots, and are propitious to the dwellers in them. To all these matters the legislator, if he have any sense in him, must attend, as far as man can, and frame his laws accordingly. And this is what you, Cryneas, must do, and to matters of this kind you must turn your mind when about to colonize a new country. Cryneas. Your words, Athenian stranger, are excellent, and I will do as you say. End of Book 5. Part 1 of Book 6. Athenian stranger. And now that this discussion has come to an end, the time will have arrived for appointing the magistrates. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. In the government of a state there are two parts. First, the appointment of magistrates, their number, and the mode of appointing them. And secondly, when they have been appointed, laws will have to be provided for each of them in nature and number suitable to them. But before electing the magistrates, let us stop a little and say a word in season. Cryneas. What have you got to say? Athenian stranger.
This is what I have to say. Every one can see that although the work of legislation is a most important matter, yet if a well-ordered city superadd to good laws unsuitable officers, there will be no use in having the good laws. Not only are they ridiculous and useless, but the greatest political injury and evil accrues from them. Cryneas. Of course. Athenian stranger. Then now, my friend, let us observe what will happen in the constitution of our intended state. In the first place, you will acknowledge that those who are duly appointed to magisterial power, and their families, should severally give satisfactory proof of what they are, from their youth upward until the time of their election. In the next place, those who are to elect should be trained in habits of law, and be well educated, that they may have a right judgment, and may be able to select or reject men whom they approve or disapprove, as they are worthy of either. Now, when we consider this, how can we imagine that those who are brought together for the first time, and are strangers to one another, and also uneducated, can avoid making mistakes in the choice of magistrates? Cryneas. Impossible. Athenian stranger. The matter is serious, and excuses will not serve the turn. I will tell you then what you and I will have to do, since you, as you tell me, with 9 others, have offered to settle the state on behalf of the people of Crete, and I am to help you, which is my reason for inventing this romance. I certainly should not like to leave the tale wandering all over the world without a head. A headless monster is such a hideous thing. Cryneas. Excellent stranger. Athenian stranger. Yes, and I will be as good as my word. Cryneas. Let us by all means do as you propose. Athenian stranger. That we will, by the grace of God, if old age will only permit us. Cryneas. But God will be gracious. Athenian stranger. Yes, and under his guidance let us consider a further point. Cryneas. What is that? Athenian stranger. Let us remember what a courageously mad and daring creation this our city is. Cryneas. What are you specially thinking of when you say that? Athenian stranger. I am thinking of the free and easy manner in which we are ordaining that the inexperienced colonists shall receive our laws. Now, a man need not be very wise, Cryneas, in order to see that no one can easily receive laws at their first imposition. But if we could anyhow wait until those who have been imbued with them from childhood, and have been nurtured in them, and become habituated to them, take their part in the public elections, I say, if this could be accomplished, and rightly accomplished by any way or contrivance, then I think that there would be very little danger, at the end of the time, of a state thus trained not being permanent. Cryneas. That may be believed. Athenian stranger. Then let us consider if we can find any way of accomplishing this. For I say, Cryneas, that the Nautians, above all the other Cretans, ought not to clear themselves by a form only in the matter of this colony, but they ought to take the utmost pains to establish the principal offices of the state in the best and surest manner. Above all, this applies to the selection of the guardians of the law, who must be chosen first of all, and with the greatest care. The others are of less importance. Cryneas. What method can we devise of electing them? Athenian stranger. This will be the method. Sons of the Cretans, I shall say to them, inasmuch as the Nautians have precedence over the state, they should in common with those who join this settlement choose of themselves a body of 37 in all, 19 of them being taken from the settlers, and the remainder from the citizens of Knossos. Of these latter, the Gnossians shall make a present to your colony, and you yourself shall be one of the 18, and shall become a citizen of the new state. And if you and the others will not agree, they may fairly use a little violence in order to accomplish their end. Cryneas. But why, stranger, do not you and Megilus take a part in our new city? Athenian stranger. O Cryneas, Athens is proud, and Sparta too, and they are both a long way off. But you and the other colonists are conveniently situated as you describe. I have been speaking of the way in which the new citizens may be best managed under present circumstances. But in after ages, and when the city is permanently established, let the election be on this wise. All who are horse or foot soldiers, or have taken part in war during the age for military service, shall share in the election of magistrates, and the election shall be held in whatever temple the state deems most venerable, and every one shall carry his vote to the altar of the god, at the same time writing down on a tablet the name of his father and tribe and ward, and at the side he shall write his own name in like manner. Any one who is dissatisfied with the writing on any of the tablets may, if he pleases, take away that which he has written, and, again, place the tablet in the agora, during a period of not less than 30 days. The tablets which are judged to be first, to the number of 300, shall be exhibited by the archons to the whole city, and the city shall in like manner select from these the candidates whom they prefer, and this second selection to the number of 100 shall be again exhibited to the citizens. In the third, let any one who pleases select out of the 100, walking through the parts of victims, and let them choose for magistrates, and proclaim the 37 who have the greatest number of votes. But who, Clynias and Megilus, will order for us in the colony all this matter of the magistrates, and the scrutinies of them? If we reflect, we shall see that the cities which are thus constituted must originally have some such persons who cannot possibly be elected before there are any magistrates, and yet they must be elected in some way, and they are not to be inferior men, but the best possible. For, as the proverb says, a good beginning is half the business, and to have begun well is praised by all, and in my opinion is a great deal more than half the business, and has never been praised by any one enough. Clynias. That is very true. Athenian stranger. Then let us recognize the difficulty, and make clear to our own minds how the beginning is to be accomplished. There is only one proposal which I have to offer, and that is one which, under our circumstances, is both necessary and expedient. Clynias. What is that? Athenian stranger. I maintain that this colony of ours has a father and mother, which is no other than the colonizing state. Well, I know that many colonies have been, and will be, at enmity with their parents. But in early days the child, as in a family, loves and is beloved, even if there come a time later when the tie is broken. Still, while he is in want of education, he naturally loves his parents and is beloved by them, and flies to them for protection, and finds in them his natural defence in time of need. And this parental feeling already exists in the Gnossians, as is shown by their care of the new city, and there is a similar feeling on the part of the young city towards Knossos. And I repeat what I was saying, for there is no harm in repeating what is good, that the Gnossians should take a public interest in all these matters, and choose, as far as they can, the eldest and best of the colonists, to the number of not less than 100, and let there be another 100 of the notions themselves. These, I say, on their arrival should have a joint care that the magistrates should be appointed according to law, and that when they are appointed they should undergo a scrutiny. When this has been effected, the notions shall return home, and the new city do the best she can for her own preservation and happiness. I would have the 37 now, and in all future time, chosen to fulfil the following duties. Let them, in the first place, be the guardians of the law, and secondly, of the registers in which each one registers before the magistrate the amount of his property, not including 4 mina which are allowed to citizens of the first class, 3 mina which are allowed to the second, or the 2 mina allowed to the third, and the single mina to the fourth. And if any one, despising the laws, for the sake of gain, be found to possess anything more which has not been registered, let all this be confiscated, and let him suffer a punishment which shall be the reverse of honourable or fortunate. And let any one who will indict him on the charge of loving base gains, and proceed against him before the guardians of the law. And if he be cast, let him lose his share of the public possessions, and when there is any public distribution, let him have nothing but the original lot, and let him be written down as a criminal as long as he lives, in some place in which any one who pleases can read about his crimes. The guardian of the law shall not hold office longer than 20 years, and shall not be less than 50 years of age when he is elected. Or, if he is elected when he is 60 years of age, he shall hold office for 10 years only, and upon the same principle he must not imagine that he will continue to hold such an important office as that of guardian of the laws after he is 70 years of age, if he lives so long. These are the 3 first ordinances about the guardian of the laws. As the work of legislation progresses, there will be laws for each of them, which will assign to them their further duties. And now we may proceed in order to speak of the election of other officers, for generals have to be elected, and these again must have their ministers, generals, and colonels of horse, and commanders of brigades of foot, who would be more rightly called by their popular name of brigadiers. The guardians of the law shall propose generals who are natives of the city, and from the candidates who are proposed, let those select who are, or have been, of the age of military service. And if one who is not proposed is thought by somebody to be better than one who is, let him name him whom he prefers in the place of the other, and make oath that he is better, and propose him, and whichever of them is approved by vote shall be taken, and the 3 who have the greatest number of votes shall be appointed generals and superintendents of military affairs, after previously undergoing a scrutiny like the guardians of the law. And let the generals thus elected propose 12 taxiarchs, or brigadiers, 1 for each tribe, and there shall be a counter-proposal, as in the case of the generals, and the voting and decision shall take place in the same way. Until the prytanes and council are elected, the guardians of the law shall convene the assembly in some holy spot which is suitable to the purpose, placing the hoplites by themselves, and the cavalry by themselves, and in a 3rd division all the rest of the army. All are to vote for the general officers of foot and horse, but the brigadiers are to be voted for only by those who carry shields. Let the body of cavalry choose phylarchs for the generals, but captains of light troops, or archers, or any other division of the army, shall be appointed by the generals for themselves. There only remains the appointment of officers of cavalry. These shall be proposed by the same persons who propose the generals, and the election and proposal of other candidates shall be carried out in the same way as in the case of the generals. And let the cavalry vote, and the infantry look on at the election. The two who have the greatest number of votes shall be the leaders of all the horse. Disputes about voting may be raised once or twice, but if the dispute be raised a third time, the presiding officers in each case shall decide. The council shall consist of 360 members. This will be a convenient number for subdivision. If we divide the whole number into 4 parts of 90 each, we get 90 councillors for each class. First, all the citizens shall vote for members of the council taken from the first class. They shall be compelled to vote, and if they do not, shall be duly fined. When the candidates have been elected, some one shall mark them down. This shall be the business of the first day, and on the following day the election shall be made from the second class in the same manner, and under the same conditions as on the previous day. And on the third day an election shall be made from the third class, at which every one may, if he likes, vote, and the 3 first classes shall be compelled to vote, but the 4th and lowest class shall be under no compulsion, and any member of this class who does not vote shall not be punished. On the 4th day, members of the council shall be elected from the 4th class. They shall be elected by all, but he who is of the 4th class shall suffer no penalty, nor he who is of the 3rd, if he be not willing to vote. But he who is of the 1st or 2nd class, if he does not vote, shall be punished. He who is of the 2nd class shall pay a fine which is triple the former fine, and he who is of the 1st class a fine which is quadruple. On the 5th day the rulers shall bring out the names noted down in the presence of all the citizens, and every man shall choose out of them, under pain, if he do not, of suffering the first penalty. And when they have chosen 180 out of each of the classes, they shall choose 1/2 of them by lot, who shall undergo a scrutiny. These are to form the council for the year. The mode of election which has been described is in a mean between monarchy and democracy, and such a mean the state ought always to observe. For servants and masters never can be friends, nor good and bad, merely because they are said to have equal privileges. For to unequals equals become unequal, if they are not harmonized by measure, and both by reason of equality and by reason of inequality, cities are filled with seditions. The old saying that equality makes friendship is witty and also true, but there is obscurity and confusion as to what sort of equality is meant. For there are 2 equalities which are called by the same name, but are in reality, in many ways, almost the opposite of one another. One of them may be introduced without difficulty by any state or any legislator in the distribution of honours. This is the rule of measure, weight, and number, which regulates and apportions the distribution of honours. But there is another equality of a better and higher kind, which is not at once recognized. This is the judgment of Zeus, which has little place in human things. That little, however, is the source of the greatest good to individuals and states, for it gives to the greater more, and to the inferior less, always and in proportion to the nature of each, and, above all, greater honour to the greater virtue, and to the less, less, and to either in proportion to their respective measure of virtue and education. And this we deem to be justice, which is ever the true principle of politics, and at this we ought to aim, and with a view to this equality, Cryneas, to order the new city which we are founding,
and any other city which may be hereafter founded. To this the legislator should look, not to the interests of tyrants one or more, or to the power of the people, but to justice always, which, as I was saying, is the distribution of natural equality among unequals. But there are times at which every state is compelled slightly to change the use of terms, in the hope of escaping in some degree from factions. For equity and clemency are infractions of the perfect and strict rule of justice. This is the reason why we are obliged to use the equality of the lot, in order to avoid the discontent of the people. And we invoke God and fortune in our prayers, and beg that they themselves would direct the lot with a view to supreme justice. And therefore, although we are compelled to use both equalities, we should use that into which the element of chance enters as seldom as possible. Thus, O my friends, and for the reasons given, should a state act which would endure and be saved. But as a ship sailing on the sea has to be watched night and day, in like manner a city also is sailing on a sea of politics, and is liable to all sorts of insidious assaults. And therefore, from morning to night, and from night to morning, rulers must join hands with rulers, and watchers succeed watchers, receiving and giving up their trust in a perpetual order. A multitude can never act with energy in anything of this sort. Moreover, the greater number of the senators will have to be left during the greater part of the year to order their concerns at their own homes. They must be arranged in 12 portions, answering to 12 months, and serve as guardians, each portion for a single month. Their business is to be at hand, and receive any foreigner or citizen who comes to them, whether to give information, or to put questions of which other states are to receive the answers, or when the city desires to ask a question and receive an answer, or again when there is a likelihood of internal commotions, which are always liable to happen in some form or other. They will, if they can, prevent their occurring, or, if they have already occurred, will lose no time in making them known to the city, and healing the evil. Wherefore also, this which is the presiding body of the state ought always to have the control of their assemblies, and the dissolutions of them, regular as well as occasional. All this is to be ordered by the 12th part of the council, which is to rest during the other 11 portions of the year. And this portion of the council is always to keep watch in common with the other officers of the state. Thus will the city be fairly ordered. And now, who is to have the superintendence of the country, and what shall be the arrangement? Seeing that the whole city and the entire country have been divided into 12 portions, ought there not to be appointed superintendents of the ways of the city, and of the houses, and buildings, and harbours, and the agora, and fountains, and groves, and temples, and the like? Cryneas. To be sure there ought. Athenian stranger. Let us assume then that there ought to be servants of the temples, and priests and priestesses, and 3 kinds of officers, who shall preside over roads and buildings and the order of them, and over men, that they may keep them from crime, and over beasts who are within the enclosure and suburb of the city, according to the requirements of the city. And those who have the care of the city shall be called wardens of the city, and those who have the care of the agora shall be called wardens of the agora, and those who have the care of the temples shall be called priests. Those who hold the hereditary office of priest or priestess shall not be disturbed, but if there be few or none such, as is probable at the foundation of a new city, priests and priestesses shall be appointed to be servants of the gods, who have no servants. Some of them shall be elected, and others appointed by lot, and they shall mingle in a friendly manner those who are of the people and those who are not of the people in every place and city, that the state may be, as far as possible, of one mind. The officers of the temple shall be appointed by lot. In this way their election will be committed to God, who will do what is agreeable to him. And he who obtains the lot shall undergo a scrutiny, first, as to whether he is sound of body and of legitimate birth, and, in the second place, in order to show that he is of a perfectly pure family, not stained with homicide or any similar impiety in his own person, and also that his father and mother have led a similar unstained life. Now the laws about all divine things should be brought from Delphi, and they should use them under the direction of the interpreters of them. The tenure of the priesthood should always be for a year, and no longer, and he who will duly execute the sacred office, according to the laws of religion, must be not less than 60 years of age. The laws shall be the same about priestesses, and let the 12 tribes, taken by fours, appoint interpreters, one out of each tribe, and let this be done thrice. And let the 3 who have the greatest number of votes undergo a scrutiny, and the remaining 9 go to Delphi in order that the god may return one out of each triad. Their age shall be the same as that of the priests, and the scrutiny of them shall be conducted in the same manner. Let them be interpreters for life, and when any one dies, let the tribes, taken as before by fours, select another from the tribe of the deceased. Moreover, they shall choose treasurers of the property of the several temples, and of the sacred groves, who shall have authority over the produce and the letting of them, and 3 of them shall be chosen from the highest classes, for the greater temples, and 2 for the lesser, and 1 for the least of all. The manner of their election and the scrutiny of them shall be the same as that of the generals. This shall be the order of the temples. Let everything have a guard, as far as this is possible, and let the defence of the city be committed to the generals, and taxiarchs, and hipparchs, and phylarchs, and prytanes, and the wardens of the city, and of the agora, when the election of them has been completed. The defence of the country shall be provided for as follows. The entire land has been already distributed into 12, as nearly as possible, equal parts, and let one tribe, taken by lot, provide annually for each division 5 wardens of the country, and commanders of the watch, and let each of the 5 have the power of selecting 12 others out of the youth of their own tribe. These shall be not less than 25 years of age, and not more than 30. And let there be allotted to them severally, every month, one of the 12 portions of the land, in order that they may all acquire knowledge and experience of the whole country. This duty and service of commanders and of watchers shall continue during 2 years. At first they will have their stations allotted to them, and will afterwards go from place to place in regular order, making their round from left to right as their commanders direct them. When I speak of going to the right, I mean that they are to go to the east. And at the commencement of the 2nd year, in order that as many as possible of the guards may not only get a knowledge of the country at any one season of the year, but may also have experience of the manner in which different places are affected by various seasons of the year, their then commanders shall lead them again towards the left, from place to place in succession, until they have completed the 2nd year. In the 3rd year they shall choose other wardens of the country and commanders of the watch, 5 in number, who are to be the superintendents of the bands of 12. While on service at each station, their attention shall be directed to the following points. In the first place, they shall see that the country is well protected against enemies. They shall trench and dig wherever this is required, and, as far as they can, they shall confine in fastness the evil disposed, in order to prevent them from doing any harm to the country or the property. They shall use the beasts of burden and the labourers whom they find on the spot. These will be their instruments, whom they will superintend, taking their service as far as possible, when they are not engaged in their own business. They shall make every part of the country inaccessible to enemies, and as accessible as possible to friends. There shall be ways for man and beast, and they shall take care to have them always as smooth as they can, and shall provide against the rains doing harm instead of good to the land, when they come down from the mountains into the hollows, and shall keep them back by the help of works and ditches, in order that they may receive and drink up the rain from heaven, and, making fountains and streams for the fields and places which are underneath, may furnish even to the dry places plenty of good water. The fountains of waters, whether of rivers or of springs, shall be ornamented with plantations and buildings for beauty, and let them bring together the streams in subterraneous channels, and make water plentiful by irrigation at all seasons of the year. And if there be a sacred grove, or dedicated precinct in their neighbourhood, they shall let the stream have a way to the actual temples of the gods. Everywhere in such places the youth shall make gymnasia for themselves, and warm baths for the aged, placing by them abundance of dry wood, for the benefit of those labouring under disease. There the weary frame of the rustic, worn with toil, will be kindly received, and experience far better treatment than at the hands of a not overwise doctor. The building of these and the like works will be useful and ornamental. They will provide a pleasing amusement, but they will be a serious employment too. For the companies of 60 will have to guard their own positions, not only with a view to enemies, but also with an eye to professing friends. When a quarrel arises among neighbours or citizens, and any one, whether slave or freeman, wrongs another, let the 5 rulers decide small matters on their own authority. But where the charge against another relates to greater matters, the 17, composed of the 5 and the 12, shall determine any charges which one man brings against another, not involving more than 3 mina. Every judge and ruler shall be liable to give an account of his conduct in office, except those who, like kings, have the final decision. Moreover, as regards the aforesaid wardens of the country, if they do any wrong to those of whom they have the care, whether by imposing upon them unequal tasks, or by taking the produce of the soil without their consent; also, if they receive anything in the way of a bribe, or decide suits unjustly, or if they yield to the influences of flattery, let them be publicly dishonoured for this; and in regard to any other wrong which they do to the inhabitants of the country, if the question be of a mina, let them submit to the decision of the villagers in the neighbourhood. But in suits of greater amount, or in case of the lesser if they refuse to submit, trusting that their monthly removal into another part of the country will enable them to escape, in such cases the injured party may bring his suit in the common court, and if he obtains a verdict he may exact from the defendant who refused to submit a double penalty. The rulers and the wardens of the country, while on their 2 years' service, shall have common meals at their several stations, and shall all live together; and he who is absent from the daily meal, or sleeps out at night, unless by order of the rulers, or by reason of absolute necessity, if the 5 denounce him and inscribe his name in the agora as not having kept his guard, let him be deemed to have betrayed the city, and let him be disgraced and beaten with impunity by any one who meets him, and is willing to punish him. If any of the rulers is guilty of anything of the sort, the whole company of 60 shall see to it, and he who is cognizant of the offence, and does not bring the offender to trial, shall be amenable to the same laws as the younger offender himself, and shall pay a heavier fine, and be incapable of ever commanding the young. The guardians of the law are to be careful inspectors of these matters, and shall either prevent or punish offenders. Every man should remember the universal rule that he who is not a good servant will not be a good master. A man should pride himself more upon serving well than upon commanding well. First, upon serving the laws, which is also the service of the gods. In the second place, upon having served ancient and honourable men in the days of his youth. Moreover, during the 2 years in which he is a warden of the country, his daily food ought to be of a simple and humble kind. When the 12 are gathered together, let them take counsel with the 5, and determine that they will serve themselves, and will not have other slaves and servants for their own use. Neither will they use those of the villagers and husbandmen for their private advantage, but for the public service only, and, in general, let them make up their minds to live independently by themselves, serving and served by themselves. Further, at all seasons of the year, summer and winter alike, let them survey minutely the whole country, bearing arms and keeping guard, at the same time acquiring a perfect knowledge of every locality. For there can be no more important kind of information than the exact knowledge of a man's own country. And for this, as well as for more general reasons of pleasure and advantage, hunting with dogs and other kinds of sports should be pursued by the young. The service to whom this is committed may be called the secret police, or wardens of the country. The name does not much signify, but every one who has the safety of the state at heart will use his utmost diligence in this service. After the wardens of the country, we have to speak of the election of wardens of the agora and of the city. The wardens of the country were 60 in number, and the wardens of the city will be 3, and will divide the 12 parts of the city into 3. Like the former, they shall have care of the ways, and of the different high roads which lead out of the country into the city, and of the buildings, that they may be all made according to law; also of the waters, which those who superintend and preserve the waters convey to them, care being taken that they may reach the fountains pure and abundant, and be both an ornament and a benefit to the city. These also shall be men of ability, and at leisure to take care of the public interest. Let every man propose as warden of the city any one whom he likes out of the highest class, and when the vote has been given on them, and the number is reduced to the 6 who have the greatest number of votes, let the electing officers choose by lot 3 out of the 6, and when they have undergone a scrutiny, let them hold office according to the law appointed for them. Next, let the wardens of the agora be elected in like manner. Out of the 1st and 2nd class, 5 in number, 10 are to be first elected, and out of the 10, 5 are to be chosen by lot, as in the election of the wardens of the city. And when they have undergone a scrutiny, they shall be proclaimed wardens of the agora. Every one shall vote for all the 10, and he who will not vote, if he be informed against before the archons, shall be fined 50 drachma, and shall also be deemed a bad citizen. Let any one who likes go to the assembly and to the general council. This shall be compulsory on citizens of the 1st and 2nd class, and they shall pay a fine of 10 drachma if they be found not answering to their names at the assembly. But the 3rd and 4th class shall be under no compulsion, and shall be let off without a fine, unless the rulers have commanded all to be present, in consequence of some urgent necessity. The wardens of the agora shall observe the order appointed by law
for the agora, and shall have the charge of the temples and fountains which are in the agora. And they shall see that no one injures them, and punish him who does with stripes and bonds, if he be a slave or stranger. But if he be a citizen who misbehaves in this way, they shall have the power themselves of inflicting a fine upon him to the amount of 100 drachma, or, with the consent of the wardens of the city, up to double that amount. And let the wardens of the city have a similar power of imposing punishments and fines in their own department, and let them impose fines by their own authority, up to a mina, or up to 2 mina, with the consent of the wardens of the agora. In the next place, it will be proper to appoint ministers of music and gymnastic, 2 of each kind, one whose business will be education, and the other for the superintendence of contests. In speaking of education, the law means to speak of those who have the care of order and instruction in gymnasia and schools, and of the going to school and lodging of boys and girls. And in speaking of contests, the law refers to the judges of gymnastics and of music. These again are divided into 2 classes, the one having to do with music, the other with gymnastic, and the same who judge of the gymnastic contests of men shall judge of horses, but in music there shall be one set of judges of solo singing and of imitation, I mean who judge of rhapsodists, players on the harp, the flute, and the like, and another who shall judge of choruses. First of all, we must choose leaders for the choruses of boys and men and maidens, whom they shall follow in the amusement of the dance, and in our other musical arrangements. One leader will be enough for them, and he should be not less than 40 years of age. One leader of the solo singers will also be enough to introduce them, and to give judgment on the competitors, and he ought not to be less than 30 years of age. The leader and regulator of the choruses shall be elected on this wise. Let those who take an interest in such matters go to the meeting, and be fined if they do not go. Of this the guardians of the law are to be the judges. But those who do not like shall not be compelled. The elector shall propose as leader some one who understands music, and in the scrutiny he may be challenged on the one part by those who say he has no skill, and defended on the other hand by those who say that he has skill. 10 are to be elected by vote, and he of the 10 who is chosen by lot shall undergo a scrutiny, and lead the choruses for a year according to law. And in like manner the competitor who wins the lot shall be leader of the solo and concert music for that year. And he who is elected shall refer the judgment of them to the judges. In the next place, we have to choose judges in the contests of horses and of men. These shall be selected from the 3rd, and also from the 2nd class of citizens, and the 3 first classes shall be compelled to go to the election, but the lowest class shall not be compelled. And let there be 3 elected by lot out of the 20 who have been chosen previously, and they must also have the vote and approval of the examiners. But if any one is rejected in the scrutiny at any ballot or decision, others shall be chosen in the same manner, and undergo a similar scrutiny. There remains the minister of the education of youth, male and female. He too will rule according to law, being a single magistrate of 50 years old at least, the father of children lawfully begotten of both sexes, or of one at any rate. He who is elected, and he who is the elector, should consider that of all the great offices of state, this is the greatest. For the first shoot of any plant rightly tending to the perfection of its own nature has the greatest effect on its maturity. And this is not only true of plants, but of animals wild and tame, and also of men. Man,
as we say, is a tame or civilized animal. Nevertheless, he requires proper instruction and a fortunate nature, and then of all animals he becomes the most divine and most civilized. But if he be insufficiently or ill-educated, he is the savagest of earthly creatures. Wherefore the legislator ought not to allow the education of children to become a secondary or accidental matter. In the first place, he who would be rightly provident about them should begin by taking care that he is elected who, of all the citizens, is in every respect the best. Him they shall do their best to appoint as guardian and superintendent. To this end all the magistrates, with the exception of the council and prytanes, shall go to the temple of Apollo, and elect by ballot him of the guardians of the law whom they severally think will be the best superintendent of education. And he who has the greatest number of votes, after he has undergone a scrutiny at the hands of the magistrates, who have been his electors with the exception of the guardians of the law, shall hold office for 5 years, and in the 6th year let another be chosen in like manner to fill his office. If any one dies while he is holding a public office, and more than 30 days before his term of office expires, let those who are concerned with the matter elect another to the office in the same manner as before. And if any one who is entrusted with orphans dies, let the relations, both of the father's and mother's side, who are residing at home, including cousins, appoint another guardian within 10 days, and be fined a drachma a day for neglect. A city which has no regular courts of law ceases to be a city. And again, if a judge is silent and says no more than the litigants in preliminary trials and in private arbitrations, he will never be able to decide justly. Wherefore a multitude of judges will not easily judge well, nor a few, if they are not good judges. The point in dispute should be made clear by both parties. And time and deliberation and repeated examination greatly tend to clear up doubts. For this reason, he who goes to law with another should go first of all to his neighbours and friends who know best the questions at issue. And if he be unable to obtain from them a satisfactory decision, let him have recourse to another court. And if the 2 courts cannot settle the matter, let the third put an end to the suit. Now, the establishment of courts of justice may be regarded as a choice of magistrates, for every magistrate must also be a judge of some things, and the judge, though he be not a magistrate, yet in certain respects is a very important magistrate on the day on which he is determining a suit. Regarding then the judges also as magistrates, let us say who are fit to be judges, and of what they are to be judges, and how many of them are to judge in each suit. Let that be the supreme tribunal which the litigants agree to appoint in common for themselves. And let there be 2 other tribunals, one for private individuals who desire to have causes of action decided against one another, the other for public causes, in which some citizen is of opinion that the public has been wronged by an individual, and is willing to vindicate the common interests. And we must not forget to mention how the judges are to be qualified, and who they are to be. In the first place, let there be a tribunal open to all private persons, who are trying causes one against another for the 3rd time, and let this be composed as follows. All the officers of state, as well annual as those holding office for a longer period, at the beginning of the new year, in the month which follows the summer solstice, shall meet on the evening before the expiration of the year in some temple, and, calling God to witness, shall dedicate one judge of every court, as the first fruits, choosing the one in each office who seems to them to be the best, and whom they deem likely to decide the causes of his fellow citizens during the ensuing year in the best and holiest manner. And when the election is completed, a scrutiny shall be held in the presence of the electors themselves, and if any one be rejected, another shall be chosen in the same manner. Those who have undergone the scrutiny shall judge the causes of those who have declined the inferior courts, and shall give their vote openly. The councillors and other magistrates who have elected them shall be required to be hearers and spectators of the causes, and any one else may be present who pleases. If one man charges another with having intentionally decided wrong, let him go to the guardians of the law and lay his accusation before them, and he who is found guilty in such a case shall pay damages to the injured party equal to half the injury. But if he shall appear to deserve a greater penalty, the judges shall determine what additional punishment he shall suffer, and what he ought to pay to the public treasury, or to the party who brought the original suit. In the judgment of offences against the state, the people ought to participate. For when any one wrongs the state, they are all wronged, and may reasonably complain if they are not allowed to share in the decision. Such causes ought to originate with the people, and they ought also to have the final decision of them, and the trial of them shall take place before 3 of the highest magistrates, upon whom the plaintiff and the defendant shall agree. And if they are not able to come to an agreement themselves, the council shall choose one of the 2 proposed. And in private suits, too, as far as is possible, all should have a share. For he who has no share in the administration of justice is apt to imagine that he has no share in the state at all. And for this reason there shall be a court of law in every ward, and the judges shall be chosen by lot. They shall give their decisions at once, and shall be inaccessible to entreaties. The final judgment shall rest with that court which, as we maintain, has been established in the most incorruptible form of which human things admit. This shall be the court established for those who are unable to get rid of their suits, either in the courts of the neighbours or of the tribes. End of Part I of Book 6. Part II of Book 6. Athenian Stranger. Thus then, of the courts of law, which, as we affirm, cannot quite certainly be described either as being offices or not being offices. Of the courts, I say, a superficial sketch has been given, in which some things have been told, and others omitted. For the right place of an exact statement of the laws respecting suits, under their several heads, will be at the end of the body of legislation. Let us then expect them at the end. Hitherto our legislation has been chiefly occupied with the appointment of offices. Perfect unity and exactness extending to the whole and every particular of political administration cannot be attained to the full until the discussion shall have a beginning, middle, and end, and is complete in every part. At present we have reached the election of rulers, and this may be regarded as a sufficient termination of what has preceded. And now there need no longer be any delay or hesitation in making laws. Cryneas. I like your way, stranger, both in what you have said, and still more in what you are going to say. I particularly approve of your manner of joining the beginning to the end. Athenian Stranger. Thus far, then, the old man's game of play has gone off well. Cryneas. I suppose you mean to say rather their serious and noble pursuit. Athenian Stranger. Perhaps. But I should like to know whether you and I are agreed about a certain thing. Cryneas. What is that? Athenian Stranger. You know the endless labour which painters expend upon their pictures. They are always putting in, or taking out colours, or performing some operation of this sort. They seem as if they would never cease improving them, and that they were always becoming more and more beautiful and clear. Cryneas. I know something about that from report,
although I have never had much acquaintance with their art. Athenian stranger. That is no matter. We may make use of the illustration notwithstanding. Suppose that some one had a mind to paint a figure in the most beautiful manner, in the hope that his work, instead of losing, would always improve as time went on. Do you not see that, being immortal, unless he leaves some one to succeed him who will correct the flaws which time has introduced, and be able to add what is left imperfect through the defect of the artist, and who will brighten up and improve the picture, all his great labour will last but a short time? Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. And is not the aim of the legislator similar? First, he desires that his laws should be written down with the requisite exactness. In the second place, as time goes on, and he has made an actual trial of his decrees, will he not find omissions? Do you imagine that there ever was a legislator so foolish as not to know that many things are necessarily omitted, which some one, coming after him, must observe and correct, if the constitution and the order of government is not to deteriorate, but to improve in the state which he is establishing? Clynias. Certainly, that is the sort of thing which every one would desire. Athenian stranger. And if any one possesses any means of accomplishing this by word or deed, or has any way, great or small, by which he can teach a person to understand how he can maintain and amend the laws, he should finish what he has to say, and not leave the work incomplete. Clynias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And is not this what you and I have to do at this present moment? Clynias. What have we to do? Athenian stranger. As we are about to legislate, and have chosen our guardians of the law, and are ourselves in the evening of life, and they, as compared with us, are young men, we ought not only to legislate for them, but to endeavour to make them both lawgivers and guardians of the law themselves, as far as this is possible. Clynias. Certainly, if we can only accomplish this. Athenian stranger. At any rate, we must do our best. Clynias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. We will say to them, O friends and saviours of our laws, in laying down any law there are many particulars which we shall omit, and this cannot be helped. At the same time we will do our utmost to describe what is important, and will give an outline of the general principle which you shall fill up, and I will explain to what you are to look in accomplishing this work. Megilus and I and Clynias have often spoken to one another touching these matters, and we are of opinion that we have spoken well, and we hope that you will be of the same mind with us, and become our disciple, and keep in view the things which in our united opinion the legislator and guardian of the law ought to keep in view. There was one principle in particular about which we were agreed, that a man's whole energies throughout life should be devoted to the acquisition of the virtue proper to a man, whether this was to be gained by study, or habit, or some kind of possession, or desire, or opinion, or knowledge. And this applies equally to men and women, old and young. The aim of all should be such as I have described. Anything which may be an impediment, the good man ought to show that he utterly disregards. And if at last necessity plainly compels him to be an outlaw from his native land, rather than bow his neck to the yoke and be ruled by inferiors, and he has to fly, he must be an exile, and endure all these things, rather than accept another form of government, which is likely to make men worse. These are our original principles, and do you now, fixing your eyes upon the standard of what a man and a citizen ought to be, praise and blame the laws, blame those which have not this power of making the citizen better, but embrace those which have. and with gladness receive and live in them, bidding a long farewell to other institutions which aim at goods, as they are termed, of a different kind. Let us proceed to another class of laws, beginning with their foundation in religion. And we must first return to the number 5040. The entire number had, or rather has, a great many convenient divisions, and the number of the tribe, which was a 12th part of the whole, being correctly formed by 21 times 20, also has them. And not only is the whole number divisible by 12, but also the number of each tribe is divisible by 12. Now, every portion should be regarded by us as a sacred gift of heaven, corresponding to the months and to the movement of the universe. Every city has a guiding or sacred principle given by nature, but some are more right than others, and their division and distribution is more sacred and fortunate. In our opinion, nothing can be more right than the selection of the number 5040, which takes all the divisions from 1 to 12, with the single exception of 11, and that admits of a very easy correction. For if two families be deducted from 5040, the division by 11 is restored. And the truth of this may be easily proved when we have leisure. But for the present, trusting to the mere assertion of this principle, let us divide the state, and assigning to each portion some god, or son of a god, let us give them altars and sacred rites. And at the altars let us hold assemblies for sacrifice twice in the month. 12 assemblies for the tribes, and 12 for the city, according to their divisions. The first in honour of the gods and divine things, and the second to promote friendship and better acquaintance, as the phrase is, and every sort of good fellowship with one another. For people must be acquainted with those into whose families and to whom they marry and are given in marriage. In such matters, as far as possible, to avoid mistakes is all important. And with this serious purpose, let games be instituted in which youths and maidens shall dance together, seeing and being seen naked, at a proper age, and on a suitable occasion, not transgressing the rules of modesty. The masters of choruses will be the superintendents and regulators of these games, and they, together with the guardians of the law, will legislate in any matters which we have omitted. For, as we were saying, where there are numerous and minute details, the legislator cannot but fail. And the annual officers, who have experience and know what is wanted, must make arrangements and improvements year by year, until such enactments and provisions are sufficiently determined. A 10 years' experience of sacrifices and dances, if extending to all particulars, will be quite sufficient, and if the legislator be alive, they shall communicate with him; but if he be dead, then the several officers shall bring the omissions which come under their notice before the guardians of the law, until all is perfect, and from that time there shall be no more change, and they shall establish and use the new laws with the others which the legislator originally gave them, and of which they are never, if they can help, to change aught. Or, if some necessity overtakes them, the magistrates must be called into council, and the whole people, and they must go to all the oracles of the gods, and if they are all agreed, in that case they may make the change, but in any other case he who objects according to law shall prevail. Whenever any one of 25 years of age, in his own judgment and that of others, believes himself to have found a marriage connection which is to his mind, and suitable for the procreation of children, let him marry if he be under the age of 35 years, but let him first hear how he ought to seek after what is suitable and appropriate. For, as Cryneas says, every law, like a strain of music, should have a suitable prelude. Cryneas. You recollect at the right moment, stranger, and do not miss the opportunity of saying a word in season. Athenian stranger. I thank you. We will say to him, O my son, he who is born of good parents ought to make such a marriage as wise men would approve. Now, they would advise you neither to avoid a poor marriage, nor, specially, to desire a rich one, but, if other things are equal, always to honour inferiors, and, with them, to form connections. This will be for the benefit of the city, and of the families which are united. For the equable and symmetrical is 10,000 times better than the unmixed in respect of virtue. And he who is conscious of being too headstrong, and carried away more than is fitting in all his actions, ought to desire to become the relation of orderly parents. And he who is of the opposite temper ought to seek the opposite alliance. Let there be one word concerning all marriages. Every man shall follow, not after the marriage which is most pleasing to himself, but after that which is most beneficial to the state. For, somehow, every one is by nature prone to that which is likest to himself, and in this way the whole city becomes unequal in property and in disposition, and hence there arise in most states results which we least desire to happen. Now, to add to the law an express provision, not only that the rich man shall not marry into the rich family, nor the powerful into the family of the powerful, but that the slower natures shall be compelled to enter into marriage with the quicker, and the quicker with the slower, may awaken anger as well as laughter in the minds of many. For there is a difficulty in perceiving that the city ought to be well mingled like a cup, in which the raging draught overflows and spills, but, when chastened by another god not drunk with wine, receives a fair admixture, and becomes an excellent and temperate drink. Yet no one is able to see this in marriage. Wherefore also the law must leave such matters, and try to charm the spirits of men, and persuade them that they should deem the equability of their children's disposition of more importance than equality in excess of fortune when they marry. And him who is too desirous of forming a rich marriage they should endeavour to turn aside by reproaches, not however by any compulsion of written law. Let this then be our exhortation concerning marriage, not forgetting what was said before, that man should cling to immortality, and leave behind him posterity, who shall be servants of the god in his place. All this, and yet more, may truly be said about the duty of marrying in the way of prelude. But if a man will not listen, and remains unsocial and alien among his fellow citizens, and is still unmarried at 35 years of age, let him pay a yearly fine. He who is of the highest class shall pay a fine of 100 drachma, and he who is of the second class a fine of 70 drachma. The third class shall pay 60 drachma, and the fourth 30 drachma. And let the money be sacred to Hera. He who does not pay the fine in the year shall owe 10 times the sum, and let the treasurer of the goddess exact the sum. And if he fails in doing this, let him be answerable, and give an account of the money at his audit. He who refuses to marry shall be thus punished in money, and also be deprived of all honour which the younger show to the elder. Let no young man voluntarily obey him, and if he attempt to punish any one, let every one come to the rescue and defend the injured person, and he who is present and does not come to the rescue shall be pronounced by the law to be a coward and a villain. Of the marriage portion I have already spoken, and again I say that poor men should be taught that he who neither gives nor receives a dowry on account of poverty has a compensation. For the citizens of our state have the necessaries of life, and their wives will be less likely to be insolent, and husbands to be mean and subservient to them on account of property. And he who obeys this law will do a noble action, but he who will not obey, and gives or receives more than 50 drachma as the price of the marriage garments, if he be of the lowest, or more than a mina, or a mina and a half, if he be of the third or second classes, or 2 mina, if he be of the highest class, shall owe to the public treasury a similar sum, and that which is given or received shall be sacred to Hera and Zeus. And let the treasurers of these gods exact the money, as was said before about the unmarried, that the treasurers of Hera were to exact the money, or pay the fine themselves. The betrothal by a father shall be valid in the first degree, that by a grandfather in the second degree, and in the third degree betrothal by brothers who have the same father. But if there are none of these alive, the betrothal by a mother shall be valid in like manner. In cases of unexampled fatality, the next of kin and the guardians shall have authority. What are to be the rites before marriages, or any other sacred acts, relating either to the future, or the present, or the past, shall be referred to the interpreters, and he who follows their advice may be satisfied. Touching the marriage festival, they shall assemble not more than 5 male and 5 female friends of both families, and a like number of members of the family of either sex, and no man shall spend more than his means will allow. He who is of the richest class may spend a mina, he who is of the second half a mina, and in the same proportion as the census of each decreases. All men shall praise him who is obedient to the law, but he who is disobedient, the guardians of the law shall punish as a man wanting in taste, and uninstructed in the true hymeneal strains of the Muses. Drunkenness is always improper, except at the festivals of the god who gave wine, and peculiarly dangerous when a man is engaged in the business of marriage. For at such a crisis of their lives, a bride and bridegroom ought to have all their wits about them, and they ought to take care that their offspring may be born of reasonable beings. You cannot tell on what day or night heaven will give them increase. Moreover, they ought not to be begetting children when their bodies are dissipated by intoxication, but their offspring should be compact and solid, quiet and compounded properly, whereas the drunkard is all abroad in all his actions, and is beside himself both in body and soul. Wherefore, also, the drunken man is bad and unsteady in sowing the seed of increase, and is likely to beget offspring who are unstable and untrustworthy, and cannot be expected to walk straight, either in body or mind. Hence, during the whole year, and all his life long, and especially while he is begetting children, he ought to take care, and not intentionally to do what is injurious to health, or what involves insolence and wrong. For it needs must be that the souls and bodies of the children receive the impress which is stamped upon them at birth, and he begets children in every way inferior. And especially on the day and night of marriage should a man abstain from such things, for there is an original indwelling divinity in man, which preserves all things if used with proper respect by each individual. He who marries is to consider that one of the 2 houses in the lot is the nest and nursery of his young, and there he is to marry and make the home of himself and his children, going away from his father and mother. For in friendships there must be some degree of desire, in order to cement and bind together diversities of character. But excessive intercourse, not having the desire which is created by time, insensibly dilutes friendships from a feeling of satiety, wherefore a man and his wife shall leave to his and her father and mother their own dwelling places, and themselves go to a colony and dwell there, and visit and be visited by their parents, and they shall beget and rear children, handing on the torch of life from one generation to another, and worshipping the gods, always according to law. In the next place, we have to consider what sort of property will be most convenient. There is no difficulty either in understanding or acquiring most kinds of property, but there is great difficulty in what relates to slaves, and the reason is that we speak about them in a way which is right, and which is not right. For what we say about our slaves is consistent and also inconsistent with our practice about them. Megilus. I do not understand, stranger, what you mean when you say this. Athenian stranger. I am far from wondering at that, Megilus, for the state of Helots among the Lacedaemonians is of all Hellenic forms of slavery the most controverted and disputed about, some approving and some condemning it. There is less dispute about the slavery which exists among the Heracleots, who have subjugated the Mariandynians, and about the Thessalian Penestae. Looking at these examples, what ought we to do concerning property in slaves? I made a remark in passing which naturally elicited a question about my meaning from you. I said that we should all agree as to the necessity of having the best and most attached slaves whom we can get, for many a man has found his slaves better in every way than brethren or sons, and many times they have saved the lives and property of their masters and their whole house. Such tales are well known. Megilus. To be sure. Athenian stranger. But may we not also say that the soul of the slave is utterly corrupt, and that no man of sense ought to trust them as a class? And the wisest of our poets, speaking of Zeus, says, far-seeing Zeus takes away half the understanding of men whom the day of slavery subdues. Different persons have got these two different notions of slaves in their minds. Some of them utterly distrust their servants as a class, and, as if they were wild beasts, chastise them with goads and whips, and make their minds 3 times, or rather many times, as slavish as they were before. And others do just the opposite of this. Megilus. True. Cryneas. Then what are we to do, stranger, when in our own country there are such differences about the possession and treatment of slaves? Athenian stranger. Well, Cryneas, there can be no doubt that man is a troublesome animal, and therefore is not, and is not likely to become very manageable when you attempt to introduce the necessary division of slave and freeman and master. Cryneas. That is obvious. Athenian stranger. He is a troublesome piece of goods, truly, as has been often shown in the frequent revolts of the Messenians, and the great mischiefs which happen in states having many slaves who speak the same language, and the various thefts and violences of the Italian banditti, as they are called. When a man looks at all this, he is perplexed as to what he should do in such matters. 2 alternatives are open to us: not to have the slaves of the same country, or, if possible, speaking the same language. In this way they will more easily be held in subjection. Secondly, we should tend them carefully, not only out of regard to them, but yet more out of respect to ourselves. And the right treatment of slaves is to behave properly to them, and to do to them, if possible, even more justice than to those who are our equals. For he who really and naturally reverences justice, and hates injustice, is discovered in his dealings with any class of men to whom he can easily be unjust. And he who in regard to the natures and actions of his slaves is undefiled by impiety and injustice, will best sow the seeds of virtue in others. And This a man may truly say alike of every master and tyrant, and authority in relation to his inferiors. Slaves ought to be punished as they deserve, and not admonished as if they were freemen, which will only make them conceited. The language used to a servant ought always to be that of command, and we ought not to jest with them, whether they are males or females. This is a foolish way which many people have of setting up their slaves, and making the life of servitude more disagreeable, both for them and for those who command them. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Now that each of the citizens is provided, as far as possible, with a sufficient number of suitable slaves, who can help him in what he has to do, we may next proceed to describe their dwellings. Cryneas. Very good. Athenian stranger. The city being new and hitherto uninhabited, care ought to be taken of all the buildings, and the manner of building each of them, and also of the temples and walls. These, Cryneas, were matters which properly came before the marriages. Now, as we are only talking, there is no objection to changing the order. If, however, our plan of legislation is ever carried out, then the house must precede the marriage by the favour of God, and afterwards we will come to the regulations about marriage. But at present we are only describing these matters in a general outline. Cryneas. Quite true. Athenian stranger. The temples are to be placed all round the agora, and the whole city built in a circle on the heights, for the sake of defence, and for the sake of purity. Near the temples are to be placed the houses of the magistrates and the courts of law. In these, plaintiff and defendant will receive their rights, and the places will be regarded as most holy, partly because they have to do with holy things, and partly because they are the dwelling places of holy gods, and in them will be the courts in which cases of homicide and other trials of capital offences may fitly take place. As to the walls, Megilus, I agree with Sparta in thinking that they should be allowed to sleep in the earth, and that we should not attempt to disinter them. There is a poetical saying, which is finely expressed, that walls ought to be of steel and iron, and not of earth only. Besides, how ridiculous of us to be sending out our young men annually into the country to dig and to trench, and to keep off the enemy by fortifications, under the idea that they are not to be allowed to set foot in our territory; and then that we should surround ourselves with a wall, which in the first place is by no means conducive to the health of cities, and is also apt to produce a certain effeminacy in the minds of the inhabitants, inviting men to run thither instead of repelling their enemies, and leading them to imagine that their safety is due not to their keeping guard day and night, but that when they are protected by walls and gates, then they may sleep in safety, as if they were meant not to labour, and did not know that true repose comes from labour, and that disgraceful indolence and a careless temper of mind is only the renewal of trouble. If men must have walls, the private houses ought to be so arranged from the first that the whole city may be one wall, having all the houses capable of defence by reason of their uniformity and equality towards the streets. The form of the city being that of a single dwelling will have an agreeable aspect, and, being easily guarded, will have great advantages of security. At the first building of the city, these should be principal objects of the inhabitants, and the wardens of the city should see to them, and should further impose a fine on him who neglects them. And in all that relates to the city, they should have a care of cleanliness, and no citizen should encroach upon any public property, either by buildings or diggings. Further, they ought to take care that the rains from heaven flow off easily, and of any other matters which may have to be administered either within or without the city. The guardians of the law shall pass any further enactments which their experience may show to be necessary, and supply any other points in which the law may be deficient. And now that these matters, and the buildings about the agora, and the gymnasia, and places of instruction, and theatres, are all ready and waiting for scholars and spectators, let us proceed to the subjects which follow marriage in the order of legislation. Cryneas. By all means. Athenian stranger. Assuming that marriages exist already, Cryneas, the mode of life during the year after marriage, before children are born, will follow next in order. In what way bride and bridegroom ought to live in a city which is to be superior to other cities is a matter not at all easy for us to determine. There have been many difficulties already, but this will be the greatest of them, and the most disagreeable to the many. Still, I cannot but say what appears to me to be right and true, Cryneas. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. He who imagines that he can give laws for the public conduct of states, while he leaves the private life of citizens wholly to take care of itself, who thinks that individuals may pass the day as they please, and that there is no necessity of order in all things. He, I say, who gives up the control of their private lives, and supposes that they will conform to law in their common and public life, is making a great mistake. Why do I introduce this? Why, because I am going to enact that the bridegrooms should live at the common tables, just as they did before marriage. This was a singularity when first enacted by the legislator in your parts of the world, Megilus and Cryneas, as I should suppose, on the occasion of some war or other similar danger, which caused the passing of the law, and which would be likely to occur in thinly peopled places and in times of pressure. And when men had once tried and been accustomed to a common table, experience showed that the institution greatly conduced to security, and something like this was the origin of common tables. Cryneas. That is very likely. Athenian stranger. I said that there may have been singularity and danger in imposing such a custom at first, but that now there is not the same difficulty. There is, however, another institution, which is the natural sequel to this, and would be excellent, but nowhere exists at present. The institution of which I am about to speak is not easily described or executed, and would be like the legislator, as people say, setting the river on fire, or performing any other impossible feat. Cryneas. What is the cause, stranger, of this extreme hesitation? Athenian stranger. You shall hear without any further loss of time. That which has law and order in a state is the cause of every good, but that which is disordered or ill-ordered is often the ruin of that which is well-ordered. And at this point the argument is now waiting. For in your country, Cryneas and Megilus, the common tables of men are a providential and admirable institution, but you are mistaken in leaving the women unregulated by law. They have no similar institution of public tables in the light of day, and just that part of the human race which is by nature prone to secrecy and stealth on account of their weakness, I mean the female sex, has been left without regulation by the legislator, which is a great mistake. And in consequence of this neglect, many things have grown lax among you, which might have been far better if they had been only regulated by law. For the neglect of regulations about women may not only be regarded as a neglect of half the entire matter, but in proportion as woman's nature is inferior to that of men in capacity of virtue, in that proportion is she more important than the two halves put together. Wherefore, with a view to the happiness of the state, we ought to reconsider, and order, and arrange all our institutions relating both to men and women. But at present, such is the unfortunate condition of mankind, that no man of sense will even venture to speak of common tables in places and cities in which they have never been established at all. And how can any one avoid being utterly ridiculous who attempts to compel women to show how much they eat and drink in public? There is nothing at which the sex is more likely to take offence. For women are accustomed to creep into dark places, and when dragged out into the light, they will exert their utmost powers of resistance, and be far too much for the legislator. And therefore, as I said before, in most places they will not endure to have the truth spoken without raising an outcry. But in this state perhaps they may. And if we may assume that our whole discussion about the state has not been mere idle talk, I should like to prove to you, if you will consent to listen, that this institution is good and proper. But if you had rather not, I will refrain. Cryneas. There is nothing which we should both of us like better, stranger, than to hear what you have to say. Athenian stranger. Very good. And you must not be surprised if I go back a little, for we have plenty of leisure, and there is nothing to prevent us from considering in every point of view the subject of law. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Then let us return once more to our first beginning. Every man should understand that the human race either had no beginning at all, and will never have an end, but always will be and has been, or had a beginning an immense time ago. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. Well, and have there not been constitutions, and destructions of states, and all sorts of pursuits, both orderly and disorderly, and diverse desires of meats and drinks always, and in all the world, and all sorts of changes of the seasons in which animals may be expected to have undergone innumerable transformations? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And may we not suppose that vines appeared which had previously no existence, and also olives, and the gifts of Demeter and her daughter, of which one Triptolemus was the minister, and that before they existed, animals took to devouring each other, as they do still? Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. And the practice of men sacrificing one another still exists among many nations, and on the other hand, we hear of other human beings who do not even venture to taste the flesh of a cow, and have no animal sacrifices, but only cakes and fruits soaked in honey, and similar pure offerings, but no flesh or animals. From these they abstain under the idea that they ought not to eat them, and may not stain the altars of the gods with blood. In those days men are said to have lived a sort of Orphic life, having the use of all lifeless things, but abstaining from all living things. Cryneas. That has been very often said, and is very likely true. Athenian stranger. Some one might say to me, what is the drift of all this which you have been saying? Cryneas. That is a pertinent remark, stranger. Athenian stranger. And therefore I will endeavour, Cryneas, if I can, to state the natural inference. Cryneas. Proceed. Athenian stranger. I see that among men all things depend upon three wants and desires, of which the end is virtue, if they are rightly led by them, or the opposite, if wrongly. Now, these are eating and drinking, which begin at birth. Of these, every animal has a natural desire, and is violently excited, and rebels against him who says that he must not satisfy all his pleasures and desires, and get rid of the corresponding pains. And the third and greatest and sharpest want and desire breaks out last, and is the fire of sexual lust, which kindles in men every species of wantonness and madness. And these three disorders we must endeavour to master by the three great principles of fear, and law, and right reason, turning them away from that which is called pleasantest to the best, using the Muses and the Gods who preside over contests to extinguish their increase and influx. But to return, after marriage let us speak of the birth of children, and after their birth, of their nurture and education. In the course of discussion the several laws will be perfected, and we shall at last arrive at the common tables. Whether these sort of associations are to be confined to men, or extended to women also, when we approach and take a nearer view of them, we shall see them more in detail, and may then determine what previous institutions are required, and will have to precede them. As I said before, we shall see them better, and shall be better able to lay down the laws which are proper or suited to them. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Let us keep in mind, then, the words which have now been spoken, for hereafter there may be need of them. Cryneas. What do you bid us keep in mind? Athenian stranger. That which we comprehended under the three words: first, eating; secondly, drinking; thirdly, the excitement of love. Cryneas. I shall be sure to remember, stranger. Athenian stranger. Very good. Then let us now proceed to marriage, and teach persons in what way they shall beget children, threatening them, if they disobey, with the terrors of the law. Cryneas. What do you mean? Athenian stranger. The bride and bridegroom should consider that they are to produce for the state the best and fairest specimens of children which they can. Now, all men who are associated in any action always succeed when they attend and give their mind to what they are doing. But when they do not give their mind, or have no mind, they fail. Wherefore, let the bridegroom give his mind to the bride, and to the begetting of children, and the bride in like manner give her mind to the bridegroom, and particularly at the time when their children are not yet born. And let the women whom we have chosen to be the overseers of these matters, whether many or few, in whatever number, and at whatever time the magistrates may command, assemble every day in the temple of Aletheia during the third part of a day, and, being there assembled, let them inform one another of any one whom they see, whether man or woman, of those who are begetting children, in any respect disregarding the provisions of the law as to nuptial rites and sacrifices. And let the begetting of children and the care of those who are begetting them continue 10 years, and no longer, during the time when marriage is fruitful. But if any continue without children up to this time, let them take counsel with their kindred, and with the women holding office, and be divorced for their mutual benefit. If, however, any dispute arises about what is proper, and for the interest of either party, they shall choose 10 of the guardians of the law, and abide by their permission and appointment. The women who preside over these matters shall enter into the houses of the young, and, partly by admonitions, and partly by threats, make them give over their ignorance and error. And if they rebel, let them go and tell the guardians of the law, and they shall prevent them; and if they cannot prevent them, they shall declare the matter to the public assembly, and let them write up their names, and make oath that they cannot reform such and such a one; and let him who is thus written up, if he cannot in a court of law convict those who have inscribed his name, be deprived of the privileges of a citizen in the following respects. Let him not go to weddings, nor to the birthday solemnities of children, and if he go, let any one who pleases strike him with impunity, and let the same regulations hold about women. Let not a woman be allowed to appear abroad, or receive honour, or go to nuptial and birthday festivals, if she in like manner be written up as acting disorderly, and cannot obtain a verdict. And if, when they have begotten children according to the law, a man or woman have connection with another man or woman who are still begetting children, let the same penalties be inflicted upon them as if they were still begetting children themselves. But after this, let the man or woman who refrain in such matters be held in esteem, and let those who do not refrain be held in the contrary of esteem, that is to say, disesteem. Now, if the greater part of mankind behave modestly, the enactments of law may be left to slumber; but if they are disorderly, the enactments having been passed, let them be carried into execution. To every man the first year is the beginning of life, and ought to be written down in the temples of their fathers as the beginning of existence, both to boy and girl. And in every fratria let there be written down on a whited wall the list of the archons by whom the years are reckoned, and near to them let the living members of the fratria be inscribed, and when they depart life let them be erased. The limit of marriageable ages for a woman shall be from 16 to 20 years at the longest, for a man from 30 to 35 years, and let a woman hold office at 40, and a man at 30 years. Let a man go out to war from 20 to 60 years, and for a woman, if there appear any need to make use of her in military service, let the time of service be after she shall have brought forth children up to 50 years of age, and let regard be had to what is possible and suitable to each. End of Book 6. Part 1 of Book 7. Athenian stranger. And now, assuming that children of both sexes have been born, their nurture and education will properly follow next in order. This cannot be left altogether unnoticed, and yet may be thought to be rather a subject for precept and admonition than for law. In private life there are many little things not always apparent, arising out of the pleasures and desires and pains of individuals, which are contrary to the intention of the legislator. These minutiae alter and discompose the characters of the citizens, and cause great evil in states, for they are so small and of such frequent occurrence, that there would be an unseemliness and want of propriety in making them penal by law, and if made penal, they are the destruction of the written law, because mankind get the habit of frequently transgressing in small matters. The result is that you cannot legislate about them, and still less can you say nothing. I speak somewhat darkly, but I shall endeavour also to bring my wares into the light of day, for I acknowledge that at present there is a want of clearness in what I am saying. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Am I not right in maintaining that a good education is that which tends most to the improvement of mind and body? Cryneas. Undoubtedly. Athenian stranger. And nothing can be plainer than that the fairest bodies ought to grow up from infancy in the best and straightest manner? Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. And do we not further observe that the first shoot of every living thing is by far the greatest and fullest? Many will even contend that a man at 25 does not grow to twice the height which he attained at 5. Cryneas. True. Athenian stranger. Well, and is not rapid growth, without proper and abundant exercise, the source of endless evils in the body? Cryneas. Yes. Athenian stranger. And the body should have the most exercise when growing most? Cleinias. But, stranger, are we to impose this great amount of exercise upon newly born infants? Athenian stranger. Nay, rather on the bodies of infants still unborn. Cleinias. What do you mean, my good sir? In the process of gestation? Athenian stranger. Exactly. I am not at all surprised that you have never heard of this very peculiar sort of gymnastic applied to such little creatures, which, although strange, I will endeavour to explain to you. Cleinias. By all means. Athenian stranger. The practice is more easy for us to understand than for you, by reason of certain amusements which are carried to excess at Athens. Not only boys, but not unfrequently older persons, are in the habit of keeping quails and cocks, which they train to fight one another, and they are far from thinking that the contests in which they stir them up to fight with one another are sufficient exercise; for, in addition to this, they carry them about, each having a big bird tucked in under his arms, and the smaller in his hands, and go for a walk of a great many miles for the sake of health; that is to say, not their own health, but the health of the birds. And this proves to any one who is capable of understanding, that all bodies are benefited by shakings and movements, when they are moved without weariness, whether the motion proceeds from themselves, or from a swing, or at sea, or on horseback, or is caused by other bodies, in whatever way moving, and thus gaining the mastery over food and drink, and being able to impart beauty, and health, and strength. Admitting all this, what follows? Shall we make a ridiculous law that the pregnant woman shall walk about and fashion the infant as a thing of wax which is still flexible, and, when born, is for 2 years to be put into swathing clothes? Suppose that we compel nurses, under penalty of a legal fine, to be always carrying the children somewhere or other, either into the country, or to the temples, or to their relations' houses, until they are well able to stand, and even then they should be careful that their limbs are not distorted by leaning on them when they are too young. They should continue to carry them until the infant has completed its 3rd year. Moreover, the nurses should be strong, and there should be more than one of them. Shall these be our rules, and shall we impose a penalty for the neglect of them? No, no. Penalty more than enough will fall upon our own heads. Cleinias. What is that? Athenian stranger. Ridicule, and the difficulty of getting the feminine, servant-like dispositions of the nurses to comply. Cleinias. Then why was there any need to speak of the matter at all? Athenian stranger. The reason is that masters and freemen in states, when they hear of it, are very likely to arrive at a true conviction, that without due regulation of private life in cities, stability in the laying down of laws is hardly to be expected; and he who makes this reflection may himself adopt the laws just now mentioned, and, adopting them, may order his house and state well, and be happy. Cleinias. That is very likely. Athenian stranger. And, therefore, let us not desist from legislation of this kind until we have determined the exercises which are suited to the souls of young children in the same manner as we have begun to go through the rules which relate to their bodies. Cleinias. By all means. Athenian stranger. Let us assume, then, as a first principle, in relation both to the body and soul of very young creatures, that nursing and moving about by day and night is good for them all, and that the younger they are, the more they will need this. Infants should live, if that were possible, as if they were always rocking at sea. This is a lesson of experience which we may learn from the practice of nurses, and from the use of the remedy of motion in the rites of the Corybantes. For when mothers want their restless children to go to sleep, they do not employ rest, but, on the contrary, motion, rocking them in their arms. Nor do they give them silence, but they sing to them, and lap them in sweet strains. And the Bacchic women are cured of their frenzy in the same manner by the use of the dance and of music. Clynias. Well, stranger, and what is the reason of this? Athenian stranger. The reason is obvious. Clynias. What? Athenian stranger. The affection both of the Corybantes and of the children is an emotion of fear, and fear springs out of an evil habit of the soul, and when someone applies external agitation to affections of this sort, the motion coming from without gets the better of the terrible and violent internal one, and produces a peace and calm in the soul, and quiets the restless palpitation of the heart, which is a thing much to be desired, sending some to sleep, and making others who are awake to dance to the pipe with the help of the gods, to whom they offer acceptable sacrifices, and producing in them a sound mind, which takes the place of their former agitations. And in this, as I would shortly say, there is a considerable degree of sense. Clynias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. But if fear has such a power, we ought to consider further that every soul which from youth upward has been subject to fear will be rendered more timorous by being accustomed to fear, and every one will admit that this is the way to form a habit of cowardice rather than of courage. Clynias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And, on the other hand, the habit of overcoming, from our youth upwards, the fears and terrors which beset us, may be said to be an exercise of courage? Clynias. True. Athenian stranger. And we may say that the use of exercise and motion in the earliest years of life has a great tendency to create a part of virtue in the soul? Clynias. Quite true. Athenian stranger. Further, a cheerful temper, or the reverse, may be regarded as having much to do with high spirit on the one hand, or with cowardice on the other? Clynias. To be sure. Athenian stranger. Then, now, we must endeavour to show how and to what extent we may, if we please, implant either character in the young. Clynias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. There is a common opinion that luxury makes the disposition of youth morose and irascible and vehemently excited by trifles; that, on the other hand, excessive and savage servitude makes men mean and abject and haters of their kind, and therefore makes them undesirable associates. Clynias. But how can the state educate those who do not as yet understand the language of the country, and are therefore incapable of appreciating any sort of instruction? Athenian stranger. This will be the way. Every animal, when born, is wont to utter some cry, and this is especially the case with man, and he, moreover, is affected with the inclination to cry more than any other animal. Clynias. Quite true. Athenian stranger. Do not nurses, when they want to know what an infant desires, judge by these signs? When anything is brought to the infant, and he is silent, then he is supposed to be pleased; but when he weeps and cries out, then he is not pleased, for tears and cries are the inauspicious signs by which children show what they love and hate. Now, the time which is thus spent is no less than 3 years, and is a very considerable portion of life to be passed ill or well. Clynias. True. Athenian stranger. Does not the morose and ill-natured man appear to you to be full of lamentations and sorrows more than a good man ought to be? Clynias. Certainly, that is my opinion. Athenian stranger. Well, but if during these 3 years every possible care were taken that our nursling should have as little of sorrow and fear, and in general of pain, as was possible, might we not expect at this age to make his soul more gentle and cheerful? Clynias. That is evident, stranger, and especially if one could procure him a variety of pleasures. Athenian stranger. There I cannot agree with you, sweet Clynias, for that would utterly ruin him, coming at the beginning of his education. Let us see whether I am right. Clynias. Proceed. Athenian stranger. The point about which you and I differ is of great importance, and I hope that you, Megilus, will help to decide between us. For I maintain that the true life should neither seek for pleasures, nor, on the other hand, entirely avoid pains, but should embrace the middle state, which I just spoke of as gentle or propitious, and is a state which we, by some divine presage and inspiration, rightly ascribe to God. Now, I say, he among us who would be divine ought to pursue after this mean habit. He should not rush headlong into pleasures, for he will not be free from pains, nor should we allow any one, young or old, male or female, to be thus given any more than ourselves, and, least of all, the newly born infant, for in infancy, more than at any other time, the character is ingrained by habit. Nay, more, if I were not afraid of appearing to be ridiculous, I would say that a woman great with child should of all women be most carefully tended during that year, and kept from violent or excessive pleasures and pains. Let her preserve gentleness and benevolence and kindness at that time of her life. Clynias. You need not ask Megilus, stranger, which of us has most truly spoken, for I agree that all men ought to avoid the life of unmingled pain or pleasure, and pursue always a middle course. And, having spoken well, may I add that you have been well answered? Athenian stranger. Very good, Clynias. And now let us all three consider a further point. Clynias. What is that? Athenian stranger. That all the matters which we are now describing are commonly called by the general name of unwritten customs, and what are termed the laws of our ancestors are all of similar nature. And the further observation is now added, that we ought not to call these things laws, nor yet to leave them unmentioned, for they are the bonds of the whole state, and come in the intervals of the written laws, which are or are hereafter to be laid down. They are just ancient hereditary customs, which, if they are rightly ordered, and made habitual, envelop and entirely preserve the previously existing written law. But if they depart from right and fall into disorder, then they are like the props of builders, which give way in the centre, and produce a common ruin, in which one part drags another down, and the fair superstructure falls because the old foundations are undermined. Reflecting upon this, Clynias, you ought to bind together the new state in every possible way, omitting nothing, whether great or small, of what are called laws or manners or pursuits. For by all such things a city is bound together, and all these things are only lasting when they depend upon one another. And therefore we must not wonder if we find that many apparently trifling customs or usages overflow their barriers and extend the domain of law. Cryneas. Very true, and we are disposed to agree with you. Athenian stranger. Up to the age of 3 years, whether of boy or girl, if a person strictly carries out our previous regulations, and makes them a principal aim, he will do much for the advantage of the young creatures. But at 3, 4, 5, and 6 years, the childish nature will require sports. Now is the time to get rid of self-will in him, punishing him, not so as to disgrace him. As we were saying about slaves, that we ought neither to punish them in hot blood, or so as to anger them, nor yet to leave them unpunished, lest they become self-willed, a like rule is to be observed in the case of the free-born. Children at that age have certain natural modes of amusement, which they find out for themselves when they meet, and all the children who are between the ages of 3 and 6 ought to meet at the temples of the villages, the several families of a village uniting on one spot, and the nurses seeing to the children behaving properly and orderly, while they themselves and their whole company are all under the superintendence of one of the 12 women, whom the magistrates annually appoint, as aforesaid, to inspect and order each company. Let the 12 be appointed by the women who have authority over marriage, 1 out of each tribe, and all of the same age, and, when appointed, let them hold office, and go to the temples every day, punishing all offenders, male or female, who are slaves or strangers, by the help of some of the public servants. But if any citizen disputes the punishment, let her bring him before the wardens of the city, or, if there be no dispute, let her punish him herself. After the age of 6 years, the time is arrived for the separation of the sexes. Let boys live with boys, and girls in like manner with girls. Now they must begin to learn, the boys going to teachers of horsemanship and the use of the bow, the javelin, and sling, and if they do not object, let women go too to learn, if not to practice. Above all, they ought to know the use of arms, for these are matters which are almost entirely misunderstood at present. Cryneas. In what respect? Athenian stranger. In this respect, that the right and left hand are supposed to differ by nature when we use them, whereas no difference is found in the use of the feet and the lower limbs. But in the use of the hands we are in a manner lame, by reason of the folly of nurses and mothers. For although our several limbs are by nature balanced, we create a difference in them by bad habit. In some cases this is of no consequence, as, for example, when we hold the lyre in the left hand and the plectrum in the right. But it is downright folly to adopt a similar practice in other cases. The custom of the Scythians shows this, for they not only hold the bow from them with the left hand, and draw the arrow to them with their right, but use either hand for both purposes. And there are many similar examples in charioteering and other things, from which we may learn that those who make the left side weaker than the right act contrary to nature. In the case of the plectrum, which is of horn only, and similar instruments, this, as I was saying, is of no consequence, but makes a great difference, and may be of very great importance to the warrior who has to use iron weapons, bows, javelins, and the like, above all, when in heavy armour he has to fight against heavy armour. And there is a very great difference between one who has learnt and one who has not, and between one who has been trained in gymnastic exercises and one who has not been. For as he
who is perfectly skilled in the pancratium, or boxing, or wrestling, is not able to fight from his left side, and does not limp and draggle in confusion when his opponent makes him change his position, and compels him to exert himself on the other side, this, if I am not mistaken, holds good in heavy armed fighting, and in all other things, and he who has these double powers of attack and defence ought not in any case to leave them either unused or untrained. And if a person had the nature of Geryon or Briarus, he ought to be able with his 100 hands to throw 100 darts. Now the rulers, male and female, should see to all these things, the women superintending the nursing and amusements of the children, and the men superintending their education, that all of them, boys and girls alike, may be sound, hand and foot, and may not spoil the gifts of nature by bad habits, in so far as this can be avoided. Education has two branches, one of gymnastic, which is concerned with the body, and the other of music, which is designed for the improvement of the soul. And gymnastic has also two parts, dancing and wrestling, and one sort of dancing imitates musical recitation, and aims at preserving dignity and freedom. The other aims at producing health, agility, and beauty in the limbs and parts of the body, giving the proper flexion and extension to each of them, diffusing and accompanying the harmonious motion of the dance everywhere. As regards wrestling, the tricks which Antaeus and Cercyon devised in their systems out of a vain spirit of competition, or the tricks of boxing which Eppius or Amycus invented, are useless for war, and do not deserve to have much said about them. But the true stand-up wrestling and art of liberating the neck and hands and sides, working with energy and constancy, with a composed strength, and for the sake of health, these are always useful, and are not to be neglected, but to be enjoined alike on masters and scholars, when we reach that part of legislation, and we will desire the one to give their instructions freely, and the other to receive them thankfully. Nor again must we omit suitable imitations of war in our dances. In Crete there are the armed sports of the Curites, and in Lacedaemon of the Dioscuri. And our Virgin Lady, delighting in the sports of the dance, thought it not fit to dance with empty hands. She must be clothed in a complete suit of armour, and in this attire go through the dance, and youths and maidens should in every respect imitate her example, honouring the goddess, both with a view to the actual necessities of war, and to festive amusements. It will be right also for the boys, until such time as they go out to war, to make processions and supplications to the gods, in goodly array, armed and on horseback, faster or slower in their dances and marches, offering up prayers to the gods and to the sons of gods, and also engaging in contests and preludes of contests, if at all, with these objects. For these sort of exercises, and no others, are useful both in peace and war, and are beneficial both to states and to private houses. But other labours and sports, and excessive training of the body, are unworthy of free men, O Megilus and Cryneas. I have described the kind of gymnastic which I said at first ought to be described. That is now completed, but if you know of any better, you may communicate your thoughts. Cryneas. It is not easy, stranger, to put these principles of gymnastic aside, and to enunciate better ones. Athenian stranger. Next in order follow the gifts of the Muses and of Apollo. Before, we fancied that we had said all, and that gymnastic alone remained to be discussed. But now we see clearly what has been omitted, and should be first mentioned to all. Let us then proceed to them in order. Cryneas. By all means. Athenian stranger. Hear me once more, although you have heard me say the same before, that there must be caution exercised both by the speaker and by the hearer, about anything that is singular and unusual, in this and in every other case. For I have a tale to tell which might deter a man, and yet I have a sort of confidence which makes me go on. Cryneas. What are you going to say, stranger? Athenian stranger. I say that in states generally, no one has observed that the plays of childhood have a great deal to do with the permanence or want of permanence in legislation. For when plays are ordered with a view to children having the same plays, and amusing themselves after the same manner, and finding delight in the same playthings, the more solemn institutions of the state are allowed to remain undisturbed. Whereas, if sports are disturbed, and innovations are made in them, and they constantly change, and the young never speak of their having the same likings, or the same established notions of good and bad taste, either in the bearing of their bodies or in their dress, but he who devises something new and out of the way in figures and colours, and the like is held in special honour, we may truly say that this is the greatest injury which can happen in a state. For he who changes the sports is secretly changing the manners of the young, and making the old to be dishonoured among them, and the new to be honoured. And I affirm that there is nothing which is a greater injury to all states than saying or thinking thus. Will you hear me tell how great I deem this evil? Cryneas. You mean the evil of blaming antiquity in states? Athenian stranger. Exactly. Cryneas. If you are speaking of that, you will find in us hearers who are disposed to receive what you say, not unfavourably, but most favourably. Athenian stranger. I should expect that. Cryneas. Proceed. Athenian stranger. Well then, giving yet greater heed to the words spoken, let us address one another as follows. Any change but the change of the bad is the most dangerous of all things. This is true in the case of the seasons and of the winds, in the management of our bodies and the habits of our mind, true of all things except, as I said before, of the bad. Any one who looks at the constitution of individuals who have been accustomed to all sorts of meats and drinks, and all sorts of toils, may see that they are at first disturbed by them, but afterwards, as time goes on, their fleshly frame grows habituated to them, and they learn to know, and like, and be familiar with this sort of diet, and live in the best way, both as regards pleasure and health. And if ever afterwards they are compelled to return to some superior sort of diet, at first they are troubled with disorders, and with difficulty become habituated to their new food. A similar principle we may imagine to hold good about the minds of men and the nature of their souls. For when they have been brought up in certain laws, which by some divine providence have remained unchanged during long ages, so that no one has any memory or tradition of their ever having been otherwise than they are, then every one is afraid and ashamed to change that which is established. The legislator must somehow find a way of implanting this reverence for antiquity, and I would propose the following way. People are apt to fancy, as I was saying before, that when the plays of children are altered, they are merely plays, not seeing that the most serious and detrimental consequences arise out of the change, and they readily comply with the child's wishes instead of deterring him, not considering that these children who make innovations in their games, when they grow up to be men, will be different from the last generation of children, and, being different, will desire a different sort of life, and, under the influence of this desire, will want other institutions and laws, and no one ever apprehends that upon this will follow that which I just now called the greatest of evils to states. Changes in bodily fashions are no such serious evils, but frequent changes in the praise and censure of characters are the greatest of evils, and require the utmost prevision. Cryneas. To be sure. Athenian stranger. And now, do we still hold to our former assertion that rhythms and music in general are imitations of good and evil characters in men? What say you? Cryneas. That is the only doctrine which I can admit. Athenian stranger. Must we not then try in every possible way to prevent our youth desiring imitations and novelties, either in dance or song? Nor must any one be allowed to offer them varieties of pleasures. Cryneas. Most true. Athenian stranger. Can any better mode of effecting this object be imagined by any of us than that of the Egyptians? Cryneas. What is their method? Athenian stranger. They consecrate every sort of dance or melody, first ordaining festivals, calculating for the year what they ought to be, and at what time, and in honour of what gods, son of gods, and heroes, they ought to be celebrated, and in the next place, what hymns ought to be sung at the several sacrifices, and with what dances the particular festival is to be honoured. This is to be ordained, at first, by particular individuals, and, when ordained, the whole assembly of the citizens shall offer sacrifices and libations to the Fates, and all the other gods, and shall consecrate the several odes to gods and heroes. And if any one offers any other hymns or dances to any one of the gods, the priests and priestesses, with the consent of the guardians of the law, shall religiously and lawfully exclude him. And he who is excluded, if he do not submit, shall be liable to have a suit of impiety brought against him all his life long, by any one who likes. Cryneas. Very good. Athenian stranger. In a consideration of this subject, let us remember what is due to ourselves. Cryneas. To what are you referring? Athenian stranger. I mean that any young man, and, much more, any old one, when he sees or hears anything strange or unaccustomed, does not at once run to embrace the paradox, but he stands, considering, like a person who is at a place at which three ways meet, and does not very well know his way. He may be alone, or he may be walking with others, and he will say to himself and them, "Which is the way?" and will not move forward until he is satisfied that he is going right. Now, this is what we must do, for a strange discussion on the subject of law has arisen, which requires the utmost consideration, and we should not at our age be too ready to speak about such great matters, or be confident that we can say anything certain all in a moment. Cryneas. Most true. Athenian stranger. Then we will allow time, and decide when we have given the subject sufficient consideration. But that we may not be hindered from completing the natural arrangement of our laws, let us proceed to the conclusion of them in due order, for very possibly, if God will, the conclusion may throw light on our present perplexity. Cryneas. Excellent stranger. Let us do as you propose. Athenian stranger. Let us then make the singular assertion that strains of music are our laws. This was the term which the ancients gave to lyric songs, so that probably they would not very much have disapproved of our proposed application of the word nomi. I suppose that some one of them, either asleep or awake, had a dreamy sort of intimation of their nature. Let our decree be as follows. No one in singing or dancing shall offend against public and consecrated models, and the general fashion among the youth, any more than he would offend against any other law. And he who observes this law shall be blameless, but he who is disobedient, as I was saying, shall be punished by the guardians of the laws, and by priests and priestesses. Suppose that we imagine this to be our law. Cryneas. Very good. Athenian stranger. Can anyone who makes such laws escape ridicule? Let us see. I think that our only safety will be in first framing certain models for them. One of these models shall be as follows. If, when a sacrifice is going on, and the victims are being burnt according to law, if, I say, anyone who may be a son or brother, standing by another at the altar and sacred rites, horribly blasphemes, will he not inspire despondency and evil omens and forebodings in the mind of his father and of his other kinsmen? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. This has given rise to a custom which exists among us in almost all our cities. When a magistrate offers a public sacrifice, there come in, not one but many choruses, who stand by themselves a little way from the altar, and, from time to time, pour forth all sorts of horrible blasphemies on the sacred rites, exciting the souls of the hearers with words and rhythms, and most sorrowful melodies. And he who can, at the instant the city is sacrificing, make the citizens weep most, carries away the palm of victory. Now, ought we not to forbid such strains as these? And if ever our citizens must hear such lamentations, then on some polluted and inauspicious day there ought to be choruses of foreign and hired minstrels, like those who accompany the departed at funerals for hire, with barbarous carrion chants. That is the sort of thing which will be appropriate if we have such strains at all. And let the apparel of the singing mourners be not circlets and ornaments of gold, but the very reverse. That is all I have to say about them. And now I would again put the question whether we would not have this as one of our types. Cryneas. Have what? Athenian stranger. Peace and the song of peace. Let us have them by all means. I need hardly ask again, but shall assume that you agree in that. Cryneas. By all means, that law is approved by the suffrage of all of us. Athenian stranger. But what shall be our next musical law or type? Ought not prayers to be offered up to the gods when we sacrifice? Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And our third law, if I am not mistaken, will be to the effect that our poets, understanding prayers to be requests which we make to the gods, will take especial heed that they do not by mistake ask for evil instead of good. To make such a prayer would surely be too ridiculous. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Were we not a little while ago quite determined that no silver or golden Plutus should dwell in our state? Cryneas. To be sure. Athenian stranger. And what did this illustration mean? Did we not imply that the poets are not always quite capable of knowing what is good or evil? And thus, if a poet utters a mistaken prayer in song or words, he will make our citizens pray for the opposite of what is good in matters of the highest import, than which, as I was saying, there can be few greater mistakes.
Shall we then propose, as one of our laws and models relating to the Muses? Cryneas. What? Will you explain the law more precisely? Athenian stranger. Shall we make a law that the poet shall compose nothing contrary to the ideas of the lawful, or just, or beautiful, or good, which are allowed in the state? Nor shall he be permitted to show his compositions to any private individuals until he shall have shown them to the appointed judges, and the guardians of the law, and they are satisfied with them. As to the persons whom we appoint to be our legislators about music and directors of education, they have been already indicated. Once more then, as I have asked more than once, shall this be our third law, and type and model? What do you say? Cryneas. Yes, by all means. Athenian stranger. Next, there should be some hymns and praises of the gods intermingled with prayers. And after the gods, prayers and praises should be offered in like manner to demons and heroes suitable to their respective characters. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. After this, there will be no objection to the law that citizens who are departed and have done good and energetic deeds, either with their souls or with their bodies, and have been obedient to the laws, should receive eulogies. This will be very fitting. Cryneas. Quite true. Athenian stranger. But to honour with hymns and panegyrics those who are still alive is not safe. A man having run out his whole life should make a fair ending, and then we will praise him. And let all that we have to say apply equally to men and women who have been distinguished in virtue. This shall be the order of songs and dances. There are many ancient musical compositions and dances which are excellent, and from these the government may freely select what is proper and suitable, and they shall choose judges of not less than 50 years of age, who shall make the selection, and any of the old poems which they deem sufficient they shall include. Any that is deficient or altogether unsuitable they shall either utterly throw aside, or examine and amend, taking into their counsel poets and musicians, and making use of their poetical genius, but explaining to them the wishes of the legislator, in order that they may regulate dancing, music, and all choral strains, according to his mind, and not allowing them to indulge, except in some minor matters, their individual pleasures and fancies. Now, the irregular strain of music is always made 10,000 times better by attaining to law and order, and when there is no infusion of the honeyed muse. Not, however, that we mean wholly to exclude pleasure, for that is common to all music. And if a man be brought up from childhood to the age of discretion and maturity in the use of the orderly and severe music, when he hears the opposite he detests it and calls it illiberal; but if trained in the sweet and vulgar music, he deems the opposite sort cold and displeasing. So that, as I was saying before, while he who hears them gains no more pleasure from the one than from the other, the one has the advantage of making those who are trained in it better men, whereas the other makes them worse. Cryneas. Very true. Athenian stranger. Again, we must distinguish and determine on some general principle what songs are suitable to women, and what to men, and must assign to them their proper melodies and rhythms. It is shocking for a whole harmony to be inharmonical, or for a rhythm to be unrhythmical, and this will happen when the melody is inappropriate to them, and therefore the legislator must assign to them also their forms. Now, there are certain melodies and rhythms which we are of necessity compelled to ascribe to our sex rather than to the other, and those of women may be also clearly enough indicated by their natural difference. the grand, and that which tends to courage, may be fairly called manly, but that which inclines to moderation and temperance may be declared, both in law and in ordinary speech, to be the more womanly quality. This, then, will be the general order of them. Let us now speak of the manner of teaching and imparting them, and the persons to whom, and the time when, they are severally to be imparted. As the shipwright first lays down the lines of the keel, and draws the design and outline, so do I seek to distinguish the patterns of life, and lay down their keels according to the nature of different men's souls, seeking truly to consider by what means, and in what ways, we may go through the voyage of life best. Now, human affairs are hardly worth considering in earnest, and yet we must be in earnest. This is not agreeable, but a necessity. And having got thus far, there will be a fitness in our completing the matter, if we can only find some suitable means of doing so. But what am I saying? And yet I dare say that there may be truth in these very words. Cryneas. Certainly. Athenian stranger. I say that about serious matters a man should be serious, and about a matter which is not serious he should not be serious, and that God is the natural and worthy object of a man's most serious and blessed endeavours, and that man, as I said before, is made to be the plaything of God, and that this, truly considered, is the best of him. Wherefore every man and woman should follow in this way, and pass life in the noblest of pastimes, and be of another mind from what they now are. Cryneas. In what respect? Athenian stranger. Now, they think that their serious pursuits should be for the sake of their sports, for they deem war a serious pursuit which must be managed well for the sake of peace. But the truth is that there neither is, nor has been, nor ever will be, either amusement or instruction in any degree worth speaking of in war, which is nevertheless deemed by us to be the most serious of our pursuits. And therefore, as we say, every man of us should live the life of peace as long and as well as he can. And what is the right way of living? Are we to live in sports always? If so, in what kind of sports? We ought to live sacrificing, and singing, and dancing, and then a man will be able to propitiate the gods, and to defend himself against his enemies, and conquer them in battle. The type of song or dance has been described, and the paths along which he is to proceed have been cut for him. He will find his own thought expressed in the words of the poet. Quote, Telemachus, some things thou wilt find in thy heart, but other things God will suggest. For I deem that thou wast not born or brought up without the will of the gods. Close quote. And this ought to be the view of our alumni. They ought to think that what has been said is enough for them, and that any other things some god or a demigod will suggest to them, he will tell them to whom, and when, and to what god severally they are to sacrifice and perform dances, and how they may propitiate the deities, and live according to the appointment of nature, being for the most part puppets, but having some little share of reality. Megilus. You have a low opinion of mankind, stranger. Athenian stranger. Do not wonder at that, Megilus, but pardon me when I tell you that I was comparing them with the gods, under that feeling I spoke. And let us grant, if you wish, that the human race is not to be despised, but is worthy of some consideration. Next, follow the buildings for gymnasia and schools open to all. These are to be in 3 places in the midst of the city, and outside the city, and in the surrounding country there shall be schools for horse exercise, and open spaces also in 3 places, arranged with a view to archery, and the throwing of missiles, at which young men may learn and practice. Of these, mention has already been made, and if the mention be not sufficiently explicit, let us speak further of them, and embody them in laws. In these several schools let there be dwellings for teachers, who shall be brought from foreign parts by pay, and let them teach the frequenters of the school the art of war, and the art of music, and they shall come, not only if their parents please, but if they do not please. And if their education is neglected, there shall be compulsory education of all and sundry, as the saying is, as far as this is possible, and the pupils shall be regarded as belonging to the state rather than to their parents. My law would apply to females as well as males. They shall both go through the same exercises. I have no sort of fear of saying that gymnastic and horsemanship are as suitable to women as to men. Of the truth of this I am persuaded from ancient tradition, and at the present day I may say that there are myriads of women in the neighbourhood of the Black Sea, whom they call Sarmatians, who not only ride on horseback like men, but have enjoined upon them the use of bows and other weapons equally with the men. And I further affirm that if these things are possible, nothing can be more absurd than the practice which prevails in our own country of men and women not following the same pursuits with all their strength, and with one mind. For thus the state, instead of being a whole, and as much again, is reduced to a half, and yet has the same imposts to pay, and the same toils to undergo. And this is a wonderful mistake for any legislator to make. Cryneas. Very true. And much of what has been asserted by us, stranger, is contrary to the custom of states. Still, in saying that the discourse should be allowed to proceed, and that when the discussion is completed we should choose what seems best, you have spoken very properly, and have made me feel compunction for what I said. Tell me, then, what you would next wish to say. Athenian stranger. I should wish to say, Clynias, as I said before, that if the possibility of these things were not sufficiently proven in fact, then there might be an objection to the argument. But as the matter stands, he who rejects the law must find some other ground of objection, and failing this, our exhortation will still hold good. Nor will any one deny that women ought to share as far as possible in education, and in other ways with men. For consider, if women do not share in their whole life with men, then they must have some other order of life. Clynias. Certainly. Athenian stranger. And what arrangement of life to be found anywhere is preferable to this community which we are now assigning to them? Shall we prefer that which is adopted by the Thracians and many other races, who use their women to till the ground, and to be shepherds of their herds and flocks, and to minister to them like slaves? Or shall we do as we and people in this part of the world do, getting together, as the phrase is, all our goods and chattels into one dwelling? These we entrust to our women, who are the stewards of them, and who also preside over the shuttles and the whole art of spinning. Or shall we take a middle course, as in Lacedaemon, Megilus, letting the girls share in gymnastic and music, while the grown-up women, no longer employed in spinning wool, are actively engaged in weaving the web of life, which will be no cheap or mean employment, and in the duty of serving and taking care of the household, and bringing up children? In these they will observe a sort of mean, not participating in the toils of war, and if there were any necessity that they should fight for their city and families, unlike the Amazons, they would be unable to take part in archery or any other skilled use of missiles, nor could they, after the example of the goddess, carry shield or spear, or stand up nobly for their country when it was being destroyed, and strike terror into their enemies, if only because they were seen in regular order. Living as they do, they would never dare at all to imitate the Sarmatians, whose women, when compared with ordinary women, would appear to be like men. Let him who will praise your legislators, but I must say what I think. The legislator ought to be whole and perfect, and not half a man only. He ought not to let the female sex live softly, and waste money, and have no order of life, while he takes the utmost care of the male sex, and leaves half of life only blessed with happiness, when he might have made the whole state happy. Megilus. What shall we do, Cryneas? Shall we allow a stranger to run down Sparta in this fashion? Cryneas. Yes, for as we have given him liberty of speech, we must let him go on until we have made our laws altogether perfect and complete. Megilus. Very true. Athenian stranger. Then my business will be to unfold what follows. Cryneas. Certainly. End of Part 1 of Book 7.